And we're here at the Shabbat noon class. So I know everybody's going to start rolling into the stream, the class, and we got the brothers and sisters here. But the first three priests, we're going to start off with the Shabbat noon prayers, the opening new prayers. Barakatah Yahweh, Bahashem Yahushai, Ahawah, Utalanahu, Awar, Zayawam, Tawad, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the light to see. Thanks, so be it. And the light represents the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of the Most High. You can find it in Matthew chapter 5 and verse 16.
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahashem Yahushai, Ahawah, Utalanahu, Rayach, Neachachah, Tawad, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the sweet savor and peace. Thanks, so be it. And the sweet savor represents our prayers going up to the Most High. You can find that in Psalm chapter 141, verses 1 and 2. Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh, Bahashem Yahushai, Ahawah, Utalanahu, Hashabbat, Basalam, Tawada, Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thanks, so be it.
So this is Psalms 121 in Hebrew. Anashah, Ayim Yah, Al, Hahayam, Na'ayah, Yabu'ah, Isaiah, Yabu'ah, Mayahoah, Shaishah, Shemaiah, Wa'uratazah, La'ah, Yonatan, number one, Regolia, Yala'ah, the one, Shashamar, Yasha'ala, Yahweh, Shemaria, Yahweh, Shazoya, Yunibya, Yah, Hashemash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaria, Mokol, Ra, Yashemar, the Pasha, Yahweh, Yashemar, Hawalakia, Wawa'ayah, Ma'aitan, Wa'ai, Iwalam, Aman.
This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from which cometh my help. My help cometh from the Most High, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Most High is thy keeper. The Most High is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Most High shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Most High shall preserve thy going out and coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Amen.
Amen.
That is Deuteronomy chapter 6 and verse 4. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh our power, Yahweh is one.
Come. This is the Lord's Prayer in Hebrew. Abanaw, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malakwatka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawah, Hayah, Bashamayim, L'Tananaw, L'Cham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalach now, Chabawat now, Kasalak now, Chabawat Yanau, Wala'ah, Tabiyanau, Banasayawan, Abo, Hawashai now, Mayan, Ra, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Wa'alam, Wa'ataparat, La'aywalam, Aman.
This is Matthew chapter 6 and verse 9. After this manner, therefore, pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debt, as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Amen. This is the 10 Commandments in Hebrew. Number 1. La'ah, Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Achoyim, Alpanya.
Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
Number 2. La'ah, Ta'aisha, Laka, Paso, Wala'ah, Ta'aibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'ah, Talakwat'ah, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Most High thy power in vain.
Number 4.
Zakar,
Hayawah, Ashabat,
Lakwadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Wa, Amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'ah, Taratazak.
Thou shalt not murder.
Number 8. Number 7. La'ah, Tana'ah.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'ah, Taganah.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'ah, Ta'ainah, Shakur.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'ah, Tachman, Kol, Asherah, Lara'aika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's. Yeshabim, which means to be seated.
All right, so we'll call the first reader.
God, Banyash Allah.
Racha War, Sabbath, God, Banyash Allah. When it is, right, Malik? Barak?
Yahweh, Shem Yahweh, Shai Brakatham.
Yahweh, Shem Yahweh, Shai Brakatham.
So the first reader is going to start at Joshua chapter 8, verses 1 through 21. So Joshua chapter 8, verses 1 through 21. is going to be where the first reader is starting. How's everybody doing? All right. I know he's up early. Came from the street speaking. All right. You say who? You loved it. All right. What made you love it, brother?
It's that spirit in the morning. You need that energy.
All right, he said spirit of the moment. Huh? Spirit of the moment. You gotta capture it. So, okay. So everybody there? All right. Let's get started. Let's get started.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 1. And the Most High said unto Joshua, Fear not, neither be thou dismayed. Take all the people of war with thee, and arise, and go up to Ai, and see, I have given unto thy hand the king of Ai, and his people, and his city, and his land.
And you know what's interesting here is how the Most High keep reiterating that to Joshua, to the people, for Joshua to reiterate that to the people as well. You know, the Lord said to Joshua, fear not, neither be thou dismayed. You know, that fear not keeps coming up, and that neither be dismayed, because the Most High is keeping us in remembrance that I'm walking with you. I'm there with you in the midst of the battle. I'm there with you. Literally, let's go to Exodus 14:14. Right? He keeps reminding us that because, you know, we'll forget that. Right? And then remember, Joshua's stepping into this leadership where he's guiding a whole nation of people. Not like, oh, you watching over this village, or you watching over 10 people, or you watching over 30 people. No, it's like people. Like, it's a massive amount of people. So he's stepping into this leadership, and the Most High is resting him assured that I'm with you. Right? And then as he's doing that to Joshua, resting him assured, he's doing what? He's resting assured to the people. And we're going to go into that. It's going to go into that more. But just that reiteration for us to keep in our mind, because everything that's written was written for our learning. So what are we supposed to be gaining after reading about the Lord telling another man not to fear not? Well, he's an Israelite, but what pertains to Israelites? The adoption, the covenant, the promises, the services, that's the key part. The services of God, right? So if the Most High is servicing this man, right, what is he going to do to the rest of us? He gonna service us. He gonna bless you as long as you stay in it, and then that you fear not, and neither be dismayed. So this is what he's reestablishing with Joshua constantly, but for Joshua to reestablish with us. Read.
Exodus chapter 14, verse 14. The Most High shall fight for you.
So he keeps putting that in our mind because we forget that. When you're in the midst of the battle, you forget that the Lord is there fighting for you. He's looking at how you're going to deal in the midst of the battle. And then he gives you the heads up. You know, so crazy, he gives you the heads up so that you can not be overcame or, oh, this was a surprise. This was a surprise. This was a surprise. Right? Nothing's a surprise that you experience, you know, in the truth. What makes it a surprise is because you've never been through it. But you sit in the classes do what? They prepare you for it before you even have to deal with it. So that you don't be surprised. So that you're like, I was caught off guard. I was astonished. Right? But class already prepares you for that. And, you know, that's why a lot of things come out. That the Most High wants us to understand. You know, that we have these shortcomings. And he understands it. We have these pitfalls. We make these mistakes. And we understand it. And he knows what comes from those things. We said it, right? I know I was talking to a brother about that, fears. You know, fears come up and it make you start to what? Backpedal. You start riding the bike backwards, right? You start spinning the wheels backwards, thinking it's cool, right? To go backwards. But the Most High is saying what? Go forward. But don't fear. Don't let the things that you messed up in hold you down, right? Clean yourself up, and I'm going to be with you. Stay clean. For Joshua, stay clean, and I'm going to be with you. And you ain't got to fear. You see that? And then you don't have to be dismayed at the things that come and present themselves in your life, the trials, the tribulations, the battles. Because then what? You're going to be prepared. But he's saying, what?
The Most High shall fight for you.
I'm going to fight for you. But don't fear. Don't give in to the fear. Don't give in to the weakness. Right? Read.
And ye shall hold your peace.
Right, but that's what we have to do. That's our literal requirement right now. And there's a lot in holding your peace. But that's our literal requirement right now. The same requirement he gave them then is the same requirement that we have to uphold now. And he's like, hold your peace. But what is that like? What does that look like? Holding your peace. Go ahead, Ash.
Just use it as a worldly sense. Not always having to get the last word in any argument. Right?
There you go. You gotta say that louder.
Not always having to get the last word in any argument.
Yeah.
Let the Most High
The reason I say it's louder because they can't hear you.
come.
So you have to be louder.
Come. But, that's it.
Not trying to get the last word in any argument or discussion.
Right. Allowing the Most High to fight your battle.
Right. So you're not trying to fight to get this non-valid statement out because you're like, okay, what was told to me was what? Wisdom. So I'm gonna be like, okay, let me just receive the wisdom. Let me not what? Try to rebuttal it or try to, I'm using these words, right? Save face.
God.
You're like, but I did know that. So I'm gonna make sure I let you know that I knew that. But this was going on.
Right.
But you didn't need to necessarily say that because you got the wisdom. You knew the wisdom was needed. You know you needed to hear it.
Right.
But you wanted to do what?
Justify yourself.
Oh. Yeah, you wanted to rebuttal and justify yourself. Go ahead, Aaron.
You said it, sir.
Okay.
You want to rebuttal. You want to rebuttal, justify yourself, defend yourself when it's not necessary. You're trying to fight your own battles.
Right. And you know, oh, go ahead, Pastor Gordon.
I was just gonna say that.
And try to project y'all's voice too, because, or get the mic thing. Oh, we don't have the blue. What's the blue cord? Nobody knows the blue cord? The 3-headed blue cord? No? I hope they live at the Airbnb.
Might have.
Yeah. Okay, but go ahead, Pastor Gordon. Try to speak loud though, as loud as you can.
I was just gonna say, trusting that the Most High will take care of the situation.
Trusting that the Most High is going to take care of the situation.
So basically leaving it in His hands.
Yeah, that's what holding your peace is. Literally. You know, whatever it is, you literally learn to wait. You say, wait on the Lord. Go ahead, Master.
John, this kind of reminds me of what it says in James, where it says your patience gets to the point where you can be at peace, to the point where you're at want for nothing, where you just have that faith and you know if you do what you're supposed to do, you're not really going to be in want because He's going to give you what you need.
Right, because then now your mind, you start to align your mind with the Most High, and you get your understanding that, oh, if I just wait, the necessity is going to come. And if it's in the middle of the will, right, He'll give you the thing that I actually want. Right?
Yes,
If it fits with what's going to feed me, nourish me, and then nourish somebody around me, then I'm going to get the thing that I want. That's where the want's going to come into play. But then you start to live your life off. You start to literally be free because then now you're not looking for the Lord to just bless you based off of, oh, Lord, bless me. Bless me with a new car because you just want the nice car to be able to drive around the hood and the neighborhood. No, you just what?
Yeah.
If it's necessary,
Necessary.
that I switch my car because it benefit the body. The brother just did that, right? He said, I went to switch up my car because I wanted us to be able to have a truck to use for street speaking and whatever else. Right? And moving things and picking things and dropping them off. So, but he didn't get it because he wanted to be flashy, right? He got it because what?
The need.
It was a necessity. Yeah.
Need not a want.
Yeah, not just a want, but you can get what you want. And it just got to be aligned with what the Father's trying to do for you, where He's trying to bless you. And, you know, that's the important part. You know, but that's holding your peace. You being okay with situations, right? You know, I think about like Paul, where he say Paul, he had that thorn on his side. So he was dealing with some sort of, you know, ailment, right, of the flesh, of the body. But he didn't let that deteriorate his dedication, his motivation, and then his application to and his application. He didn't let none of that deteriorate him to where he's like, the complaints, obviously, it's pain. So when I'm using the word complaint, I'm using it lightly, because it's like, your mind is like complaining about the pain and the pain and the pain and the pain. But then it's like, you start to submit to the pain. And that's why I'm saying it's a complaint. You start to submit to it. And yeah, it's excruciating. It can be excruciating when you have an element of thing like this. So I'm not null and voiding or not paying attention to that part. That's a reality. Otherwise, Paul would have wrote himself, I got a thorn on my side. A thorn, what a thorn feel like? It ain't pleasant. Imagine when you outside as a kid, you there moving your hands in the grass, doing whatever, and then not knowing that one of those little thorn plants was there, you go, yeah, and they go deep.
Right.
Go deep into your finger, it hurt. It's excruciating. To where when you go, and then you get that, and that thing gushing, and it's adding to the pain because you're looking at the gush. Right? But, so I'm not disacknowledging the reality of the pain, is what I'm basically saying, and all that. But he didn't lock into it to where he didn't allow himself to push. And he didn't allow himself to be submitted to the spirit that was trying to control him with that element. He held his peace, and he let the Lord fight for him. He did what he did, he had to do, medicine, the doctor, he did all those different things. Prayer, right? He put prayer in front of all that. He put whatever ointment that it was giving him, for whatever it was he was dealing with, he took the necessary steps to recover, basically. But he didn't submit to that pain. Is the key. And, taking it away from just the physical elements, think about the spiritual. He didn't submit to the pain in the spirit. Because he know he did a lot of wrong. He writes about it. He knows he did a lot. So look at that. He's like an example on two sides. Yeah. And then he had a physical element, but then he had spiritual battles. And he didn't submit on either side. Because why? He understood that if I wait on the Lord, I stay in the spirit, he's going to what? Watch here. So go to Psalms 27 and 13. Because this is the point that everybody's usually at. And this is still going with that part in the first verse in the reading. It says, the Lord said unto Joshua, fear not, neither be thou dismayed. Just because there's so many different things that can make you dismayed. And somebody get the definition of dismayed. There's so many different things that can make a person dismayed. And I want to get the definition of dismayed so that we can understand what is actually going into.
God.
Got it?
Dismayed. This is the Webster's 1828. It says disheartened.
Disheartened.
God.
So what does that sound like? Disheartened. Sound like somebody that's gotten discouraged. Read.
Deprived of courage.
Deprived of courage. So you feel like something's ripping your courage. Something's ripping your strength out of you. Spiritually or physically. Which leads you to go internal. Go ahead, Amon.
I have horrified.
Horrified.
Daunt to unnerve or detour by arousing fear.
So it's that thing that tried to dismay you is trying to daunt you. It's trying to cause you to what? Sway to it.
Right.
It's trying to cause you to be like, you've already lost. Just give in.
Right.
Accept it. Go deeper. Go deeper into the dark hole. Right? There's nothing in that dark cave. There's no big bat gonna come at you. Right? There's no Bigfoot. They're lying. You're good. It's swaying you. But what is that? That's a demon. Swaying you. Causing you to be dismayed or discouraged. To get up and fight. For righteousness though. It's trying to literally take you away. That physical element that you deal with, it's trying to take you away. It's trying to take you away. And then you get mad at the people. But you don't understand. You don't have this sickness. You don't have a pancreatic nerve issue. Right? Well, give me some medical issues that you can do. Kidney failure.
You got arthritis.
You ain't got arthritis. You ain't got tendonitis.
Cataracts.
You ain't got cataracts. You ain't got you said arthritis?
You ain't got gout.
Yeah, you ain't got to go. No, these are real things though. You know, I made one up, so I was like, let me give a real thing. People are like, you just made that up. That's not even real, right? But pancreatic is something real though. But I didn't use the proper term, is what I'm saying. But people just think you just make stuff up. But these are real things. But these brothers was dealing with things. Think about the sister Dorcas. She was literally on her deathbed, sewing while she was on her deathbed. So she died going into the spirit of heaven. I'm not saying die. I'm not saying die sewing. I'm not saying that. Like, you need to go to the hospital. Go to the hospital. I'm not saying anything. Disclaimer, right? Take your medicine, all those things. But I'm saying, like, they didn't submit to the pain, spiritual or physical. They didn't allow the spiritual pain or the physical pain to where now they get out of order. And that's what the Most High was giving Joshua the heads up on. You don't have no reason to fear or to be dismayed. Right? But also make sure you tell the people this. So read on.
Psalm chapter 27, verse 13.
Okay, yeah.
I had fainted unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Most High.
But that's what Joshua, that's what Paul held on to. That's what all brothers and sisters that you read about that had ailments of the flesh and in spiritual ailments, that's what they held on to. They had what?
Unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Most High.
You know how you're supposed to read this? As spiritually, as somebody that's trying to overcome spirits, as somebody that's trying to overcome the pain and how pain can weigh you down physically, and then try to put spirits on you. What did David just tell you how to do on how to deal with it? He just let you inside his psyche. So we're reading the psyche of a righteous man and how he stayed in tune with the Father. What did he say?
He said, I had fainted.
So he had a moment where the thought came up, the feeling came up. It was eating at him. It was disrupting. Or it tried. Keyword tried, right? Because thoughts flow through the brain all the time, but it's what you accept, right? Because it's simple, believe every word, right? So the thoughts pump in your brain all the time, but what are you going to cleave onto? What thought are you going to cleave onto? The godly reasoning or the ungodly reasoning? And and David is letting you know that a thought popped in his brain, basically. I had faith, unless what?
Unless I had believed to see the goodness of the Most High.
But what did he let you know? He did right in the instant. He latched, he cleaved, he hung onto, he hoped on the goodness of the Lord. He hoped to see the goodness of the Lord. That helped him fight his battle. The goodness that can come from serving the Father. That's what helped him push. He didn't submit. He didn't submit to his pains. He didn't submit to his trials, his tribulations. He said, I'm going to overcome them. I want to see the goodness. I want to see what happens on the other side of the road. When you overcome the demon, I want to see what it feels like to not submit to a demon and what the Lord do for you. That's what he's basically saying. Because that's the exercise we're going through right now, right? We've been exercising the spirit to where we're trying to learn how to what? Stay locked into the spirit and not give into the demon. Because then that will create a reason to be dismayed. But if we stay clean, if we're working on being cleaner and cleaner daily, yeah, you get strong and you have no reason to fear. And therefore you won't have no reason to be dismayed. And the enemy won't be able to do. The white man won't be able to get you no more. The bills. The white man won't be able to shroud you and create some sort of fear where you worried. Oh, crap, I gotta go do this guy. Hey, sad. You still got that job for me, bro? You still got that, you know what I mean? That bag? You ain't gotta panic to do stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm telling the truth, but they offer me a job $45 an hour in California. I gotta take care of my daughter. I gotta take care of my children. What you want me to do about it?
Yeah.
What's more valuable to you? Are you gonna submit to the situation? Let's say that. Are you gonna submit to the situation? Are you gonna submit to the physical pain? Or are you gonna submit to the spirit? Where is it gonna lead you? Because it led a righteous man to wanting to believe more and more. Read on.
In the land of the living.
Because he wanted to see it while he was living. He's basically saying, I don't want it the easy way. I want to work to see this. I want to see that. I want to know that I fought to see this in the land of the living. Not, oh, I'm in heaven, and then now the thorn on my side is gone. And I'm like, ooh, good. Because we know it don't work like that anyways. You got to fight this time anyways. You got to fight this time. Lord not going to give you a free pass. You don't get a bus ticket. You don't get a annual bus ticket to where now you got free pass for a year long. No.
Yeah, we definitely don't get a free pass because the scripture said if we suffer with him, we will also reign with him. Now, some of us online, sitting here in the building, actually do suffer physically. Some of us do have physical ailments, you know, that you gotta take medication for, that you gotta go to therapy and a doctor's visits. But go to. Did you finish? No. Oh, thanks.
What was the words?
Corinthians. This is what we've been quoting about.
Oh, 2 Corinthians 12:9. Somebody else can have that. You can put it over here. Hold it real quick for the car. Go ahead.
Verse 14. Wait on the Lord.
That's the part. That's the part. I didn't want to leave y'all without that part. He said who?
Wait on the Lord.
So, but David just gave you the psychological way on how to wait on the Lord in your mind, so that you can act it out in the flesh. He gave you the psyche of how to do it. Right? Go ahead.
Be of good courage.
He said, this is the spirit you let. You see how he said, neither be dismayed? The dismay makes you what? Be discouraged. But the allowing yourself to be encouraged by the Lord and learn to wait on him, it says be of good courage. So that's how I fight the pain. I gotta be of good courage that the wisdom of the Bible literally will give me the instruction on how to deal with this physical and spiritual ailment. I have to believe. Read.
And he shall strengthen thy heart.
He what?
He shall strengthen thine heart.
And then he will increase you where you're saying you can't get to this point or this level of strength. Literally. But it takes you walking. Literally tasting to see that the Lord is good. Trying the methods and that you get through counsel. Listening and shutting off the mind so that I can what? So that I can receive the wisdom. So that I can receive the godly counsel, but then see the fruits that come from it. Who don't want the fruits of their labor? Who don't want to see it? Right? We don't want to fight as one that beat the air. So, but, you know, we're going to go to that. But I'm going to let him get his scripture. We're finished where you at.
Wait, I say, on the Most High.
He's saying that like with a high level of confidence. Like, literally, bro, just wait. I guarantee you if you wait. That's what he's basically saying. I guarantee you if you wait on the Lord, he going to ease your pain. He going to wipe away your tears. He going to help you get away from that thought, right? That battle, that spirit, right? The lust. He going to help you. Just wait. Don't go off your first instinct. Right? You gonna wait. I know you got this battle in your mind. You're stressing the kids, the family, the this, the that. Don't go to that battle. Just wait on the Lord. That's literally what he's saying. Wait. Try to be courageous. Try to use the biblical method. Go talk to somebody. Go get around the brothers. Go get around the brothers. It's not just saying that for no reason. It's saying that because there's a benefit in that. What's the whole, like we talk about unity. There's no black unity in and there's no unity in the black community or the Israelite community, right? Well, what do you do? What does unification even look like? It looks like somebody that's sick getting around somebody that's strong so that they can be strengthened. Not just when it's convenient. Not just when that spirit don't have that much power over you, but more so when when it's trying to really claw you down and maw at you. So, but you can drop that. Go ahead. The Corinthians.
Come. 2 Corinthians chapter 9. Chapter 12, verse 9.
Yeah, read that.
And he said unto me, my grace is sufficient for thee.
What does that mean? What is he saying? He's saying this gift is sufficient for you to overcome your battle, overcome your infirmities, that physical infirmity, that spiritual battle. Because remember, the scripture says Christ suffered in all manners, right? He's not a high priest that didn't go through the things that we went through. He physically went through some infirmities that a lot of us, I know I couldn't. Imagine getting a spike put through your hand, right? And through the bones of your feet. That's a slow, some of y'all going through it now. That slow, agonizing pain. But Yahweh Shai went through that too. Yahweh Shai was mocked, ridiculed, hated. That's some of the things we go through now, right? Your family turning their back on your friends, right? Going through the financial ups and downs. They said he didn't have a place to lay his head. So he didn't suffer anything no different than what we suffer. What we're going through is not unique, but it's something that you have to go through in order to get the reward, in order to reign with him. So whatever level you're going through, this suffering, take it cheerfully. Understand that I'm doing like my big brother did. And I want to make sure I pass that test. I don't want this test to break me. God? Keep reading.
For my strength is made perfect in weakness.
He said, my what?
My strength is made perfect in weakness.
So those moments that we want to break, if we tap into the mind state of Yahweh Shai, that's where the strength is. We have to look at this Bible as the instructions. We have to look at it as the self-help. Not just something religious, something that we do once a week or how many times we're in class. It's the solution. It's the medicine. Take your medicine. Take your do your dieting, do your fasting, do your exercises. But you gotta get your mind, your spirit fed. You gotta heal that. You gotta medicate that so that you can get that strength, the same strength that Yahweh Shai had. Yahweh Shai didn't take. He didn't need a Percocet or one of those. I don't know these medicines. That wasn't his solution. His solution was resisting Satan. Yeah, so resist the weakness, right? And glory, keep reading.
Most gladly, therefore, would I rather glory in my infirmities.
Glory in infirmities. Understanding what? That when I overcome this the way Yahweh Shai did, now I can do what? I can give this experience to someone else. When there were sisters, I remember watching sisters during the Passover. You know, they were sitting long hours, you know, day after day sewing. And I know just sitting down all day, that could be a physical wear on your body. Just sitting there. And they moving, and their eyes have focus on the stitches. And, you know, it's like staring all day and being focused. And, you know, that's got to be where, I know they had to physically weigh down, but how were they able to overcome that? They had to be in the right spirit, the right mind state to say why they're doing this, why they're going through the suffering. They had to glory in that. They had to say, ooh, yeah, my leg is numb. Can't feel my leg. Wake up, leg. Wake up. They get up, they do their exercises, and they keep going. But they're going because they want to see how great their brothers, their husband, their children look in those garments. You see that? So they was able to be strong in the mind to overcome that physical. That was going to weigh on their body, and if it weighs on the body, what happens? You get to see the mind, right? They work hand in hand. So that's how we got to make sure we're fighting this the correct way. Read.
That the power of Christ may rest upon me.
Right. That's not nothing mystified. It's the power, the mental fortitude that Yahweh Shai had has got to rest in you. It's got to rest in you to say, yep, I got this ailment, but I'm keep pushing. Because people depend, they need to see the strength of Christ in me. My children, my husband, my sisters. Damn, man. You know what? I know what you're dealing with. I've seen your records. I've been to the doctor with you. But man, you're a strong sister.
Right.
You're a strong brother. Somebody's going to eat off of that. They can. It's very important.
Yeah. Fine. And that's right on point. You know, because even when you're saying that, there's a lot of athletes that always, you know, when they get to the league or whatever, the ESPN interview, and they were like, Brian, Mom, how'd you get through those times? They asked a little question or something like that, some deep question.
Yeah.
Well, I see my mama do it. She fought cancer.
Yeah.
And she would come home, she'd cook breakfast, and you know, she'd be feeling the aches and the pains, but I would never see it on her face. I always see her smiling.
Yeah.
Or their dad, they'd be like, my dad, he going through this battle, that battle, you know, dealing with this physical pain, that pain, but I always see him get up and smile. My mom, and if it's, let's say it's not physical, it's spiritual, right? You just dealing with poverty, day-to-day poverty, right? Like daily poverty issues. I've never seen my dad get upset. I've never seen this person do this or that. They was always consistent. They seen some consistency of courage, or to the level, you know, that they was able to do it in the world, right? And they seen that from that parent, that guardian, or that mentor that was in their life. And they ate off of that, literally. literally ate off of that. And they could literally see, like, looking at the situation, like, yeah, this person, how are they smiling, but they don't got this, they don't got that, they living like this, they in that situation. How's this person smiling and not losing their joy? Or not like panicking with the fact that they don't have all these things that the world say you're supposed to have, right? But your situation, your current situation don't prescribe it, right? And, well, it's the Spirit of the Lord. Here, we can say it's the Spirit of the Lord, right? We can definitely say it's the Spirit of the Lord. And we know a lot of those people was in Christianity, so to the degree that they was able to look at the verses and be like, I'm going to just believe in that, they applied that level of belief that they had to the degree that they could, right? But we have the words where we can surpass a degree. You see that? But have the fullness, exercise the fullness of the faith. So, but let's jump back to the reading. So this is the mindset that all the things that we just said, this is the mindset that the people are engaging in. So as you read the history, see yourself in the history and see where you would psychologically match up to where it needed to be. And you know, if it says something about a weakness, like damn, be real with yourself and say, I would probably have been that guy. I would probably been that girl or that sister. Alright? Let's be real so that we can get the medicine from the word. Alright, so let's read on.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 2. And thou shalt do to Ai and her king as thou didst unto Jericho and her king.
And just remember this too, verse 1 it says, it goes to expound to fear not, don't be dismayed, don't lose courage. It says, take all the people who are with thee and arise, go up to Ai, see I have given into thy hand the king of Ai and his people and his city and his land. So he's got the full instruction on what he got to do. All he got to do is what? Stick to the plan and be courageous. Stick to the plan. Be keen. Be keen. Be very keen to the instructions that he's been given, so that he can deal with the battle head forward, right? But that's us in our life. We get counsel. We get sit down. We talk. We open up the Bible from the minister, the counselor, the messenger that the Father put before you. At that moment, he gives you specific instructions. You're supposed to be keen on your part to make sure that you're listening like Joshua was listening. You see that? So, but go ahead.
Only spoil thereof, the cattle thereof, shall ye take for a prey unto yourselves. Lay thee in ambush for the city behind you. Verse 3. So Joshua arose, and all the people of war, to go up against Ai. And Joshua chose out of 30,000 mighty men of valor, and sent them away by night.
And that ain't just physical warriors, right? That ain't physical warriors. That's men that what? In their mind, they show themselves to be what? Mature in the spirit. So it's not just mighty men of valor, like, oh, the automatic picture that pops in the brain. They can pick up a sword, they're big and buff, they can move with a shield and a knife, or they don't move with the shield, they got their two knives in their hand, they cut dang bows before you hit them in the face. They ain't just talking about that. These men literally were spiritual men too. That's because that's what truly made them mighty. Because what does Proverbs say? He that ruleth his spirit. Hold on, let's just get it. Right, and we could just get that one just real quick. We will get that one real quick.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 32. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty.
Let everybody get that again.
Proverbs chapter 16, verse 32.
Everybody there? Go ahead.
He that is slow to anger.
He's that who?
Slow to anger is better.
You know why that part is so important? Because he's disciplined. So when they get an order from Joshua, right? Remember, they said they chose. So they're pointing out, they're handpicking these guys. Because these men are going to be men of discipline, right? They're not given to their fleshly desires, right? Chosen men, right? These men, choice. He understood that they were slow to anger, so they didn't want to try to gain glory of themselves. It was about the vainglory. Because in that, all these different things, all the battles that we deal with, that we know is contrary to the Father, can disrupt the war, can slow down our winning the war, right? And in this sense, it'll slow down you winning the war. Because why? What are we fighting for right now? To get into the kingdom. But Joshua knew he had to choose. He chose out 30,000 mighty men of valor. He wanted to make sure that these people were in the spirit and not out of the spirit, right? They could fight, but it was also slow to anger.
Is better than the mighty.
Because it's better than somebody that's so-called mighty. Because you can train this person that don't have the necessary skills that this person has to do it, because they're going to be disciplined enough and humble enough to what? Learn it. And that's the key thing about these men. So don't just look at it like, oh, just 30 mighty men. So you got to look at yourself and say, oh, you see, that's mine. Oh, this is mighty, strong. Ooh, we was mighty. Dang, we was like that. No, they fought their battles to become like that. They strove against sin unto death. Right? Remember, they physically there. But then they also have tap in the spirit, but also go through the spiritual battles. You check with the brother next to you. Make sure that it's in tune with the class. All right? That brother or that brother right there.
Write it down.
All right. But keep them there. Keep staying in tune with class. Go ahead. Oh, what you have, Monzero?
I was going to say I had one too in Proverbs.
Okay. Oh, that. About anger? About controlling your anger?
25 and 28.
Okay, hold that. Go ahead.
And he that ruleth his spirit.
That's the key. Go ahead.
Then he that taketh a city.
That's who Joshua wanted to go with him. He that can rule his spirit. A man that can rule his spirit. That's who they wanted around him. Men that can rule their spirit, because if he could rule their spirit, all the areas that they lack it in, they'll be disciplined enough to gain those attributes. Right? Like we was going over yesterday. The wise ones. The wise men, they had the oils. They was adding none to it. Right? They was trying to make their cup run over. But it was because they was seeing the benefits of what they were learning, and they were trying to what? Add to themselves. And that's what this disciplined man is going to do. A mighty man, he's for the hype of the moment. She's for the hype of the moment, right? But the Most High is like, lock in. And they like, okay, fine. But that's what Joshua wanted. But let's jump back. Go ahead. What you have, my girl? I think that's another one that's kind of saying the same thing.
Proverbs chapter 25, verse 28. He that hath no rule over his own spirit is like a city that is broken down and without walls.
Yeah, because you're going to break the ranks. You're going to cause the confusion. And yeah, you're going to break the ranks. You're going to cause the confusion. You're going to say, Joshua, no, Joshua, no. You're going to be in the back of the line yelling at Joshua. Joshua, you're wrong. You're wrong, Joshua. You were yelling from the back of the line. With the deepest voice. Right? With an Aaron voice. Right? But no, you can't be that way. Can't be that way. So they wanted mighty men that could rule their spirit better than somebody that could take a city. He can learn all those essentials. So let's jump back though. Go ahead to the reading.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 4. And he commanded them, saying, Behold, ye shall lie in wait against the city, even behind the city, though not very far from the city. But be ye all ready. And I and all the people that are with me will approach unto the city, and it shall come to pass when they come out against us, as at the first, that we will flee before them. Verse 6, for they will come out after us, till we have drawn them out from the city. For they will say, they flee before us, as at the first. Therefore, we will flee before them. Then ye shall rise up from the ambush and siege upon the city. For the Most High, your power, will deliver it unto your hand. And it shall be.
Yeah, and that, man, I wish I was catching it. But in verse 4 is cold. Because it says, like all the things we were just talking about. Controlling your spirit, having discipline, keeping the order, not breaking your ranks, right? And not thinking the know-it-all spirit, right? Not having that to where you're trying to break, you breaking rank, you're teaching the other men how to be out of order. Like, oh, is that okay? Is that right? No. But look at verse 4. He said, he commanded them, saying, behold, ye shall lie in wait against the city, even behind the city. He that can rule his spirit is better than he that can take a city. Why? Because he's able to be patient enough to wait on the Lord to do what? Fight for you. And you're not taking this, because vengeance is who? Vengeance is of the Lord. So we taking this city in the name of who?
The Lord.
The Lord, Yahweh Shai. I mean, Yahweh, right? Through Yahweh Shai, right? So we gotta understand that we have to wait. But if you're impatient, God, man, Joshua gotta wait for you. Yeah, all night, God. I gotta pee down. Shit, I ain't seen my river today. God, wait. God, okay. I ain't, no. Joshua must don't know. I got right. No. Right? You find every reason, right? But it's real though. You find every reason to break ranks. And I like how they say we find the perfect excuse. Keyword, perfect excuse. Because in your mind it's a valid reason why to break ranks. Why you did what you did in that moment. And we give ourselves the perfect excuse instead of just holding ourselves accountable. Right? And just accepting the fact that we did wrong. But understanding that we have to do what? We have to mature up. The maturity in you will allow you to lie wait. And wait for the direct order to come to say, what's up? Right? You gotta wait, but you gotta listen. You gotta be keen to listening. Imagine, we talk about listening now, where we're not in physical war. But imagine if you ain't listening when you was in war, and you like, bro! You lift your head up the dughill, wow! That's the physical war. For not listening. And that's instant. You didn't know they had a cold sniper in that tower. Right? He was trained with that bow when he was 3. His dad had him just playing with it. Literally though. And then now he became a cold sniper, but he's your enemy. But your pride lifted you up. Oh! Now you sleep. Now we sleep. Because we didn't listen. Right? But in this time, fast forward to our time when you don't listen, what? Car accident? Car crash? Stress? Anxiety? Worry? Frustration? Doubt? Concerns? Things ain't functioning orderly at the house, right? Bills behind, right? Because why? Decision makings, judgments, right? Our faults. Our fault, right? Shame on us for not listening to the Lord.
I was about to say, the Most High tells us in Deuteronomy 20, if you got all these things that you're worried about when you coming forth to war, just go back home.
Oh, yeah. That's in the law. Yeah. So, but I just wanted to point that out. I think that I was reading, but this is okay.
Yeah, I just want to real quick. The brother asked about where is the city of AI, and I'm going through it real quick. Again, scholars, make sure you get your tools, right? The city of AI, when you Google it, it says it's in Palestine. What's going on in the news today? You see that? You got these 2 nations fighting over territory that doesn't belong to them. Y'all see that? So yeah, it's great. It's right on point that the brother asked the question. Because it's not in the book, but just using the references, it will be north of Jerusalem. It will be in modern day what they call the West Bank, which is the territory of the Palestinians today. Right. So with all of that actions going on, that's our land. But good question though.
Right. So, let's go back to the reading. Oh, wow. Okay, my bad. It says, even behind the city, go not very far from the city, but be ye all ready. That means you had to listen. That means you had to be like breaking yourself down spiritually to get to a point where now you're this warrior in the war. You were chosen to be in the war. To where now you can actually, those words hold value. Because if we were to be reading those words and we see those words as valuable now because we're reading the story. Right? But imagine the man in the moment standing there next to you. Yeah. We're going to lie wait in the city, but we're not going to go very far from the city. Just be ready. Person walks away, what are you going to do? Oh, I just needed to go use the bathroom. I didn't think that, there was two brothers right there, so I just had to go use the bathroom. I didn't think nothing of myself. I thought it was cool because the bathroom was right there. The brothers was right there. Two brothers was right there, so I thought it was cool. I go to the bathroom right there. In that same instance right there, somebody can take that very lightly. But then that could have been the moment where they needed you to be ready, right? They needed 3 men whatever it needed to be done. They needed that 3 men right there. I'm just using that as an example, right? 3 men. Whatever it may be. But because you left, you what? You messed up the whole plan. You broke ranks. 2 people could die. Right? At that time, but it's a slow death at this time. And that's what makes this moment, this scripture, this story so important. This instance that's being brought up so important about slowing down. Slowing down in the midst of your battle. Slowing down in the midst of situations you're thinking. So that you can what? Prevent your death and somebody else's. You see that? Slow down and think before you say something rash. Slow down and think, okay, am I saying this out of emotion? Am I saying this because I just want to say it, I just want to release this pressure off my chest and I don't know how to deal with the pressure and I don't know how to stay composed enough to wait to where I can get the chance to speak and he speak and I speak and we speak, right? Or I just want to do what? Be rash. Most High said keep our foot. Because if we don't keep our foot, we can get destroyed, obliterated. Right? So, yeah, say, be ye ready. With me will approach unto the city. Oh, see? And I, and all the people that are with me, will approach unto the city. But imagine you ain't paying attention to instructions. He said, I. So that means Joshua has to be there. And all the other brothers, the 30,000 mighty men, have to be there. Will approach them to the city. It should come to pass when they come out against us. When they come out against us. Now you see a head and you're like, ooh, get them. Right. They got to come out against you. Instructions. As at the first, that we will flee before them. What you talking about? Run, Joshua? That's scary. Bro, see how I can't hear him with scary cats, man? That's what Jay said today. But they don't see that that's a war tactic. They don't see that's a war tactic to distract. Strategy. That's guerrilla warfare. Yeah, right on point. Go ahead, from where you was at, though.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 8. And it shall be, when ye have taken the city, that ye shall set the city on fire. According to the commandment of the Most High shall ye do.
Boom. So that means that everything that was said above that, we gotta what? Make sure we was keen to knowing what was being told to us to do. So that we don't make rash moves. Read.
See, I have commanded you. Joshua therefore sent them forth, and they went to lie in ambush and abode between Bethel and Ai, and on the west side of Ai. But Joshua lodged that night among the people, and Joshua rose up early in the morning and numbered the people, and went up, and he and the elders of Israel before the people before the people to Ai. And all the people, even the people of war that were with him, went up and drew nigh and came before the city and pitched on the north side of Ai.
Alright. Y'all see what's happened right there in verse 11? They heard it, they got the instruction, and what they do? They follow orders. Joshua followed orders, they follow orders. Right? And what's the fundamental verse we like to use when it comes to that? Setting. I want to see if y'all thinking about it. Go ahead.
1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 22. And Samuel said, hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices, as in obeying the voice of the Lord?
Definite. That's right on point though. We're going to stick with that. Right? The Most High wants us to be obedient. So what we're seeing is over here is acts of obedience. The leader was obedient, which therefore the subordinates were, or what? Obedient. And what scripture does that go with? Well, go ahead,
Behold, to obey is better than sacrifice.
To obey is better than sacrifice. But the Most High wants you to hold your peace. You don't understand, you just think you know, you just think you know, you just think you know. Right? The Most High said, we're supposed to hold our peace. But it's so important that we hold our peace because we don't want to put ourselves in dangerous situations. Right? Look how many situations we don't put ourselves in with just the nations. So many different things, that we could have avoided. Trouble, anguish, right? But because we have these vices, right? And they live off of vice, they enjoy vice. We what? We fell to them. And they caught us in the midst of our weakness. So, you got that, Pastor?
Con.
No, it's not in the Bible.
Oh, okay.
I just got it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have the precept, sir.
No, what you guys think, man?
I had Psalms.
Psalms?
51 and 16. Thou desires not sacrifice?
No.
Okay.
Ecclesiastes 10:1. And you.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 1.
Go ahead.
A wise judge will instruct his people.
Right. So Joshua's literally acting out this. He's instructed his people. Read.
In the government of a prudent man.
And what was Joshua? Prudent. He was disciplined. He was diligent. And what he did, read.
Is well ordered.
And is well ordered. So then what happened? We read about him being given the instruction by the Most High. Right? Him telling the people what to do, what not to do, and what did we see all of them do? Act it out. So, what is that showing us? Because you're a leader in your house now, for married men, right? And you're a brother that's in the ministry, you're saying, oh, well, I'm learning how to be this leader, to fall in love with the ministry, with the brothers and sisters in the body of Christ. So, what am I supposed to be gaining from this example that Joshua laid down? He followed orders, because he allowed himself to be taught.
Right.
And then now he's able to be king. Because he broke off himself from his will, he's able to be king to the important and all the instruction that the Father has given to him as far as how to change. Right? And how to make moves, and how to make decisions. Because now he's breaking himself off from the things that's causing him that could have caused him to glitch. You see that? And now he's doing what? Able to be disciplined, prudent, and everything's well ordered to where the 30,000 men were what? Well ordered and moving in an orderly fashion. Right? Because they were following his example. Read.
As the judge of the people is himself, so are his officers.
Bam. And those 30,000 men was what? Mighty men of valor. Not just because they could swing a sword, but because they was literally moving in the spirit of the Most High. Because they seen that him following the instructions of the Most High. So all those things play a role and a factor, right? Oh, let me see. Yeah. Oh, should tell you about the wet thing. But let's jump back. Yeah. But that was, we got the point out of that. As the leaders to his officers. So what they see Joshua doing, they did. Damn, Joshua was following Moses. Oh, excuse me. They see Joshua following Moses, who was the man that the Most High exalted. So they're like, okay, he got good qualities in him, right? Qualities that a godly man is supposed to have in him. Let me follow and let me apply it, right? And that's what his example ended up being the example that his men followed. So, but let's jump back. Go ahead.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 11, from the top. And all the people, even the people of war that were with him, went up and drew nigh, and came before the city, and pitched on the north side of Ai. Now there was a valley between them and Ai. Verse 12. And he took about 5,000 men, and set them to lie in ambush between Bethel and Ai, and on the west side of the city. And when they had set the people, even all the host that was on the north of the city, and their liers in wait on the west side, on the west of the city, Joshua went that night to the midst of the valley. And it came to pass, when the king of Ai saw it, that they hasted and rose up early, and the men of the city went out against Israel to battle, he and all his people at the time appointed before the plain. But he wist not that there were liars in ambush against him behind the city. And Joshua and all Israel made.
Look up that word. Liers.
Which word?
Liers.
Rear guard.
Lurk. There was lurking, lying in wait. So to liers means to like that there were men lying in wait basically for the ambush. That's what liers like. Huh? No, it says how do you say it? Basically like to lurk. It's basically lurking. Yeah. I think it's like liers. Let me see the pronunciation. Well, go ahead, read on. We'll see that.
Verse 15. And Joshua and all Israel made as if they were beaten before them, and fled by the way of the wilderness. And all the people.
Yeah, it's lier. So it's not liar, it's lier. And obviously you gotta ask liers. So it's separated the L-I and the E-R. And you say lier. Yeah, so liers. That there were liers in ambush against him behind the city. Go ahead.
Verse 16. And all the people that were in Ai were called together to pursue after them. And they pursued after Joshua, and were drawn away from the city. And there was not a man left in Ai.
Okay, go ahead.
Or Bethel, that went not out after Israel.
Do y'all see where and what moment, as we read the passage of them going through this, that they could have been dismayed? Because that's where you're able to capture the substance from the story on how you can, practice and exercise this in your life wherever you can become dismayed. Because that's a key point in the story. Did y'all catch it? Well, it was right there where it said AI. They could have got dismayed by AI and his men coming after them. Right at that point. By the sight of those men coming after them. And then they're having to play this role of what? Because that can think about it in reality. Like Think about running away. Like, that to the natural man, in their mind, think about somebody that's not locked in. In their mind, that's weak. That's like, I'm scared. That's like, I'm vulnerable. I don't got the upper hand. And if you panic into all those thoughts, you being dismayed by all those thoughts, that's weak. Why y'all running away? Y'all the children of Israel. Why don't y'all just go at them, head straight, head forward? And then that can play on a person's mind. And with that play on your mind, that can dismay you. That can make you feel discouraged. And you can get weak-hearted. They could have got weak-hearted in that moment. Because think about it. The Lord verbalized it to Joshua that, yes, I'm with you. Don't be fearful. Don't be dismayed. But then they also had, they weren't in the moment just yet to where they had to exercise that not fearing and not being discouraged. So they had to walk through it to actually be able to see. They had to gain the experience. They had to go through the experience, the trial, to be able to see that how not to fear, how not to be dismayed. But this was a moment for them to be dismayed. Like, we running away, our backs is turned against us. We lying in a field. We're in a vulnerable position. We could be destroyed by them. What if they onto us? What if they realize it's an ambush?
How we know this going to work? Because this is something new.
Yeah.
This is the first time. This is a new war tactic that they're doing. So if you had that doubtful, that doubtful spirit, you second guessing, and all of those spirits would jump on everybody else. And like the brother brought out, that's against the law. You wasn't supposed to bring that fearful man to war, right? Because they were supposed to have this faith, not faith in man, but faith in the Most High. And that's what had to be exercised in this moment. You telling us to do something we've never done. You telling us to like what you say, like play possum or play coy. We're running, right? But what if we running? That doesn't work, and they kill us. Or that's where that defiled mind could go. You know what I mean? But to the pure mind, they want to follow. They want to, like the other scripture, keep the ordinances as they were given. Right. This is what Joshua was saying. We clearly see the Most High is with Joshua. We clearly see the Most High was with Moses, who he learned from. So why do we fear? Now, we don't see it, but faith is the substance of things what? Hope for. And the evidence of things not seen. You see that? So it's application of all these scriptures that we quote. That was the moment they did it in the war. What's your war? What's your moment?
Yeah.
When do you gotta go through the ambush and do something that you're not used to doing?
Right.
That's how we gotta now use these stories. Right. We use these stories for our learning, for our experiences.
Right.
Oh, it's tilted? Oh, okay. That's good. But you gotta see that, in that, the Most High is trying to show us in that instance, in that moment. Look at our lives. He just said it, right? Look at your life. What's your instance? What's your moment? And is it the family situation? Is it the family dynamic? Right? Is it the lust dynamic for you? Is it the fornication dynamic? Right? Is it the lying dynamic? Is it the I don't want to teach my rib dynamic? Or is it the I don't want to put off the old man? Like whatever it may be. You look at your dynamic and you think about the method that you hearing that was given to you, or that you either asked for, right? And you say, yeah, I've never been in this situation. Just apply. Don't be dismayed. See what they did when they applied. And they didn't allow themselves to be dismayed. That's the substance, that's just the lesson you should be gaining from this. And look at Joshua actually stepping into the leadership role. He's not being dismayed. But why is he able to be that way? Because he's keeping his hands clean. That's a key point too. We gotta keep our hands clean, and then as we get cleaner and cleaner, keep getting clean, so that we can stay bold in the spirit of the Most High. Not a worldly boldness, but in the spirit of the Most High, where there's order, there's decency, there's order. Because that's where the growth is. But let's go back. Let's go back.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 17. And there was not a man left in Ai or Bethel that went not after Israel. and they left the city open.
Look at that. Look at that. The Lord. Right? What's that in Maccabees? Standing nine in the multitude of a host.
Colin, 1 Maccabees chapter 3, verse 19.
Yeah, time. Yep.
Colin, for the victory of battle.
So what?
For the victory of battle.
You gotta read that loud for me.
Colin, for the victory of battle.
Come. Go ahead.
Standeth not in the multitude of an host.
You see that? The victory of the battle don't stand in the multitude of a host. It is stand in the multitude of 30,000 men. It stood in the multitude of 30,000 men that were disciplined and in order. That were breaking their spirits so that they could maintain their ranks. Right? And that's where the victory was at. The humility. Like we go to we read it all the time, right? Psalms 133. But finish where you at. For the victory of the battle, read.
God standeth not in the multitude of an host.
It stand not in the multitude of a host. Go ahead.
But strength cometh from heaven.
Strength come from where?
From heaven.
Strength come from where?
From heaven.
It comes from heaven. Strength comes from heaven. Really think about that. So that means my physical pain, we said it earlier, my physical pain, my spiritual pain. If I want to get strong, I got to seek strength from where?
From heaven.
No. I got to get angry with my husband. I got to get angry with the brothers and sisters.
From heaven.
I got to seek strength from heaven.
From heaven.
No, I got to seek strength from heaven. I can't get weak because something's disturbing my peace. Something's not playing out the way I wanted it to. I can't get weak. You made a bad decision. You messed up. You fell short. You did something that you weren't supposed to. I can't get weak. I can't get discouraged. But I got to go now understand what it really means to win a battle. I win the battle when I seek strength from where?
From heaven.
Seek the strength from heaven. Read the other verse.
You said Psalms 133?
Come. And Psalm 133 and the last portion of that 133. It's verse 3.
Psalm chapter 133, verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
As the dew of Hermon, and as the dew of that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Read verse 1.
Verse 1.
This is where it's commanded. Read.
Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity.
How good and how pleasant it is for 30,000 men to be in unity. For 5,000 of them to split off and not be like, but y'all got 25,000. We 5,000 in the liars by ourselves. No, the victory comes when you have strength, when you seek your strength from heaven. Discipline, order, respect for the scriptures, obeisance to the way that the Most High wants us to move. What you have, Alex? You drop that one.
Precept.
Go ahead.
1 Corinthians chapter 1 and verse 10.
Come.
Now I beseech you, brethren, by the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, that ye all speak.
By the name of our who?
By the Lord Jesus Christ.
So that means, be ye followers of me, as I also am of Christ. Read.
That ye all speak the same thing.
That we all who?
Speak the same thing.
And if we speak the same thing, what's going on internally? We're in the same mind. We're in agreement. We're in that one mind. Read.
And that there be no divisions among you.
So we have to clear out all the confusion. You got something in your mind? Something that you don't understand? Ask. Get the clarity. Somebody offended you? Or you felt you was offended? Or you heard something? You felt like when somebody corrected you, you didn't understand the correction? Talk about it. So that you can be clear, so that we can have no divisions amongst us. Right? So that we can all be obeisance to the same laws, statutes, and commandments, and being at one mind, and literally do what? Serve the Father with our whole heart. Read on.
But that ye be perfectly joined together.
That means a what?
Be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment.
Because why? For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life, forevermore. That means that our lifespan is contingent on our unity and how in depth it is. You see that? Our love and our sacrifice, how in depth it is our lifespan is based off of that. So we have to what? Increase and fight and sacrifice more and more. Well, let's go back to reading.
Joshua chapter 8 and verse 17, last precept. And pursued after Israel. Verse 18. And the Most High said unto Joshua, stretch out the spear that is in thy hand toward Ai, for I will give it into thine hand. And Joshua stretched out the spear that he had in his hand toward the city. And the ambush arose quickly out of their place, and they ran as soon as he had stretched out his hand. And they entered into the city, and took it, and hasted, and set the city on fire. And when the men of Ai looked behind them, they saw, and behold, the smoke of the city ascending up into heaven. And they had no power to flee this way or that way. And the people that fled into the wilderness turned back upon the pursuers.
Think about that. The Lord did that. The Lord fought. We didn't do none of that. We just followed what? The manuscript. You just follow the manuscript and you live. You don't follow the manuscript and you suffer or die. Right? Read.
Verse 21. And when Joshua and all Israel saw that the ambush had taken the city, and that the smoke of the city ascended, they turned again and slew the men of Ai.
Wow. Yeah. That's your portion. So we're going to get the next reading, but we see that the Lord just did all that. He destroyed the nations. Alright? For you. He said, hold your peace, I'm going to fight for you.
Matazora, Shabbat Yehuda, Ban Yashala.
Matazora, Sabbath, Yehuda, Ban Yashala. Min Israel, Imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatah.
So this is the second reader. So this is Joshua chapter 8, verses 22. So the second reader is going to read Joshua chapter 8, verses 22, all the way to Joshua chapter 9, verse 7. So the second reader is reading Joshua chapter 8, verse 22, all the way through Joshua chapter 9 and verse 7. All right? So, everybody there?
All right.
All right, let's go on.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 22. And the other issued out of the city against them. So they were in the midst of Israel, some on this side and some on that side, and they smote them, so that they let none of them remain or escape. And the king of Ai, yeah. Yeah, just look for it. And the king of Ai they took alive and brought him to Joshua. And it came to pass when Israel had made.
I want to share this one. We always go to Deuteronomy 28. We obviously the curses, but look, we go to Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse. Where it is? Where is it? Uh-huh. Oh, yeah, 7 ways. Oh, Deuteronomy 28, verse 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 7.
That happened right there in that moment. But it'll be happening pretty soon now, right? But we gotta just do what? All we gotta do is just clean ourselves up. Clean ourselves up. But this is what happened during Joshua's time right here. This was what was applied. Go ahead.
The Lord shall cause thine enemies that rise up against thee to be smitten before thy face.
What they do? They chase after us, right? But what happened to them? They were smitten right in front of your face. And what happened? Read.
They shall come out against thee one way.
They did what?
Come out against thee one way.
When they say all the men of the city came out. They pursued them. Remember, it's not a story. This is history. This is historical evidence of something that transpired with your people. Our people, right? When they what? When they stood with the Lord. When they was in the mind that strength comes from heaven. When they understood that the victory of the battle don't stand in a multitude of hosts. So that means what? When you don't judge by the sight of your eyes, neither by the hearing of your ears, then the Most High can fight for you because you're doing what? A righteous man considered all things. Right? You're looking for the spiritual lesson. You're looking for what's the thing that needs to be applied at that moment. But you're also asking. Right? You're also asking. Necessary patience in seeking the Lord is better than he that leadeth his life without a guide. You see that? And when you do it that way, and you wait on the Lord, your enemy's going to do what?
And flee before these 7 ways.
They're going to flee before you 7 ways. They ain't going to know what to do. They're going to be dismayed. They're going to be in a disarray, and they're going to be dismayed. Because why? Why? You trusted in the Lord. The Lord said, I'm going to protect you. The services of our power of the Most High is to you. So he wants to what? Shield you, protect you, watch over you, right? Guide you, strengthen you, right? The prayer that we pray when we pray the numbers 6 and 24 through 26. All right, the Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make you. He make his face to shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord turn his face towards you. Not away from us, but towards you. And give you peace. You know, look, give you. I mean, I'm the one that brings it. He literally gave them peace from the enemies right there, smitten them before them. Because why? We was what? Staying locked into the Most High. So we got to see that that's important. But let's jump back.
Come.
Just want to throw that in there.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 24. And it came to pass, when Israel had made an end of slaying all the inhabitants of Ai in the field, in the wilderness, wherein they chased them, and when they were all fallen on the edge of the sword, until they were consumed, that all the Israelites returned unto Ai and smote it with the edge of the sword. And so it was that all that fell that day, both of men and women, were 12,000, even all the men of Ai. For Joshua drew not his hand back, wherewith he stretched out the spear, until he had utterly destroyed all the inhabitants of Ai. Only the cattle and the spoil of the city Israel took for a prey unto themselves, according unto the word of the Lord, which he commanded Joshua.
So that means you what? He didn't deviate from his orders. He didn't deviate from the task. But he didn't deviate from the task or the orders that the Most High gave him. He stuck to what he was told to do. He stuck to it. And he did it faithfully. He did it with his full heart, his full mind. And look at that. 12,000 were destroyed, but it didn't take them having to use all the men, right? It took them just using a strategy, luring them out, destroying them, then going to do what? Destroy the rest. So what there was like, that's called, when you look at it, when you break it down, that's called efficiency. Like, I'm not gonna just like Y'all gonna go in, do the job, get in, get out, come to get what you come to get, go home. The end. Not like Esau, you just, you got a damn chopped off head, and you like, it drip blood going in your mouth. What did Esau do? Like, damn, you on a hunting trip, you shoot the damn bear, or they shoot whatever animal, they take the liver, they be like, I dare you to bite the liver. Bite the liver. Doing something weird, right? But you what? You won, you saw, you came, you conquered. Right? We say that in sports, right? We came, we saw, we conquered. But, right? In football, right? Go ahead.
Verse 28. And Joshua burnt Ai.
He what?
And Joshua burnt Ai.
Most High ain't playing with the nations. Yeah, he's not playing with everybody, man. Read.
And made it an heap forever, even a desolation unto this day. And the king of Ai, he hung on a tree until
Even time.
Eden.
Even time.
Even time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's in the law. That's in the law. Get that. Deuteronomy 21. Deuteronomy 21 and 22.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 22.
Start at 22. Yeah.
Verse 22.
22 and 23. Go ahead.
And if a man have committed a sin worthy of death, and he be to be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree.
Now remember, the Most High gave us the promised land, our inheritance, right? Because those original inhabitants, those people that were there, what were they doing? What sin were they committing? Well, if you got everything, what? Go ahead, say what? Say it loud.
Idolatry.
They were committing idolatry. Yeah. They were doing everything but idolatry. Right? And that's why the Most High would tell us there were certain cities we had to go to that we didn't take no spoils. Right? We didn't take nothing. Killed everything, even the cattle. Some cities, yeah, you could take some things. But these nations were idolatry. They were idolatrous nations, right? So that was worthy to be put to death, right? And if you hung them, what would happen? Verse 23.
His body shall not remain all night upon the tree, but thou shalt in any wise bury him that day. For he that is hanged is accursed of the Most High, that thy land be not defiled, which the Most High thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
Right. There wasn't no emotion. This wasn't an emotional thing. This was you transgress the law, there's a punishment. We're not going to make an example like we are going to what the Romans, the Greeks, their form of punishment was, one of their forms was crucifixion. And they would leave your body up there to it rotting. And they would line the streets. You going into the city, you would see, wow, look at all these guys. They must have played. They trying to strike this intimidation. And nah, that's defiled. The Most High, you didn't commit a sin, that was the punishment, you bury your body. Y'all see that? But look how the nations did. Look how the Greeks, look how the Romans did. They want to do things opposite. That's why there's a judgment coming on them. Who is who? Modern day America. They are the modern day Romans, right? The Greco-Roman Empire. Yeah. But yeah, that's in the law. So you can go back.
Oh, God. So just start from the top or? Okay. God. And as soon as the sun was down, Joshua commanded that they should take his carcass down from the tree and cast it at the entering of the gate of the city, and raise thereon a great heap of stones that remained unto this day. Then Joshua built an altar unto the Lord God of Israel in Mount Ebal, as Moses the servant of the Lord commanded the children of Israel. As it is written in the book of the law of Moses, an altar of whole stones. over which no man hath lifted up any idol. And they offered thereon burnt offerings unto the Lord, and sacrificed peace offerings. And he wrote there, and he wrote there upon the stones a copy of the law of Moses, which he wrote in the presence of the children of Israel. And all Israel and the elders and officers and their judges stood on this side the ark, and on that side before the priests the Levites, which bear the ark of the covenant of the Lord, as well the stranger as he that was born amongst them, half of them over against Mount Gershom, and half of them over against Mount Ebal, as Moses, the servant of the Lord, had commanded before, that they should bless the people of Israel. And
right. You know, Joshua was doing with himself first, keeping himself, you know, on point to the standard. Because even when you read verse 29, it says Joshua commanded that they take the carcass down from the tree. Obviously, he knew that was the law. So he was sticking to the law. And then, you know, he would make sure that he uphold his duty, right? First to him keeping the law, and also being an example to the people. You know, understanding that, think about it right now, he's going into the new leadership. Israelites back then, no different from Israelites today, right? Imagine if he would do that at that moment, and it had slipped his mind, or he just, like, for whatever reason, didn't do it at that time, right? What would the people be thinking? What would the people be thinking? Huh? Yeah, stand up and say it.
Oh, that's okay to do that?
Not that. They were looking at it like, Joshua, you off. And the ones that were on that mode would be doing that exactly. But they were like, Joshua, you off. You ain't the leader. I don't know why the Most High chose you. Did the Most High even really choose you? They'd be quick to do that. But so Joshua understood that, but for the most part, he also wanted to do righteousness. That was his first mind. Wanted to just stay righteous, do righteous. But he also understood that the people were watching. Moses pre-gamed him, right? The Most High pre-gamed him. And he what? He know that he had to stay committed to the duty. He couldn't be ignorant of anything small or of a great man. So he made sure that he would show the people the example in that moment. On top of reiterating everything that Moses, you know, wrote down as far as the laws. And it's going to go on to say that.
Yeah, because if he did it, it'd be just like what they do today. Oh, okay, that was the law of Moses. That's done away with. Moses is dead now. So now we don't have to follow those things anymore. But isn't that why people being plagued outside? You know, outside of the truth? It's because they have leaders who don't keep the ordinances, right? Who don't follow, like faithful men, right? They make up their own interpretation. And now without any rules, without any laws, without God's laws, without these statutes, our people are going toward curses. I see that. So it's very important as a leader that you keep the importance of your example in the forefront of your mind. Whether you're a husband, a wife, you know, you got siblings, you got brothers and sisters, be conscious. Like my example matters because my little brother is watching me, right? My little sister is watching me, right?
Go ahead, Master.
Joshua chapter 8, verse 34. And afterward he read all the words of the law, the blessings and curses, according to all that is written in the book of the law.
Keep it in the forefront of their mind and his mind. Read.
There was not a word of all that Moses commanded, which Joshua read not before all the congregation of Israel.
Why? Because he understood. Joshua literally understood that he didn't want to forget himself right? So that, because you know what idleness do, idleness teach much evil. So he understood that, and he didn't want to get lost in that himself. Excuse me. He didn't want to get lost in that himself, right? Too much, well, let's go to it. It's in Ecclesiastes, too much slothfulness. It's right. It's right. Because this is what Joshua understood, and this is what he was trying to watch himself for. But this is what, you know, like it says, hold on. It says Joshua was walking in the Spirit of the Most High. But this is what kept him walking in the Spirit. You know, him holding to the standard and not giving into this Spirit. Hold on. Let me get that. Watch you. Wow. Oh, come on, yeah. Ecclesiastes in the Bible, 10 and 18.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 18.
Come on.
By much slothfulness, the building decayed.
That's what that's what Joshua understood. So if he'd have deviated and slowed down and, you know, lessened the way that it was instructed for him to do it, and how he seen Moses do it, if he wasn't following, he would have deviated, which would have made the building what?
Decayed.
He would have made the building decay. The building what? The people. Right? The items would have been rusty. The gold would have been rusty. The silver would have been rusty. The dang tabernacle would have been ripped. The cloth would have been ripped. Everything would have been shredded. The kids would have been stumping on it. Babies bombing it. Right? Things would have been messed up. And being that he understood that, he said, no, I'm going to make sure I do everything that I see Moses do. Because I know that Moses was a man walking in the Spirit of the Most High. So I'm going to stick to the same way he did it. Read. To the simplicity in Christ.
And through idleness of the hands, the house dropping through.
Right. So the spirit that he started with, he was like, I got to continue on that. And I got to hold on to the things that made me push forward. The humility, the consideration, the ability to receive correction, the listening, right? Not just receiving the word none with joy, but like understanding that I have to get this correction. I have to literally stand here by Moses. That's the strength. And get this strong correction, this firm correction from Moses, so that I can become a new man. I can become new. So, because everything that's old about me is literally destructive.
Yeah.
That's murder. You know how that little guy that was on trial for death, YW Melody? I got murder on my mind. Yeah, he's a young dude. Yeah, he got a song where he literally said, I got murder on my mind. He said, I got murder on my mind. But when you lust it, you don't realize that that's murder on your mind. Right? When you lie, that's murder on your mind. Right? When you being slothful, that's murder on your mind. Right? It's real. But it's literally murder on your mind. Because we doing what it says, the end thereof are the ways of death. Right? There's a way that seems right to a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. All those things lead us to death. Right? Bad judgment. That's murder on your mind. You're literally murdering yourself, and you can murder somebody around you. Right? You're suicidal. That leads you to be doing suicide. That's suicide. That's spiritual suicide. And then that'll lead you to doing what? Harming somebody around you. Right? Because they trying to stop you. But you like, no, bah. Right? Yeah. It's spiritual suicide. Because then what? How do you do this? Bah. What do the spirits do? They look like frogs. So we have to bind up our spirit so that the spirit can't use us as a host to come in and defile everybody. And defile our brothers and sisters, our children, our families. Was it somebody had a question?
The sister had a question online. Shalom. With Proverbs 4:25 through 27 go with how Joshua did all what the Most High commanded him. We just read that Joshua 8:27. She wants to go. So read that Proverbs, Ash, and Ashley.
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 25. Let thine eyes look right on, and let thy eyelids look straight before thee. Ponder the path of thy feet, and let all thy ways be established.
Right, ponder means consider, think upon. And as a leader, he had to. He had to think upon all the moments when he was under the tutelage of Moses. And remember how, even though the people were murmuring against him, when Moses stayed locked in and did what the Most High instructed him, how was that profitable to him? Wow. But he also had that one moment when Moses let the murmuring of the people affect him. And what that, what the consequence of that was. Joshua definitely, perfect scripture. He had to consider, he had to ponder upon his actions as a leader and understand it as the people, as we pulled it earlier, as a judge is, so it is officer. Right? What kind of spirit did he want to be passed down through this nation who's already shown how temperamental, unfaithful they can be? Right? If he showed that moment of weakness, that gives him an excuse. But it's no different as a father. It's no different as a mother, a brother, right? Because they look at, people attach themselves to weakness. Think about when you're in the gym. It's easier to work out with the person that don't want to push, right? You can go in there and gas yourself up like, yeah, great workout. But then when you see that person that's really, that personal trainer, that person that's trying to push you above and beyond, right? You like, nah, I don't want to. What day you work out with Tom? You avoid that person. You ain't trying to link up with that person. You want the easy way, right? That's what our people would prefer. They don't want to push past that uncomfortability. But that's where the growth is at. You gotta go through that uncomfortable moment to see how strong you really are. But see, Joshua's in the moment right now. And he pondered on, okay, if I stay strong, right, and stay locked in, there's a benefit. If I give in, there's a consequence. Yeah, keep reading.
Verse 27. Turn not to the right hand, nor to the left. Remove thy foot from evil.
Remove thy foot from that weakness, from that temptation, from the doubt, from the fear, from the slothfulness. You see that?
Yeah. You say remove that feet from where?
Remove thy foot from evil.
Man, that hit me when you hear it. That hits you when you hear it because Lakai's favorite verse in Ecclesiastes 7 say in verse 1 it says, do no evil. Y'all can write that one down. It says, do no evil and no harm shall come to you. You don't have no worries. You don't have no reason to worry. And hearing that and what we're going over with the class, as far as the Sabbath reading with Joshua walking in the Spirit, we're like literally dissecting how this man was able to stay in the Spirit of the Lord while doing a new task, right? Doing a new task, having to watch over the people, communicate with the Lord, be keen to what the Lord just told him, do what he see Moses did when he's just physically there, right? When I say physically there, I mean like he's not having a conversation with the Lord right now. It's him actually having to go act out the duty. Like, and all that in one. How was he able to do that? Putting his feet away from evil. So that he can continuously walk in the Spirit. So that he don't fulfill the lust of the flesh. Let's get down with you. Let's get down with that. Yeah, just kind of go along with the scripture that she pulled, because it's right on point. Go to that Ecclesiastes 7:1, somebody. All right, let's read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 1. Do no evil.
You know what?
Do no evil.
And evil, we like, something defiled, detestable. Yes. But let's look up the word evil. Man, I had a dope definition for evil a while back. Oh, here it is. I found it. It says, evil. It says, having bad qualities of a moral kind. Right? But then look at this one. This is the one I was looking for. It says, oh, I got two of them. It says, moral evil is any deviation of a moral agent. I mean, moral agent. We're supposed to be moral agent, ambassadors for Christ. Right? Servants, judges for the Most High. Right? It says, any deviation. That means when you do anything that's contrary to a biblical standard or requirement. He says, like counsel over fair enterprise, you deviate from that, what comes with that? I'm going to show you. I'm going to try to read these definitions together. Y'all can catch this truck. Do no evil, no harm shall come to you. So this definition says, moral evil is any deviation of a moral agent, right? From the rules of conduct. And then there's another definition of evil, right? It says, evil is natural or moral. And we know he's not supposed to tap into it. That carnal man, though. It's using the word natural, but talking about that carnal man. That fleshly desire, right? Pulling at you, gnawing at you. It says, or moral, right? But look at it. It says, natural evil, and it goes to explain, is anything which produces pain, distress, loss, or calamity, or which in any way disturbs the peace. So this is the result of you giving into your flesh. So scripture, they say natural evil, but the scriptures say fleshly desires. Right? The scriptures say weak nature, moral thoughts, right? Mortal men. So they're saying natural evil. But when you operate under the spirit of a natural man, that means you're bound to obtain pain. But it said do no evil, and you won't have to deal with pain, distress, loss, calamity, or in any which way disturb the peace. Right? Because think about it. Don't those things come and try to hit a righteous man? But how will he deal with it? His peace won't be disturbed. Her peace won't be disturbed. Why? Because they're applying the wisdom. They're applying the knowledge. Right? Think about how many brothers and sisters passed away with the wilderness, right? Think about that. How many brothers and sisters passed away a long time, but brothers and sisters were able to move forward. The righteous men and women were able to move forward and pick up. How much calamities happened? Lost homes, right? Bad decisions, or you're making the right decision, but this one person wants to give into the flesh. The Levites, they had to do what? Take out a group of people because what? It was out of the spirit. But they weren't. It sucked. It sucked having to do it, but it's what? They had to do it because it was the right thing to do. But yeah, it was necessary, right? When he threw that javelin, it was what? Necessary. When Judas Maccabeus' father threw that javelin, it was what? Necessary. Because they didn't want pain to come in. But when we do evil, right, it brings about the pain. But what Joshua did was he didn't pay attention to the evil. He didn't pay attention to the evil in his mind, the evil thoughts that tried to lead him to do something that would cause pain, not only for himself, but for the people. So,
I like that, because the verse above said, ponder.
Ponder.
It said, ponder.
Ponder.
Anybody got a definition for ponder? Ponder. Somebody get a definition for ponder.
Right.
P-O-N-D-E-R.
Look, and as y'all look for that, look at the definition of evil. It says, which in any way disturbs the peace, impairs the happiness, or destroys the perfection of natural beings. So, and then it says that moral agent deviates from the rules of conduct prescribed to him by the Father. You see that? So we're supposed to stay locked into that. But that's why the brother in the scriptures, he's edified on the scripture as to say, ponder. You have to ponder. So we got the definition of ponder.
Ponder, the Webster's 1828, first definition. To weigh in the mind. To consider.
To what?
To consider and compare the circumstances or consequences of an event.
That gets into when the scripture says, examine yourself to see if ye be in the faith. What do you examine? I'm examining this thought that is popped up. Damn, I got that little itch, I got that little throb, I got that little tingle. I know I could simply type 3 letters, W-Y-D. W-Y-D, right? Everybody know, well, you shouldn't know, but everybody, you know, W-Y-D, what you doing? Right? That opens the door for that itch to be fulfilled, right? But that's that lust that's got that itch going. But if you're pondering, if you're examining yourself, you know what that act of W-Y-D would lead to. It's going to lead to something that should make you ashamed. Committing that fornication. Because we're sitting in classes, we're reading, we're studying at home, we know what the Most High requires from us. We know that fornicators will not enter into the kingdom. Right? So we're doing what we should daily to purge that out of us. Right? We counsel, we communicate, we get the proper method, and then we move on. But if you're playing around with this, if you're not examining yourself, if you're not pondering your thoughts, you're not weighing them, then you're going to give yourself into every lust, every desire, every thought. But to your own destruction, to your own evil. Right? Go ahead. What else you got on the definition?
Or the importance of
or the what?
Or the importance of the reasons for or against a decision.
Again, just hitting back on what our nation lacks is leadership, is a selflessness to consider the importance of your actions or that what you want to do. Man, if I go out and I stay out all night and I drink, how is my wife going to look at me? How is my children going to look at me? Right? If I just tap into emotions and not hear the wisdom, what are my children going to do? See, we got to consider the consequence of our actions. But that's what we have to do as a nation because we're not doing that. That's why the kids are out there, they're taking their mugshots now smiling. They're smiling now. They're saying, damn, I can't wait to catch a body. I can't wait to smoke a pack till my eye. They're not considering that you just threw 30 years of your life away. If you do come home, you're going to be gray hairs. Right? You're not going to be able to enjoy your youth in a righteous way. You're not going to get life lessons. You're going to be growing up behind in a cage. A cage within a cage. Because America is a cage for the righteous. America is a cage for all of those that know what the Most High requires. Because you go out there, you see, it's like, damn, you can't control what you see out there. Homosexuals everywhere, gang banging, lasciviousness, lust of all kind is out there. We can't control that because we're prisoners right now. But we're trying to get out. So why would you want to do something? Why would you want to play with a thought? Why are you not examining your thoughts that'll lead you to another prison? Maybe not the penitentiary, but a consequence to your action. Now you ran with your lust, now you got this STD for life. The itchy and scratchy, or the package, the Green Goblin, right? Or you avoided that, but you got baby mama drama, right? You got baby daddy issues. But these are the things that happen when we don't consider, when we don't ponder. All of that evil befalls us. But Joshua was what? A wise leader, a leader with a consideration to make sure that he didn't sway to the left, sway to the right, stay on the correct path. But yeah, that was it. Good night.
No, that was just.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can jump back. Yeah, but that just wanted to just on top of her verse, give her 2 more verses on top of that. Go ahead, Zoe.
I have another definition for honor. To meditate and think deeply, often upon the scriptures or other things of the Most High.
That means now you're conscious. Your conscience is, you're more keen. You're more keen. You're more, okay, let me slow myself down. I'm not like a beast that I see food, I eat food. Right? Damn, I have the opportunity to sleep all day, I'm just going to sleep all day. Well, if I sleep all day, how does that going to affect the rest of my day? Am I going to be a benefit to my brothers around me? Right? Am I going to be able to be a vessel fit for the master's use? Right? If I don't have no temperament, one of the fruits of the spirit, right? How am I going to show another brother self-control? How am I going to show another sister the ability to free themselves from this spirit, these temptations that have them bound? We gotta be conscious of ourselves. That's a leadership quality, man. That's a nation of kings and priests. I want to say, man, hold on, let me examine and meditate. Yeah, I know. The throb is there. The itch is there. And it's just a phone. I can believe it. It's just a simple phone call. A simple www. I shouldn't be on this website.com. Right? Or this contact that I shouldn't even have stored in my phone. I should have no communication with you because you're not even thinking. You don't have no joy in the things that I enjoy, which is serving the Father, growing every day, being that service to my nation, being an example, right? But when you meditate, when you ponder, you're thinking about all of those things. You slow yourself down. You slow yourself down so you're able to now receive, if the correction is coming, you receive it in the right way, or you're able to now apply the scriptures in that moment if you're by yourself. Well, you're never really by yourself, but you got the Holy Spirit there to bring all things back to remembrance. Right? Yeah. Good definition, sister. Yeah, but I'll go back.
Go ahead. Officer.
God. With the women and
what you was holding?
I was holding Ecclesiastes chapter 7, verse 1.
Oh yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Finish. Go ahead.
Come. So shall no harm come unto thee.
Right, and Joshua was exemplifying to us how to literally embody that so that no harm came to us. No harm came to the people, no harm came to him. Everything was able to run prosperously and peacefully, and then everybody prospered. Right? So, yeah, because he pondered his path, he weighed out the lessons that Moses gave him, the experiences he's been through with Moses, and the experiences that he's having now as he's gaining more experience. Right? And he's like, okay, let me just stick on this path. The Lord already gave me the method. He already gave me how to do it. I don't got to think beyond it. He told me this, I'm going to stick with this. Right? So, all right, let's jump back. The moral thoughts? Oh, okay. Oh, you had the thoughts? Oh, okay, yeah. Go ahead. So, somebody grab Wisdom Psalm 9:14. Yeah, because this is what happens when the evil's around. Because when the evil is around and we don't follow the example that Joshua laid down, what happens? Huh?
Some ninjas there.
Right.
Some biblical ninjas.
Go ahead.
That's supposed to provoke you to emulations. Going back to that Romans 11, we've been doing that Romans 11, right? You're supposed to be like, okay, these brothers fast, well, I gotta get faster. You know what I mean?
Well, Wisdom Solomon 9:14.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9, verse 14.
Yeah, let's look at it. He said he got tabs?
Come on. Brother knows his Bible. Give honor
All
what
right.
others do.
All right, come. Go ahead.
For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable, and our devices are but uncertain.
With the devices of mortal men are miserable. For the thoughts of mortal men. And mortal, let's look at that word mortal. Look at the word mortal. Oh. God. Go ahead.
You got it? What you got?
I got one straight to point. Go ahead.
Webster 1828, murder, subject to death.
Boom. So everything that you think is death. But what is the evil? What does it say about evil? Evil does what? It says, having bad qualities of a moral kind, wicked, perverse, wrong, evil thoughts, evil deeds, evil speaking, and evil generation. So it's producing sorrow, distress, injury, calamity, right? Loss. So evil brings that about, but that comes from mortal thoughts. The mortal thought is anything that brings about death. And he's going to go more into it, right? Go ahead.
Subject to death, destined to die.
Dang. Okay. Jump to verse 4. Just death, 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 death. Right? That's what a mortal man is, or mortal woman is. Death, death, death. And certain death. Go ahead.
No, definition for it.
Definition for it.
Come. Definition for my bad.
Deadly and malice.
Deadly and who?
And malice.
So somebody give Wisdom Solomon 1. So the spirit brings us life, the carnal mind brings us death. Read.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 1 verse 4.
Mm-hmm.
For into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter.
So, when understanding that, what does the Spirit of the Most High do for us? Protects us. What does the mortal mind do for us? Death. He literally just kept saying death, 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 death. Right? And then when it say deadly and malice, now you become deadly in your evil. So you're doing things that's going to lead you to death and can lead somebody else to death. And now the spirit has to flee from what?
From into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter.
So if you're deadly in malice, wisdom not going to enter into your soul. Malice means you have evil intentions. Right? So you're prone to do evil things. So wrong. It's like when we commit those sins that we know that the Most High what? Is not pleased with. And I know that what I'm doing is wrong, but I'm intentionally doing it because I what? I prefer to please my flesh.
Yeah.
I prefer to do my pleasure at that time.
Yeah.
Right? The Most High give us rest, but then there's a difference between rest and oversleeping. Right? The Most High gives us, he allows a man and a woman to lie together, and you enjoy the pleasure that comes with sleep, but then what do? We take it out, we go inordinate with it. You hormone, right? Or you got people in the world, they doing anal sex, and they doing all these different defiled things, right? The Most High give us, it's okay to drink, but what do people do? They become drunkards, and they attach it to everything that they need. But then, us being in the truth, knowing that those things are wrong, and we still playing with it even after a while, a time of being corrected about it, we're playing, we're tethering. They say tethering, aka playing with death. And now we're doing what? Now we know that's the person doing it with evil intention. You're doing it with malicious intent. Right? But even you that's hurting yourself over and over and over again in that folly, how much time does the Most High not have mercy? How much time does he have? We don't know. We don't know. As long as we breathe and walk and talking, he's having it. But we don't know that day, that hour, that time. So we got to be careful that we don't get to this point where the Holy Spirit flees us. Right? Because we're being deceitful through the works of the flesh. Read.
Nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin.
So we can't dwell in the body that's subject unto sin. But when you look at this, based on what you're asking about the mortal man, right? This will literally lead you to your death. When the spirit's not around you, it's not guiding you, it's not shielding you, you're literally a walking target now. And you're vulnerable to getting jumped, robbed, stabbed, shot at, pissed on, right? Spit at, right? Your neck getting broke. We're vulnerable to that because why? We're doing evil, right? And now you got to deal with the stress that comes from the world and deal with worldly people, right? Now you got to deal with these all. Yeah, get this, get it, get it, and then you get it, and then you felt like crap, and you felt like crap when they told you to get this, or they looked at you like you was automatically supposed to pick it up. Yeah, I was gonna go to the Hilton and just go by the pool. And, I was just gonna go to I was just gonna go to the office and here, put coffee in there. I don't know what's wrong with these guys. They're outrageous. People without you still didn't go get the coffee. They're outrageous nowadays. You know, I just don't understand, right? Now you're subject to that. That's death. That's death. Right? But it'll eventually lead you to your real death, because what do you do after you felt that hurt, that pain? Do you go run to the bottom? Or do you go seek the counsel to relieve your soul and say, I'm ready to give up my pride? right? Because if you don't, it's going to lead you to your death.
Yes.
Because right now the spirit can't shield you. Most of have mercy, but it can't shield you if you keep on tapping into that. You see that? That evil or that mortal mind, right? So, read on.
That was it.
That was it. So, but Proverbs 14 and 12? Yeah, Proverbs 14 and 12. Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 14 and verse 12.
But this is going into that mortal mind, how they operate, and how they leave themselves vulnerable. So this is what's making them miserable. The fact that the Lord is stepping back because they're operating from a mentality that leads people to death. And the Lord is not tempted with evil. So if the Lord says us don't be unequally yoked with unbelievers, what do you think he's doing? He ain't around no unbeliever. I don't want to sprinkle that. He don't want that. He don't want that around him. Why he think he use strong words like abominable, detestable, defiled, dusty, right? He used word whore, vagabond, vile, right? Dross. He used all these different words because he don't want none of that around him. And we have to what? Attack that mortal mind so that we can get out the misery that's keeping the Lord far from us. You see that? But if we keep tapping with it, then he's going to do what? He's going to allow the death to have us. He's going to have, what do we say? That they overcome the victory of the death. Right? He's going to give us victory over death if we fight in the spirit. Well, how are we going to get victory over death if we just playing with death? Right? So, we got to see that. But the mortal mind can't see that. This is where he's at. Read. This is where she's at, too. Read.
Proverbs chapter 14, verse 12. There is a way which seemeth right unto a man.
That mortal man playing with what? The lust, the doubt, the lack of faith, the envy, the malice, the bickering, the bitterness, the grudging, all those spirits, right? And many more. Read.
But the end thereof are ways of death.
This is the mind of a mortal man. Right? Things seem right to him, so he goes by his own judgment. She goes by her own judgment, her own perception, right? And then what happens? Do the things that leads them into death. Oh, I thought you told me to, just go to the supermarket and get the lamb and get the food, and use this money specifically for that. Well, I seen that we had like 3 bars, and I was like, well, we got $40, so let me just use a little bit of the 40, at least 10 won't hurt. For this, well, what happened? You didn't listen to instructions, and what happened? You about to turn into the gas station and what? Car accident. And some people don't make it back home from car accidents. Some people don't make it home from car accidents, for real. And it's not a good thing. So we got to stay away from the mortal mind because it's miserable, right? Who had the mortal mind verse? Yeah, they got to stand up. They got to stay standing up until you see who's a good example of that? Aaron waits till the priest says that he's done, or the teacher says that he's done with the verse, and then he sits. So you got to follow that good example that he laid down. He waits. The brother be like what? 10 minutes later, Aaron's still standing up, and then we be like, oh, what verse you got? So that verse that was like 5 verses ago. Right? Oh, are you on something right now, sir?
No, I'm finished. I didn't know if you wanted to go back over it.
He's doing it right now, right? But you're done. You know. But perfect example. So don't let go of the verse till the minister displays that he's done with the verse, or the teacher, or whoever, or brother edifying. So we'll go ahead and read that.
For the thoughts of mortal men are miserable. And our devices are but uncertain.
But are you getting that though?
Yes, sir.
What do you got in this part?
Yeah. I'm getting that our ways that we think are good are devices and they're uncertain.
But without just reciting the verse, all the things we just went over.
Yeah, they're gonna get you killed, basically.
Boom.
And separate you from the Most High.
Bam. And that's the thoughts of both of them.
It goes back to the beginning of the chapter of Joshua. We don't have to get it, but Joshua 1 and 8, where he said, "This book of the law shall not depart of thy mouth, shall not depart out of your mouth." But he said, you should what? Meditate on it day and night. Why? Because Satan's trying to attack you when you get off of work, when you're on your lunch break, when you wake up, when you go to sleep. You got it's like them flashing light districts. They got the big signs, right? Eat at Joe's, Peep Show, all the defiled things that to spiritually defile you is always 24 hours away. It's always a second away. But if you ponder, going back to the scripture from Proverbs, right? If you ponder your path, if you examine yourself, you know what you deal with, then you're already being proactive. Okay, I know that when I put myself in this situation, that's where I usually lose my battles. Well, let me communicate that and let me get around the strength. That's what the Most High has these what he said, I'll be a small sanctuary to you. That's why he got these remnants, these sanctuaries, these safe havens that you be around. That's why it can't be church. It can't be church because how many people party on Saturdays, depressed on Mondays, right? But Sundays you a saint. Sunday you a saint and you in heaven. You how? Because I know for me, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I'm battling every day, and that's why I gotta get close. I gotta get close to my brother. I gotta get close. You know what I mean? I gotta call him on the phone. And sometimes you gotta hang on me. All y'all's good for that. He'd be like, "Oh yeah, you still there?" Yeah, okay, still there. But that helps me stay clean. That's the things that we have to exercise because I ponder. I know that old man, right? What you got? Can I get one?
No, what you got?
The Galatians.
Somebody get
Yeah, Galatians 5. 5 and, I'm gonna be quick. 5 and 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just so you can drop that. But go ahead, so we can get that. Go ahead,
For the corruptible body, press it down the soul.
Because you give yourself to the mortal mind, just like the definition of evil, the evil says it gives you pain, it gives you suffering, gives you pain. Where is that? Pain, it gives you, now you're subject to pain, sorrow, distress, injury, whether that be physical or spiritual, and calamities. Just strange things happening in your life. In a strange way where you're like, what the heck, how'd that happen to me? So we gotta keep that in mind. Go ahead.
And the earthly tabernacle.
The earthly tabernacle, still talking about that mortal man, that carnal man. The earthly tabernacle of the flesh. Read.
Weigheth down the mind.
Who?
Weigheth down the mind.
What does the earthly tabernacle do if you dwell on mortal thoughts?
Weigheth down the mind.
That
museth upon many things.
That got scattered thoughts. That's musing upon many things. You got scattered thoughts, and the scriptures say the simple believe every word. So, and if you don't know how to control your mind, your spirit, then every discourageable thought that pops in your brain is going to eat you. It's going to eat at you. And then it's going to kill your zeal, your motivation to fight. And that's what happens with the earth tabernacle. But that's what the mortal man deals with on a day-to-day basis. When he's given to that spirit. So, but let's go to Galatians.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 16.
Right, to get the way out. Because that heart, that said the heart is desperately wicked, who should know it? Well, we're supposed to be examining to know how wicked our heart is.
Yes.
To know where I can't make provisions because it'll be a perfect example for Satan to throw a daggone rave, a daggone concert, a daggone spiritual wicked party, right? Because if I put myself in this arena, I'm not that strong. Let me stay away from that neighborhood. Let me avoid that situation, right? Go ahead, read that.
Galatians chapter 5, verse 16. This I say then, walk in the Spirit.
What does that mean, though? What does it mean to walk in the Spirit? Put the Proverbs together, put the definition of ponder, meditate, put what the beginning of Joshua said, meditate day and night, we're supposed to be examining ourselves, right? Before we do something, before we act, right? So instead of, knowing that we had this lustful desire, instead of sitting at three-letter text, W-Y-D, add another W. What will Yahushua do? You see that? That's walking in the spirit. What will Yahushua do? How was he able to conquer all of his temptations? Because he was charged, right? He was charged just like us. He was a man just like us. Well, how did he shut down those temptations? Slowed himself down. Applied the gospel. Applied the scriptures. One thing for sure, communicate. If you don't got the scriptures, call. Call a brother. Call a sister. Right? Read.
And ye shall not fulfill the lust of the flesh.
That's how your outcome is going to be. He said back in Joshua, he said, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous, and then thou shalt have good success against that spiritual battle, against Satan, against the temptations. That's the way. So we got to constantly ponder, think, meditate, walk in the spirit. Be a step ahead. Be a step ahead. Because Satan ain't coming with nothing new. He's coming with the things that you, me, myself, that we like. It ain't nothing new. He can't tempt me with crack, because I ain't never smoked crack. But it might be, don't laugh, because there might be a brother or sister that can be tempted with that. He might tempt me with lust, alcoholism, porn, something. He might put something out there, but I gotta know me. I gotta know me, and I gotta know where I'm weak at, and walk in the spirit, meditate on it. Y'all see that? So that you can avoid that evil. Con?
Yeah. No. Yeah. He's good. Yeah, let's jump back to it.
And the little ones and the strangers.
Well, remind everybody where you at.
Oh, come. Joshua chapter 8, verse 35.
Come.
You want it from the top?
You can read from the top.
Okay. There was not a word of all that Moses commanded, which Joshua read not before all the congregation of Israel, with the women and with the little ones and the strangers that were converts.
Conversant among them.
Oh, that were conversant among them. Joshua chapter 9, verse 1. And it came to pass when all the kings which were on this side Jordan, in the hills and in the valleys and in the coasts of the great sea over Libyan, the Hittites and the Amorites and the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hiverites, and the Jebusites heard thereof, that they gathered themselves together to fight with Joshua and with Israel with one accord. And with the inhabitants of Gideon heard what Joshua had done.
Hamites, Africans, right? All of them got together and trying to fight against us because they see the power of the Most High. They see what we're doing to all these different nations as we're traveling through the world, trying to get to our land and get a homeland. And they see that, so their fear made them join together.
Yeah.
So, and they said, well, one accord. Read.
Unto Jericho and to Ai. They did work willingly and went and made as if they had been ambassadors, and took old sacks upon their asses and wine bottles, old and rent, and bound up, and old shoes, and clouded upon their feet, and old garments upon them, and all the bread of their provision was dry and moldy. And they went to Joshua unto the camp of Gilead, and said unto him, oh, Gilead.
Oh, Con.
Okay. Yeah.
Verse 6, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, are you?
No, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to pause.
No, just for everybody online, real quick, we're going to try to switch the microphone to see if y'all can hear us a lot clearer. I know sometimes the microphone is echoey and you don't pick up, the raspy New York voices, or So we're gonna. Is it on? We're gonna turn this off for a second, just to see.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in there.
It's in? Okay. Not to top. Turn the amp off, please. We're gonna see. Yeah, the speaker. Just turn that on. So we're gonna use. Turn this off. Okay. Check. Are we still online?
Yes.
We're still online? Okay. Y'all give us a 7 in the chat if it's coming out loud and clear, if y'all can hear us loud and clear. Give us a 0 in the chat if it's not clear. All right? 7 in the chat if the audio is good. 0 in the chat if it's not clear and you prefer the microphone. All right? But keep reading until they say something.
Con. And said unto him.
Oh,
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
No, you good. And with verse 4, when it says, they did work willingly, that's basically saying, the definition of that is like they're being sly.
Yeah.
So they're basically being, they're basically being crafty. So they're trying to deceive us. It says, what's the word? What's the word I'm looking for? They're basically being sneaky.
Crafty.
They're tricky. Crafty. That's another word I was looking for, but not popping. But they're basically being crafty and, trying to deceive us into thinking that they're downtrodden. Trying to get you to feel bad for them. Like they do now, right?
Yeah.
But they're hurting all the children over here. You don't know about what they try to do, but the Nazi,
The Holocaust.
the Holocaust. So you're telling me that all the kids in the Holocaust, they were just the people in the Holocaust, they were just evil? So you're so bound on pushing that you're a Hebrew Israelite, you don't care about all the lives that were lost? They're trying to manipulate you into feeling bad for them, but then hit you with a sneak attack in the back, my bad. Hit you with a sneak attack in the back, right? That's not how it works. But that's how they're trying to attempt it right now.
They do that. They get our people. It's sad because every time something happens, it's hashtag pray for this, hashtag pray for that, pray for France, pray for Israel, not Israelites, but you're praying for all these people. But I've never seen something globally pray for the so-called blacks, Latinos, and Native Americans. I never see them saying pray for the people that's getting held in these ICE camps, right? Yeah. Pray for the little Hispanic children that's being thrown into the daggone sex trade.
Right.
You don't see that, but it's always we gotta go and embrace their suffering.
They shame your pain.
Yeah, they shame our pain. Time.
Yeah, they shame your pain because with the sex trade, they had a movie coming out about that. Or just what you were saying about the Northern Kingdom.
Yeah.
They had a movie that came out and it called Sound of Freedom, and they was shaming that like it was a bad movie, but then they was pushing this French movie called Cuties. Which was so they was pushing a pedophilic movie as if it was a form of art, but then the movie that's exposing that whole realm of world of pedophilia and sex trade and sex trafficking, they were saying that this is negative, while in the same tongue saying that the whole Cuties thing, it was 12-year-old girls dancing provocative. A grown man in the movie said something provocative to the young ladies in the movie, or the young girls in the movie, and they said that's like a work of art.
Yeah.
But them exposing it in a movie about sex trafficking, how that works, and that they used a pageant model, a Colombian pageant model, to
to bait the children because she's a pageant model. Parents trying to get their kids into modeling, and they use her to basically push this sex trafficking and catch kids. They call exposing that type of character evil. But that's the world, right? But that's what the nations will have you think. Care about their pain, but don't care about yours. So, but where'd you leave off?
I'm right here.
Verse 6?
I'm at 6. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead. So this is what's happening right now. They're making their clothes, they present themselves as if they're downtrodden, they're homeless, right? They don't have anything to offer, right? But we know that's a trick, reading it historically, right? But Joshua, this is why it's so important that we walk in the Spirit, because the Most High will help you make the proper decision in these moments. So, let's read on.
And said unto him and to the men of Israel, we be come from a far country. Now, therefore, make ye a league with us. And the men, and the men of Israel said unto Havanites,
Hivites.
Okay. Unto the Hivites, peradventure ye dwell amongst us, and how shall we make a league with you? I think I'm supposed to read to 7.
No, you need to 10.
Oh,
10
No, he's 7.
Oh, he's here? Oh,
yeah, he's
here.
Yeah, verse third reader.
Okay.
Aharon, Sabbath, Yahweh, Banya Shalom, men of Israel, imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatah.
Yahweh Shem Yahweh Shai Brakatah. Go ahead.
This is Joshua, chapter 9, and verse 8. And they said unto Joshua, we are thy servants. And Joshua said unto them, who are ye? And from whence come ye? And they said unto him, from a very far country thy servants are come, because of the name of the Lord thy God. For we have heard the fame of him, and all that he did in Egypt.
All right, and they over here, they're lying to Joshua right now. So this is that Psalms 83, right? This is the Psalms 83. And go ahead. Come.
Wait. Psalm chapter 83 and verse 5. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee.
That's what happened. To where they came up with this grand plan. All the Hamites, these are all Hamites, right? They coming up with this grand plan on how they're going to take us down and stop us, right, in a way that the other nations weren't able to. They're deceiving us, right? And they're lying, and they're playing like they're this homeless character that don't have anything. They're this downtrodden nation, right, who doesn't have anything. We got moldy, huh?
You made me think, because you be bringing it out all the time, about how you get these Hamites that be hitting you up.
Oh.
Shalom, brother.
Oh.
Ask you for donations.
Yeah, come. The
They've been scamming since back then.
Yeah, it's scamming.
Golly.
But con artists, basically.
Right.
They're con artists. The original con artists right here.
Yeah.
Right? But scammers, yeah. They hit you up. They put a picture. They say shalom.
Yeah.
They tell you they in a situation, they in a bind, when they not, right? And you know, you can't. It's crazy because it's hard to decipher who's being real, who's not,
Yeah.
right? On that, but they try to con you and play on your heartstrings.
Yeah. What about the children? What about the children in Africa? Khan. We got children here in Norfolk.
Yeah.
We got to help these children. We got children in Virginia. We in Virginia.
Yeah.
We got to help these children.
Khan.
Yeah.
It's not me.
God.
What's that say?
Verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people.
Khan. And that's what they done. And they done it with what? One accord. That's what it said in verse 2 in Joshua 9 and 2. It said they gathered themselves together to fight with Joshua and with Israel with one accord. So that means they was in sync. They was like, so all the pride that they had and the little war and skirmishes that they had with each other, they put that to the side. They're like, no, we gotta go against these people. They're the threat. But look at your unity. Your unity is the threat against them. Your unity made them terrified, right? And you got to literally look at that and see how powerful that is. We was talking about it earlier. It's how powerful the unity is, because it's got them fearing to where now they're trying to copy something you do.
Yeah.
You do it for a righteous reason. They do it for a corruptible reason. They unify in corruption. Look at it. Read.
And consulted against thy hidden ones.
And they're literally sitting there consulting, figuring out ways. They literally set up the school system in a way for you to fail. That's not like some sort of like a conspiracy theory or idea or just random thing that you're just saying, oh, you're just trying to make sense with the scripture on that time and this time. You're just trying to make parallels. You're stretching. No, that's literal. That's in the literal history books. That's what they're doing. They literally wrote a book, Willie Lynch, to make you what? Separate. And now, right now, in this one, this war tactic that they're using, they coming with the dirty clothes and the moldy food and old shoes and old sacks, old bad wine, as if they had been ambassadors. They playing. Bad bread, the bread dry and moldy. Like they on their last. So they trying to play this scene that they're downtrodden, just so you can do what? They can catch you with this lead. Read.
They have said, come and let us cut them off from being a nation.
And that's the goal. That's always been the goal. How do we cut these people off as a nation? Well, sever them from their God. Keep them from listening. Keep them from listening, and that'll keep us safe from them. Give them a who?
Give them a different counsel.
Yeah, say loud for the mic.
Give them a different counsel.
Yeah, but I say give them a different counsel. A counsel that don't come from the Father. Read.
That the name of S.O.W. may be no more in the remembrance.
Where we at right now? Now we a fairy tale.
Yep.
Everything that our ancestors went through is a fairy tale to people. Right? It's not a true history. Noah didn't have no ark. No one even a real man.
Yeah.
There was no Exodus, right? There was no Sodom and Gomorrah.
They succeeded.
Right. But they're making it seem like a fairy tale book, so that you can't be no more in remembrance. But they're trying to make you hate your own culture. And they succeeded at that, though. You fighting against brothers when they show you go to church every Sunday, open up the book, show you that it's not okay to eat pork. You fighting against that. Not here now, right? But in the world, that's what they're fighting up against. They're fighting against. But we have to see that they took captive counsel. So, I wanted to go to that just to show that they was with one consent, doing exactly what they always do. Same tactic, same war tactic. Severing you from your God and from your people. So, but let's jump back.
Verse 10. And all that he did to the two kings of the Amorites that were beyond Jordan, to Sihon, king of Heshbon, and to Og, king of Bashan, which was at Ashtaroth, Wherefore are our elders and all the inhabitants of our country spake unto us, saying, take victuals with you for the journey, and go and meet them, and say unto them.
Look at the lie. So they coming up with this clothes. They're like, we came from a, think about, they're trying to make him meditate on the journey that it took them to get to him. We got moldy bread, old wine, bad wine, a sacks ripped, clothes rent, shoes old, clouded upon their feet, right? Feet, basically saying probably feet like dirty, right? So they trying to give you this scene of like, we're literally trying to make peace with you.
Yeah, they playing the like when you back in the days you would stay up late and you get those telethon, you know, donate, and they play the little violin music, and they got the little still images of the kids with the flies on their face and things of that nature. Cause they really trying to gas it up. They like the bread was moldy. Like that's how long. Think about how long it takes bread to get moldy. So you paint this picture and like, man, they going through it. Yeah. And they trying to connect to our suffering. Cause remember, we walked for 40 days. 40 years. You see how they trying to play off of ours? You see how they trying to use this little scamming, this crafty method?
Counts.
Yeah.
They go to Psalms 55 and 21. Everybody there? Everybody there? Hello? Up. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 55, verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter.
Right, and that's literally what they were doing. They were moving their mouth as if it was smooth butter. And they were like, we got the perfect look for it. We moldy bread.
Sob story.
Basically, had a sob story.
God.
And they playing on that forgiving heart that we got. That sympathetic heart that we got. Because a lot of times we led by our emotions. Like I met this brother in the mall. He got a Jewish ex-wife. He got his kid from her. He got an issue with Northern Kingdom crossing the border from a land that they own, from a people that robbed them and stole their land, which they shouldn't even have to try to get citizenship to come over here because it's their land. And he's like, he don't think that they should be having to come through that. It's too many of them coming through, taking all the jobs and all that stuff. He's talking very coonerish, right? Very Uncle Thomas, very Samuel L. Jackson and Django Unchained, right?
Oh, that's the worst.
Right? Yeah, he's talking very Samuel L. Jackson, right? And I'm like, this guy is silly. Something must have hit him at that border though, because he paused himself. He's like, I don't do that job no more. I don't do that job no more. That was years ago. I don't do that job no more. But he still got this little spirit inside of him towards his people, right? Towards Northern Kingdom, passing over the border. But then he's like, my wife's an immigrant herself, but she's, so-called Jewish lady, Esau. And then he don't realize that he hating his own people. They literally tricked us into hating our own people, and it's a sad case to see that. It's like, but he's rooting, feeling bad for what's going on over there in Palestine, in Israel. What happened to those Israelis? He's feeling bad for that, but not feeling bad for all the kids that's at the border, all the parents that's trying to struggle to find life. He's not feeling bad for that, but he's feeling bad for those Israelis. So the nation's doing exactly what they do best, playing on our heartstrings. Because when we don't have the Lord, we don't judge right. We don't judge with the right mind. Read.
But war was in his heart.
But war was where?
In his heart.
We didn't realize that was what was in their heart. Though we had good intentions in our ignorances, even, right? War was in their heart. You have even the hardest guy in the street. What he be doing? Like, nah, leave that white boy alone, man. Boy, white boy ain't do nothing to you. That little Filipino ain't do nothing to you, man. Yeah. That boy, he just be in his books. Why you bullying him? But they be the bully in the school, bullying everybody.
Yep. Yep.
But they'll go have sympathy for what? The oppressor.
They quick to go to their defense.
Not realizing that war was in that person's heart.
Right.
They let Dylan Roof in the church.
Sure did.
War was in his heart. Murdered everybody's family, and then you want to go hug him when he's not remorseful.
Right.
Right.
You want to go. You want to hug him when he's not even remorseful.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. But this is the tactic that they use to trick us. This is our mess up, our downfall. Because we don't hold fast to that which is good. We let sympathy rule our hearts rather than the will of the Lord. Right? But let's jump back to the reading. Let's jump back.
All right. We are your servants. Therefore, now make ye a league with us.
So you see that? Smoother than butter. His first statement is, we are your servants. So we're going to follow your will, your power. And then what's the back end? Let's make a league with us, though. Because they're figuring what? They can slither their way in, slither their concepts in. Which they've done now, right? We're one people. We're all God's people. Right? That's the trick. But let's jump back. I'm going to let them read down until we get to the point, the main point.
Verse 12. This, our bread, we took hot for our provision out of our houses on the day we came forth to go unto you. But now, behold, it is dry and it is moldy.
Look, feel bad for us. Right? Feel bad for us. Cry for us. Just let us be your servants. Because think about it. You don't think at this time they know that? The nation's supposed to be under us? He said, Ham, what was the curse for Ham? You're going to be a servant to his brothers?
They're going to say it
So,
anyway.
oh, he's going to say it?
They won't say it, no.
Oh, right?
No.
So they know. So they're using your knowledge against you.
Right.
Go ahead.
Verse 13. And these bottles of wine, which were filled, were new, and behold, they be rent. And these our garments, our shoes, are become old by reason of the long, of the very long journey.
Look, like adding like, what they call that? Juicing it. What's the word for it though?
What, cat?
It's adding salt. It's juicing it, but like it's a word for it. Definitely gassing it, but there's a word.
It's not sensational.
Sensationalizing it. No, it's not. Exaggerating.
Yeah,
Exaggerating.
Yeah.
They're exaggerating the story for more than what it is. I'm trying to see. I don't know if you found it yet, but I don't even think that they were that far.
Oh, yeah, it's
like land wise,
right,
from where they was coming.
Again, they're in that Palestine area. They're because this city is not there anymore. Well, the name of the city is not there anymore, but it's saying it was northwest of Jerusalem, which is your neighbor. They're going to come back later and say that they realized that they were neighbors. Because when you look at Philistia, right, that little strip that even today, Palestine,
right,
that's west of modern day Israel, but also of that ancient time, because that was the land that we had to go through and conquer.
Right.
But these were the people of that land, so they wasn't coming from some place that took years, months. This was a day's journey, maybe a couple of days' journey. Not nothing to where your clothes was going to rent or your wine was going to bust out the bottles. I mean, they really they over exaggerate.
Right. But you know when you read these instances too, right? They're beyond exaggerating. Right? When you read these instances, that's why the Most High is literally taking us through the steps right now of learning to examine before you rebuke. Let's go to it. Ecclesiastes 11:7, and then we're gonna jump back to this main point.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 7.
Uh-huh.
Blame not before thou hast examined the truth.
Yeah. Most High wants us to not go off an emotion. It's basically what he's saying by blame not. Don't go off the emotion that popped up in that moment, the anger, the frustration. Right? And in this instance, don't go off of they're making you feel bad because they've been through a journey. Well, you was walking 40 years, right? And before those 40 years, you was doing what? Being a slave for 100-something years, right? So, think about that. We've been through all that, but they complain about one journey that they made.
So what you're describing is they are basically trying to equate our slavery and 40-year journey to their walking from their far country to us.
Well, not saying that, just saying that when you look at it retrospect, right, and you make a sense of it as they're trying to cast down they're trying to abate our courage, right, to uphold the right way. Think about what we've been through, and think about this journey that they're making that they willingly chose to make. Let's say the story was true, right? They made this far, long journey. Well, you made that journey. Why are you complaining about it and trying to make me feel bad? Right? To where now you're trying to force me into a league with you. I'm gonna do what my God told me to do with you. Right? What my power told me to do, what Yahweh told me to do with you. I'm gonna cast my confidence away, but we know that they're lying. So in that lie, okay, and me sitting there, imagine you telling me that, right? Imagine you one of them, you telling me that. And then we should be examining the matter, the truth. And I'm gonna be like, okay, because they can do this. Joshua can do this. Because they was literally in the wilderness doing that, right? Walking. I was in the wilderness 40 years. The damn hole almost swallowed. I was there when the hole swallowed up my people. I was there when Moses had to hold up a staff with his whole hand. And I should have been going through that Rolodex and just to stabilize my mind, to at least take away the emotion of what he tried to make me feel.
Right.
So that I can come with the godly reasoning and not my mortal mind. Right? Of where I'm being sympathetic in an inordinate fashion. Right? In the wrong manner. That's what I'm saying. Not saying that they're equating it. Yeah, because they didn't say anything about Exodus or nothing.
But I like that the way you delivered it, because it'll bring that modern day interaction of how you get people that will say, well, I can sympathize with you because my people were indentured servants.
See that?
They were indentured servants, but
Irish.
And then you don't sit back and examine. You just say, oh, you hear the same thing, and now you're in this. Now you integrated, now you assimilated, and now you want to join hand in hand and saying, yeah, we went through the same sufferings, but wait a minute, you got a land that you could go back to.
Yeah.
You didn't lose your custom. You didn't lose your language. You didn't lose your heritage. We did. So you can't try to use our suffering, our oppression, and try to now assimilate what you went through.
Right, because this is the reason why. These are things that they're using to make us make leads. But these are things that making us make leads with them now.
Right.
Yes, certainly is.
Like, and then you have Jake going harder than the so-called Irishmen, right? No, they've been through it too. You don't know they was slaves too.
Oh, they do it even worse.
Right.
The rainbow.
Oh, right.
Because the rainbow movement, they say, well, that's what we went through during the civil rights. How could you not sympathize for them? You went through that. They're fighting for their rights. It's the same thing. Like their fight. It's the same thing.
I'm listening. Yeah. Like, they equating it like it's the same thing, and then they got our people mingled in their custom of homosexuality, and then now our people is the damn general in the army for that folly. Right. General. Folly. But for real though, it's like you think about it, like they really like making us love it more than them. You got people that's proud. This guy was a proud Marine. The guy I was talking about, you know, he was a boxer in the Marine, decorated, and he thought that he was special because of it. You know what I mean? And you're devaluing yourself because you're allowing your emotions to dictate your livelihood. Don't let these nations play on your emotions, and we're gonna realize what happened to ourselves in this instance. So let's read on.
All right. Verse 14. And the men took of their victuals and asked not counsel.
And they what? The men did what?
Asked not counsel.
They didn't ask counsel of who?
At the mouth of the Lord.
You see that? We skipped in steps.
Yeah.
Remember earlier we was talking about instructions, walking in the Spirit, sticking to what the Most High told us to do, and he had a verse to go with that. Right? Make no lead. Oh, to the other one? Oh, okay.
You got Isaiah 30.
Yeah. So I got, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go to Isaiah 30 and 1.
God.
Right?
You got a question? You got a question? What's your comment? Okay, what's your comment?
I was going to say counsel before I get to
God. You're right. And who are they supposed to counsel with? See, they did counsel, but they didn't counsel with the Most High. That was the issue. Right? Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 30, verse 1. Woe to the rebellious children, saith the Most High, that take counsel, but not of me.
Right. And we talking about this moment during Joshua's time, where they counseled the elders, the princes of Israel, our people, counseled among themselves. But why not counsel with the power that led you from captivity, led you from Egypt through the Red Sea, right? Fed you in the wilderness, is giving you, is you're watching his promises come to pass. You're getting land. We're getting land, right? Why not counsel with the Most High? But a lot of us do that today, right? The Bible is working in your life. It's bringing peace that you didn't have in your relationship, in your household. But as soon as something pops up, who do you go see? Who do you go talk to? Your mama, right? Your girlfriend, right? You go, shoot, some of y'all, I hope y'all ain't doing this, phone in the psychic. You going to tarot card readings, right? You going to check your horoscope. You going to any and everywhere outside of the gospel, the Most High, right? Where you should clearly see that this is where the power lies. This is where safety lies, right? Go ahead.
And that cover with a covering, but not of my spirit, that they may add sin to sin.
Right, that evil, right? Because we're going to read, these nations knew that the reason why they had to bring up this whole elaborate story, right? We read it during the Sabbath reading, Exodus, reiterated again in Deuteronomy. We wasn't supposed to make leagues with certain of these people. Certain of these people, we wasn't even supposed to let nothing live. We're going to go there. I see Ninja, you ready? Yeah, hey.
Yeah.
Right, we're going to go there. But that's why they had to come that way, because like when we don't counsel with the Most High and we start doing going off or trusting in our own heart, leaning on our own understandings, what happens? Chaos. Right? Now you're in a situation that you shouldn't have been in. Now you got these Hamites, right, with us, they shouldn't have even been with us. All right, we're gonna read the rest of the story though.
Right. And read the Psalms 2 and 2.
Oh yeah.
To go right with what Carter was saying. Because we should have sought counsel of the Lord. Because if we sought the counsel of the Lord, this is what the Lord would have told us to do. Read.
Psalm chapter 2, verse 2.
This is what the Lord would have told us about the nations. Read.
The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together.
So that means, but, okay, let's read this first part. The kings of the earth set themselves. All the kings, right? Who was supposed to anoint the king to be able to be a king? Yeah, he used the priest to set him up. The Most High, but it's who? Evidently it's who? The Most High. The Most High is the one that chose the king, but look at the kings. They're saying they set themselves. So they're not involved in the Lord. The Most High would have pre-gamed us that, who are these guys?
Yeah.
These filthy nations.
Yeah.
Have the audacity to come to you and tell you to make a league with them. Right? Yeah. And then you'd have had us examining how far, where y'all coming from?
Yeah, right.
What land? What people? And they would have been able to snap into it like, oh, damn. Y'all must be in the vicinity. And I definitely back then, they had a better idea of maps, land, distance, miles, and all the things that we struggle with, right, nowadays. for some of us that's not good with that, right? They would have been on game and they'd have known if they'd have sought counsel of the Lord that these people were lying. They're not even from far away, right? They was distracting them with the outward appearance. That's why we're not supposed to judge by the sight of our eyes or the hearing of our ears. Because they were being distracted by the outward appearance, moldy bread, bad wine, dirty toes, right? Ripped clothes. They was being distracted by that to where they didn't even think to ask, what country? The Most High would have told you these kings set themselves and they do what?
And the rulers take counsel together against the Most High.
He would have told you that. The Most High would have told us that. If we'd have slowed down and not took the victuals. Not just look at the what they presenting us. Damn, they came with a good heart. Damn, they really wanted they really want to submit. This must be what the Lord wants to happen right now.
But that's no different than what we do today. You know, man, she looks nice, man. She's got a soft voice. This got to be the perfect woman for me. But you ain't go like we was going over Friday.
Oh wow.
You ain't put her. Was that Friday or Thursday?
Thursday.
Yeah, you didn't put you didn't put her in an environment to prove her.
Yeah.
You didn't put him in an environment to prove him. So now this is your BFF.
Right.
Why? Because you got money and everything's good.
Right.
But as soon as you get in a situation, your car's down, who's there for you?
Right.
Your real best friend, right?
You got the notebook love story going on.
Yeah, the notebook.
Yeah. Y'all doing one-on-one counsel.
Yeah.
Right. Parents warning you. You doing one-on-one counsel at the Notebook house, right? For those who know the movie The Notebook, right? Two Edomites, right? Love story.
Love story, right? Yeah.
Bad guy, good girl, so-called, right? And they sneaking out. They going in the grass field that lead to the beach water. Yeah, just like that. You know, it's like, but you're not considering what your parents, the counselor, right? And that dynamic, right?
Right.
And in this dynamic, the minister, right? If your parents not in the truth, what they trying to give you because you're trying to do what? You're not even thinking that the rulers is taking counsel against the Lord.
Right.
You don't even realize. You're not even slowing down to think. Is this a war strategy? Is this subtlety? Is this a sly trick? Is this for real? Like, you know, the statement you ask yourself, is this really happening? And then you would do something to see if it's really happening. Oh, this is really happening. But it's supposed that test is supposed to be using godly methods.
Right.
So it says, counsel against the Lord and what?
And against his anointed.
Against you. Right? But this was our downfall. We didn't do this. We skipped the steps. We skipped the steps and allowed them through the gate. We let them walk in. So what's really divide and conquer? When you let go of counsel of the Lord.
Yeah.
When you let go of the mind of the Lord. When you let go of the instructions, the steps that the Lord laid down to preserve you. Yeah, that's when you're going against the Father. But we could drop that. Let's go back to the read.
Question. I know it in Joshua 9 and 1. It mentioned those nations, right?
Yeah.
So was these nations at that time known unto Joshua, or these were just men, they were just disguising themselves?
Well, at that point, it's talking about the actual nations and what they're trying to do. That was saying what they were trying to do. So these men, they disguised themselves, right? It said they did work willily, craftily.
Right.
So they made themselves just look abominable, look downtrodden. So, and they were trying to cast the ability to think rationally out of their minds so that they can deceive them.
Right.
So he didn't know specifically who they were.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So, because remember, they told him they come from a far country, No. They said unto him, from a very far country thy servants are come. They never said where. And then they try to do what? Because of the name of thy power, for we have heard of the fame of him and all that he did in Egypt.
Right. So
and
they try to gas you up. Like,
Oh, you better know. Yeah, you know. She.
I heard about y'all.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. towards gas to distract you.
Right.
But let's jump back to the that answer your question, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Let's jump back to verse 14.
All right. You want me to read verse 14 again?
You can.
Okay. Verse 14. And the men took of their victuals, and asked not counsel of the mouth of the Lord. And Joshua made peace with them.
And Joshua what?
Made peace with them.
Go ahead.
And made a league with them.
Mm-hmm.
To let them live.
Mm-hmm.
And the prince of the congregation swear unto them.
You see that?
It says in the princes.
Yeah.
Princes of the congregation. So these elders, right? Right.
Swear unto them. But this is what our little downfall, our mistake, our mess up. The Most High told us one thing, we did another thing, right? We got an instruction on not to make league with them, but we made league with them, and that messed us up. And then who followed that example generations later? The other brothers and sisters that came after, right? They followed that example of just mingling with the nations in different ways that we shouldn't have.
Right.
Because the Most High also told us how to deal with the nation, but He told us how not to deal with them, so that we don't put ourselves in dangerous situations, right? Because the Most High is judicious. He tells us how to deal in this I want to say delegation, diplomatic fashion. He teaches us how to deal with it in this diplomatic fashion. So we got to be conscious, and we got to be very careful. Because even now, you're like, well, damn, I ain't making no league with no nation. I know I'm an Israelite. But how do you make league with the nation? The very same things that we was talking about, murder on your mind. When we was talking about that, those are the very same ways that we make leagues with the nation. Because what do we talk about? They're given to their vices. They're prone to run to their flesh. But now, because we've grown up around them, Psalms 106:35, right? We were mingled amongst the heathen and learned their works. So now we grow up living the way they live. So how do we break off from this league that we're now making with them in this time on earth? Cast off the old man. Let go of the weak nature. And that'll free us from the bondage of the world. That'll literally free us from being binded to this world. That's where the change gonna come. Right? Sam Cooke talking about he want the change, but the change only gonna come when? The change only gonna come when we start changing. Day by day. Day by day. But God.
Yeah, we definitely got to see that it's still something to be conscious of, because we're here in this melting pot, right? You got all these different cultures, customs, and a lot of us ignorantly follow trends. Like you see sisters do a lot of things, and I'm not knocking on sisters, but henna tattoos. You're a believer of God, right? But why do you and why you following this custom that has nothing to do with His people? You know what I mean? Oh, what makes me look good? That's something that's against the scriptures. You're not supposed to be doing those markings, temporary or not. Then you got now is what is fashionable, the African waist bead things going on. That has now, yeah, if you went as established, the origin of it is spiritual, to like these African deities. But what do our women do? They run around wearing these beads, and then going back to what the brother was bringing out for us men, we're locked into the American. I gotta be this gangster. Where'd you learn that from? You know what I mean? That's not biblical. So you're making leagues with their philosophy, right? Not your culture, not the ways that the Most High gave us. We got to be conscious of that. We don't see it. It's not like we have little Well, I'm about to say that. We do. Some of us do got little Buddha statues in your house. I remember going to a friend, going to the house. She's got Buddha. I'm like, what? You ain't Chinese. Right. You don't eat Chinese food. Why you got a Buddha in your house? But see, these are the things that people make leagues with, ignorantly and knowingly.
Yeah. Go to Psalms 33 and 10. Just on the fact that we didn't ask counsel of the Lord, and we made this league with them, This is what we didn't even consider. So you counseling, you went to counsel with the heathen. Yeah, you went to counsel with the heathen and didn't realize that this is how the Lord worked. Go ahead.
Psalm chapter 33, verse 10. The Most High bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught.
He make it nothing. He makes it fruitless. So if you making league with them on doing something that you didn't ask the Lord if it was okay or not, what's going to happen to us for doing that? We're going to be messed up. We're going to be in a bad case. I mean, think about it. Like literally, how do we put ourselves in bad cases nowadays when dealing with the heathen? How do we put ourselves in bad cases now with dealing with the heathen?
The scripture came to mind of where we put our enemies on our right hand, and he seeks to take our place.
So you gotta find that one. That's good. Go ahead, Devon. You gotta find that one.
By giving their words credence, first place.
By giving their words credence. I like that one. That's really what it is, because everything else falls under that umbrella. But go ahead, Montserrat.
Okay. So, I was going to say, us being vexed by our enemies, we want to copy and mirror what they do. So we're sampling what they do. Like a lot of people have this blonde hair, like black guys, men, it's all women.
Yeah.
Down to men. So under that line.
No, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Yeah, ain't being your oppressor. That's a big one. But because then now you start to look at them like they're free. But you don't realize that you value in their word, you value in their counsel, their way of life more than the Father. But the Most High is bringing that way of life to naught.
Yeah, that's like crazy, because think about it. We value, and I'm gonna put it out there. We value sports, right? We value sports.
Right.
I want to go to the league. I want to go to the NFL, right? Because you're looking for this way out of the hood, right? That's not our culture. That's not our custom. And the Most High is bringing it to naught, because what's coming out now? You training your son to be a football player, but what's the result of that?
Yeah.
What's going to be the end of his career?
Come.
CTE. He's got CTE, where now you got multiple stories coming out of these football players killing their parents. They killing their parents. They Junior S.O.W, right? They got us so defiled, right, to where like, damn, football is not like how it used to be. It's not as violent, right? They don't hit as hard. Yeah, Junior S.O.W, one of the best linebackers, killed himself because all that hard hitting. Is those little coins worth it? It's definitely not.
Yeah. No, that's true. Because then you got, huh?
I was just gonna ask. You said Strayer or Strahan?
What, Junior S.O.W?
Oh, Strahan.
Yeah,
Oh,
Junior
okay.
S.O.W.
Because
Yeah.
when you think about just what you're saying, it's like you even got the basketball athlete can't deal with anger. Like there's this guy Kevin Porter Jr. He got waived. Just recently he got waived on the Rockets. He's a very good player, but he got caught up well, he didn't get caught up. He put himself in a situation where he was physically abusing a we don't know the full story and all that stuff, but obviously they both somehow, some way was provoking each other somehow, right? But he's putting his hand on this woman. But now he lost his job, and the chasing after the sports. He lost his job and lost this finance that can take him out of his poverty because of anger. Because of anger, but nobody was nurturing him and teaching him how to fight against that anger. They were just giving him a ball, and he was nice, and they was just like, relax, chill. Or nobody says anything at all because he's just that nice. And they were trying to feed off of him. Right? But when you're pushing your kids in that direction, that's how you still seeking counsel of the world. Feeding your kids that logic of like sports is the way.
Right.
Right?
Ball is life.
Ball is life.
Yeah.
Football is life. hockey, salt,
boxing.
boxing.
You got the brother down here. He was good at boxing. What's his name now? And he got caught running across the highway and killed himself.
Oh.
Got hit by a car. What's that? Sweet Pea. Yeah, Cornell Whitaker.
You know what's so funny?
Yeah.
The old man I spoke to was his coach when he was a teenager.
See that?
The old man I spoke to, he said he couldn't get off drinking.
Mm.
He got a Hall of Fame, and then he was drunk at the Hall of Fame.
Wow.
They said they was gonna give him an Adidas contract, but because he couldn't get off the drink, they didn't want to sign him.
So all that physical discipline didn't help him discipline his mind.
Boom.
What profit? Or what value was it?
But the Council of the Nations is like, get money by any means.
Yeah, get out the hood.
Chase the bag.
That's your ticket out the hood.
Yeah, get your college degree, but you don't know how to deal with your mind state.
Right.
Right? Chase the bag, get your college degree, be that super athlete, right? Do all you can to get the money, get 5 jobs, get 3 jobs, but then you can't deal with anything on the mind.
Right.
But that's how we seek counsel of the heathen, but not realizing that's the same thing that's bringing the things that we want to accomplish to where it's not happening. The things that we want to happen in our life, it's not coming to pass because we're still seeking counsel of the heathen.
Right.
We're still making league with the heathen. Read that again, anybody.
Psalm chapter 33, verse 10. The Most High bringeth the counsel of the heathen to naught. He maketh the devices of the people of none effect.
He maketh the devices of the people of none effect. Look at that. But what does Proverbs 19 says? There's many devices in a man's heart, but nevertheless the counsel of the Lord shall stand. But if we keep thinking like the heathen, then nothing's going to stand that we want.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's get that. Psalms, Proverbs 19:21. Did you finish that, Shimon? Go ahead.
Proverbs chapter 19, verse 21. There are many devices in a man's heart.
Yeah. Many devices in a man's heart. And what we're figuring out is that what? We think like heathens.
Yeah.
We seek counsel like heathen, and our reaction time to decision making is like heathens. Which is why they did what? The men took victuals and asked not counsel at the mouth of the Lord. They didn't seek the Lord to see like, okay, should we deal with these people? Well, these people, Lord, these people did kind of come, they looked, damn, they like they was really trying to serve us. They damn near got dirty trying to get here from this far country. The Lord would have told you, they right across the street. They're lying. The Lord would have pre-gamed you. But the devices in our heart and our reaction time is like the heathen. We don't see that though. Read.
Nevertheless, the counsel of the Most High, that shall stand.
But what made us fall? What was the beginning of our downfall? We didn't seek counsel of the Lord. We sought to make a league with the heathen because of what it seemed to be. Because we heard by the ears of our, we was listening by the hearing of our ears. Is that it? Let's jump back to the reading.
Wow. Verse 16. And it came to pass at the end of 3 days, after they had made a league with them, that they heard that they were their neighbors.
Look at that. Look at that.
After 3 days.
After what?
After 3 days they heard that.
Yeah. 3 days. So that means they what? The reaction time was late. To inquire. To figure out what was actually going on and why these people ran to them. These people acting different than other nations, but the Lord told me, but I know when dealing with the Lord, a lot of people don't consider things. They skip a beat. They don't have pure intention. I should at least consider that.
Yeah. That goes back to Isaiah 11. Again, what truly being in the Most High Spirit said the Spirit is of quick understanding. It wouldn't have took 3 days to figure this out that these cats, they capping. They up to something. These cats are sneaky. Oh, hold on. Where you said y'all from again? Matter of fact, go send a message in real quick. See if they. Go check with the surrounding people first. You know what I mean? The Most High would have would have exposed that, but we chose to what? Lean on our own understanding instead of trusting in the Most High.
Con. Yeah, that's where we messed up. You know, we messed up. That's what we do now though. Our reaction time is bad. Yeah, like I think he said it yesterday in yesterday's class or the day before, yesterday. You know, now we feel the repercussion after the check comes, and the epiphany hits you. After the check comes from the Father, now you got the epiphany to slow down and be like, damn, now I see it. Damn, I should have did that. I should have asked, was this car good? I should have asked, should I got a brand new car or a used car? I should have asked. But now our reaction time to considering things that are godly is super slow. So we're learning something about ourselves though. We're learning something about ourselves. And I want to go to this scripture. Jeremiah.
I just found it.
What?
The verse I was quoting.
Oh, that's not it?
Is it?
Oh. You got it?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 12 and verse 10. Sorry, 10, right? It says, never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness.
Well, there it is. Was that point?
It was on the 12.
Oh. Well, I mean, but that makes the point.
Huh?
Never trust your enemy. Right?
Huh?
Never trust your enemy, because as iron rusted. Because then he's going to be, he can't keep counsel.
Right.
He can't keep his word. And we've seen that with America, right? They never kept a word with our native brothers. Go ahead, Jeremiah 4 and 22.
Come. Jeremiah chapter 4, verse 22.
Yeah, but this is what we learn about ourselves, though. Read.
For my people is foolish.
Foolish. That we lack knowledge. When you look up the word foolish, it just means we lack knowledge. We lack knowledge in a lot of areas, and then we don't chase how to figure out. We don't chase the learning. We don't chase to go learn. We don't so seek to the Father to see and gain understanding on how to actually deal with a situation. We don't go actually learn and ask the Father of His counsel. We stay in the I don't know. We stay in the realm of I'm confused, right? And I'm not going to push past the learning. I'm not going to open up the book. I'm not going to ask the question. I'm not going to be humble to receive the counsel. And then we end up staying in this place where we just lack knowledge. Read.
They have not known me. They are sottish children.
And in that split second, they didn't consider the Most High, and it had a big effect on the nation. Read.
And they have none understanding.
And what? We lacked understanding in that moment that we were supposed to use, at every enterprise, consider the counsel of the Lord. In every business, enterprise being business or a thing that you want to transpire, we were supposed to consider the Most High. Read.
They are wise to do evil.
Wise to do the wrong thing. Something that goes contrary to what a minister or a servant of the Lord is supposed to do. Read.
But to do good, they have no knowledge.
And that's what we was lacking. We lacked that knowledge in that moment to do the right thing. And then 3 days later, we want to figure out where they from. Yeah, 3 days later. So how does that apply to us now? Consider what's being given to you in counsel. Don't go off with the emotion to where it distracts you, to where you're not able to receive the wisdom and give it an opportunity for you to see, like, oh, I am that way. I do need to stop thinking that way. I am rash in my actions. I am quick to give somebody credit. I am that hasty man or that hasty woman to give credit, right? So I have to be careful and watchful. What else to say?
Oh, it's the next verse 23.
Okay, that's it.
Okay.
We can drop. Let's jump back to the reading.
Verse 16, last precept. And that they dwelt among them. And the children of Israel journeyed and came unto their cities on the third day. Now, their cities were Gibeon and Chephra, Chephara,
Khan.
and Barak, and Kir Jarim. And the children of Israel smote them not, because the princes of the congregation had sworn unto them by the Lord God of Israel.
Made the wrong decision.
God.
Made the wrong decision. They jumped the gun without considering.
Certainly did.
Oh, you going to verse chapter 10 and 1. Yeah, they jumped the gun. But go ahead.
And all the congregation murmured against the princes. But all the princes said unto all the congregation, we have sworn unto them by the Lord God of Israel.
Yeah, and what the hell? Now everybody's upset. Because they probably figuring out 3 days later, like, this guy's lying to us?
What is it? Deuteronomy,
Go ahead.
I think it's Deuteronomy 7.
7 and 1.
Yeah, where it talked about all the nations that the Lord was going to drive out before you, and you was going to utterly smite them.
Go ahead.
And
But it took my scripture. God, that's it.
Go ahead. You said Deuteronomy 7 and 1?
7 and 1.
yeah, it says Deuteronomy chapter 7.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Deuteronomy chapter 7, verse 1.
Take that brother's job.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land, whether thou goest to possess it, and hast cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, and the Girgashites, and the Amorites, and the Canaanites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou.
But that's why he had to keep reminding us, fear not, be thou not dismayed. Because in the sight of it, it looked like they were more mightier than us. But look at them now. They're afraid. They were fearful. So they had to sneak attack you. They had to sneak attack you, and they used the war of words to get us down. That's when we were supposed to cast these nations out. We're supposed to obliterate them, but we left that little seed there. We left that little space there for them to be able to what? Rise up like some leaven and attack you. Yeah, we left that little space to be attacked. That's a dope scripture. Oh, it goes on down. It goes on and say.
Read down.
And when the Most High thy power shall deliver them before thee, thou shalt smite them and utterly destroy them. Thou shalt make no covenant with them, nor shew mercy unto them.
He said, "No, show what?
Nor show mercy unto them.
And thou shalt make no covenant." Lead. In this verse, and Joshua is saying lead. Right? So this is where we messed up. This is where we messed up. This is where we what do you call that? We're unconscious. It was sleepwalking. It was sleepwalking at this point.
Right.
So, yeah, Con, that was right on point.
Keep reading. Why?
Verse 3. Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son.
Because the point was, not because they filthy Africans. Most High is not, he doesn't judge like we do. He judges by the sight of the eye. Read.
For they will turn away thy son from following me.
That was the point. Because these nations were going to be a snare unto us. We were going to now want to see what they're doing. Oh, they look like they're having fun. Wait, he went in the house, he got 2, 3 women, and they dressed naked, and they holding hands, and they kissing each other. Well, the Most High said that's abomination, but they came out laughing. They might be having fun, right? Oh, wait, the grass that plant that's for medicine, they crushing it up, roll it, light it, smoke it, and they laughing and giggling. That everybody seems like they're lighter. Oh, I want to try that. All of these things that they're doing, the other nations doing, became a snare unto us, and the Most High knew
that we were that kind of nation. So we were supposed to utterly cast them out, utterly destroy them. Go ahead.
That they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Most High be kindled against you and destroy thee suddenly.
Right, because everything that we've engrafted, all the ideologies, all the customs of the nations that we took part in, they destroyed us. They didn't give us no peace. They didn't give us no happiness. They didn't put our households in order. They left us in the worst place. Right, we read yesterday about how the law is a lamp. The Most High's law leads us out of mental health issues. But everything that America gave us, all the things that whole reveling and rioting, chambering, that party and nonsense, you know, that living life YOLO, that made things worse for us. Now you're 40 years old, still talking about your college war wounds. You know what I mean? You got, what's the girl now? She said she had 35 bodies. She slept with 35 men. And our people are so destroyed by that lascivious lifestyle that there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with 35? I watched another one where the girl was telling, was that the same one? She was saying how much body she had in front of her dad.
Oh.
In front of her dad, and her dad is just sitting there like, the Bible tells it about how this woman would be ashamed to her father and her husband. Who wants a woman that had 35 bodies? Well, see, that's American lifestyle. That don't count. She didn't have a ring on it. She didn't have a marriage certificate. So all of that, once you marry her, now all of that's gone. You see, that all of that stuff was to our own demise. The way, the lifestyles of the nation, that didn't profit Israel. And it doesn't profit us today. Yeah, so that's one point. That's why we don't make a league with them.
Let's jump back. We jump back. Verse 19.
Verse 19, last precept.
Yeah.
Now therefore, we may touch them. Now therefore, we may not touch them.
You done made a vow.
You done made a vow.
You can't. So now, when the Most High said utterly destroy them, that was a commandment. That wasn't an option. Everybody who got 613, that was a law. Don't be dealing with these other nations. Now, we ain't going out killing them today, but we're not supposed to be partaking, like it says in Jeremiah, learn none of her ways, right? But now you done made a vow, you done made this agreement, so you can't go back on your word. Go ahead.
Wow.
Read on.
That's powerful. Verse 20. This we will do to them. We will even let them live, lest wrath be upon us, because of the oath which we swore unto them.
Right.
And the princes said unto them, let them live, but let them be hewers of wood and drawers of water unto all the congregation, as the princes had promised them. And Joshua called for them, and he spake unto them, saying, wherefore have ye beguiled us, saying, we are very far from you, when ye dwelt among us. Now therefore ye are cursed, and there shall none of you be free from being bondmen, hewers of wood, and drawers of water for the house of my God. And they answered Joshua, and said, because it was certainly told thy servant, how that the Lord thy God commanded his servant Moses to give you all, and to destroy all the inhabitants of the land from before you. Therefore we were sore afraid.
And like you said, he says, you beguiled us, tricked, because we was being what? Gullible. Most High don't want us to be gullible, right? He wants us to be circumspect, walk as wise and not as fools.
Yes.
Right? That's Ephesians 5:15. So he wants us to walk as wise and not as fools, so that we don't get beguiled. But that's the importance of, what is this showing us? The importance of staying clean. The importance of humility. the importance of consideration, counsel, right? Because when you use the one word counsel, all those things fall under that umbrella.
Right.
Right? And it's a shield of defense. We say, right? That's what we ask for the Most High to shield us. We ask him to Magun, Samach, right? Rapah, Chazak, Izar, right? We ask him to do all those things: shield, protect, heal, guide us, help us, strengthen us, right? But how can he do that when we not doing the main thing? We're not even seeking him. We're not even going to seek out his counsel. And we're allowing ourselves to be beguiled by the nations. We can't forget the thing that even makes us this wise and understanding people. Literally what makes us a wise and understanding people is that we can consider something outside of our own logic. We can use the word, the wisdom from the word, to slow our mind down, to be humble enough to literally listen to somebody else's wisdom that's coming from the Bible. That's coming from the logic of the Father, because the wisdom that you want to use is not the proper application. But you have the power. I use the word power because it's a strength to be able to humble your mind down to another person's wisdom. It's a strength. It's not a weakness. It's a strength. To be able to sit there and listen to somebody else's wisdom, or at least, let's say the person's not physically there, right? The Most High is not physically here with us, like in the flesh, where I'm seeing him as I'm walking, even though I know he's around, right? And looking in my mind. So, but I know this, when I'm by myself, I can at least consider. But nobody was here by themselves, but they skipped a beat in their heart, in their mind. And we got beguiled.
Yeah.
But the Most High dealt with the nations the way he dealt with them, right? This is the mercy, right? Luckily, they threw in there that there was going to be servants. In the midst of the oath, they said they opened up their mouth, as slow as they are, right? Most High burden their counsel or not. They slow. They already told us they were going to be servants. So we're going to hold you to being a servant, right? So the Most High is merciful on his part. And it says, they answered Joshua and said, because it certainly told thy servants, because they was afraid. So we figured out, imagine if we would have waited on the Lord. You would have seen that they was doing, this is basically a panic move. So they made a rash decision.
What you call it? It's called self-preservation.
Boom.
That's what they were doing.
They was doing self-preservation.
Yeah.
And if we would have just waited just a little bit longer, if we'd have just stopped and paused and asked for counsel, we'd have known exactly how to just deal with them in this moment. Right? But what you got, Mazara?
I had a question. I was just trying to figure out, would them line counsel out the agreements? Because, you know.
Well, when you look at it, it was more. It was sly. But look at it in this sense. They said we were from a very, very far country. Right? And they never really said where they were from necessarily. So it's like they didn't put like a conclusive label on anything that they were saying for you to be able to say like they were. We know that they tricked us. We read in the history. They tricked us, but they used very cunning words to not fall into like a you want to say a lie, because they made open-ended statements. That's what they were doing. They were making open-ended statements, and then we being rash by looking at the fact that they were looking like they was like, downtrodden. We ran off of that and didn't consider anything that they were saying. So, we gave our word though.
Yeah.
And they already agreed to something. Like they agreed to something, we agreed to something on that day. So we couldn't break from our word.
Yeah.
So regardless of that fact that we already agreed, right? It's like even when the Most High got mad at let's think about it. The sister was raped, Dinah, right? She was dealt with harshly with the nation, but they gave their word. Jacob and them, they gave their word, and they said that they would do what? Make the pact with them. And then what happened? What the brothers do? Levi and Simeon. They slaughtered them. But the Most High went with that because the Father went even with that because that is what? That sullies our name.
Yeah.
So they was thinking about the name of the Most High, the nation, because they gave their word. So, but in that, the nation still entrapped themselves. You see that? The nation still entrapped themselves by making themselves exactly what the scripture said they were going to be. Bondmen and bondwomen. They said, we are thy servants. So they put themselves still in a position, but our mess up was just the fact that we didn't utterly destroy them. That was our mess up.
Yeah, we didn't counsel.
Yeah, we didn't counsel.
With the Most High.
Yeah, with the Most High.
Yeah.
That's the mess up in there, but no, we can't break from our word.
Because
like that.
think about this. Somebody get Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 1. Whenever we do things, right, the scriptures say in the multitude of counsels there is safety. Hold on. In the multitude of counsels there is safety, right? So what does that mean? Before I go say this, before I go do this, I'm going to go get with some men of wisdom, right? That's going to weigh. They're going to examine. They're going to say, well, is this profitable, right? Can you do it? What's going to be the results of this, right? But what happened here was we didn't counsel with the Most High. We moved rashly. We moved hastily. No different than we make a vow. I'm going to go on this fast, and I'm not going to eat or drink water for 40 days, 40 nights. Bro, you work in a factory. Did you consider that? You live in Virginia. It's humid as heck. Did you consider that? Not saying don't do it, but did you count the cost? Right? Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 5, verse 1.
Go ahead.
Keep thy foot when thou goest to the house of the Lord.
Go ahead.
And be made ready to hear, and to give the sacrifice of fool.
Be ready to hear from the Most High. Right? And how do we hear from the Most High? Well, we counsel with men. The sisters will counsel with sisters, right? The Bible's going to come out, right? So that we can hear the correct and then be able to use the correct application, the wisdom, right? Keep going.
For they consider not that they do evil.
Read.
Be not rash with thy mouth.
Be not what?
Be not rash with thy mouth.
Right. We can't. A lot of us in situations today because we were rash. We were hasty. This is just going back to Thursday's class. Just moving without counseling, trusting in ourselves. Read.
And let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before the Most High.
Because had they done it the proper way, let's go back to in Exodus when Moses said the same thing. He's saying it in Deuteronomy 7:1. He had to constantly say it over and over because we are stubborn people. We want to just counsel with ourselves. I know. I got scriptures too. I know how to handle that situation too. I know things too. You know what I mean? And we love to boast ourselves. But then what happens? We put ourselves in situations that's unprofitable. Right? Because now when we read on, historically, having the Hivites around us was our detriment. Because think about when you go, it's no different than you go now, you got to go work for Esau the nations. Nothing wrong with that. Right? But now you're in an environment where now your manager is 2013. He's transgender. And if you speak what the Most High says about that, now you got to go look for another job. Right? We got to send our children to schools where they talking about Easter bunny and stuff like that. Your child says, oh, bunnies don't like eggs. Now they got to have a sit down with you because your child is telling the truth. They want to teach lies. But this is what happened. We're here mingled amongst the nations because we trusted in ourselves. We didn't trust in the Most High. You know what I mean? So when you go to work, you go to school, you're in the same scenario where you're around these nations and you can learn their ways. Having the Hivites, having these other nations in our land that we was establishing became a snare unto us, which is why you seen Solomon building idols, serving the gods of his wives. If they wasn't there, then he would have had what, 700 Israelite wives. What they would have been doing? Reminding him of what the Most High said. They wouldn't have been trying to tempt him in his old age, like, oh yeah, Molech let us do this. Baal let us do this. Okay, let's do it. He would have had his sister according to his own heart. You see that? Keep reading.
For the Most High is in heaven, and thou upon earth. Therefore, let thy words be few.
Let thy words be few.
counsel before you say something rash. Before you say something foolish. Right? But that answer your question?
Yeah, that makes sense. You gotta basically keep your word. Most High looks at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically what it is.
Huh?
Yeah.
Honestly,
Integrity. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, that's the punishment for our rashness.
Yeah.
Like that's like a butt whooping a belt. You ain't listen, okay, there it is. That's the repercussions.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I was gonna say, just off of that, the first thing that came to my mind was a verse in Leviticus considering dedication. Because when you say something, you gotta basically follow through.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if. Okay.
Let's go to it.
Leviticus chapter 37, verse 28. Notwithstanding, no dedicated thing that a man shall dedicate unto the Lord of all that he hath, both of man and beast, and of the field of his possession, shall be sold or redeemed.
Nah, that's not it. Yeah, that's not it. But what you had, Devon?
I was going to ask, would this scenario be similar to the scenario with Judah and Tamar? Remember his wife, or Tamar, he said that wait for my son to be of age, and she put on the garments and everything. Would that be like the same as like how they live in a far country and they deceive us?
How they deceive us, like how Tamar deceived. I get you going with that.
I mean,
You had to keep the oath.
yeah, he had to keep the oath. She could see that was her way of like trying to get him to keep the oath. Almost, it was wrong, but but off, but yeah. But kind of two different stories, but two different stories and two different intentions. Hers was thinking about that law where she wanted that family. She wanted that family, and she wanted him to keep his word according to what the law. But then they just trying to do what? She was just trusting. She messed up and trusting her own wisdom, going about it her own way. But and of course the dad messed up too, Judah. But and in this situation, they're like just plain out evil. They just want to see us destroyed. They just want to it's a conscious evil to this one. Hers was out of emotions, and she was trying to make sure he stick to his word. So she was trying to airtight that, and they trying to just do evil. Like they just want they want to see you murdered, like lifeless. Like they want to see you Black Wall Street, right? Burnt up to a crisp and dead. So yeah, two different things. But if you were saying like the tactic of just coming in a different format, apparel-wise, cause she was covered and he couldn't see her, and they had a moment. They over there covered in dirt, acting like they was ambassadors, but they was the actual rulers of the land, and they acting like they downtrodden. And you look at it in that sense, but not really. Yeah, not really though. But tactic-wise, yeah, just the art of what they call that? Covert. Being covert, the art of being covert. So yeah. But let's jump back to reading. But does that answer your question? Okay. You got yours, right, my John?
Yeah, I appreciate it. I thought about it. We gotta keep our word. That's all it is.
Yeah, basically keeping your word. You said something, we gotta do it.
Yeah.
And
in all aspects.
In all aspects, yes. So, but yeah, let's jump back.
You want I should start from the top of 24?
No, you read that.
Okay. All right. And it says, inhabitants of the land before you, therefore we were so afraid of our lives because of you, and have done this thing. Now, behold, we are in thine hand, as it seemeth good and right unto thee to do unto us, do. And so did he unto them, and delivered them out of the hand of the children of Israel, that they slay them not.
That was slick on their part, but that was smart on their part. It's like it was slick but smart because they like, okay, now they can't hit us with the sword, but at the same time, they gotta stay, they gotta remain a bond man and bond woman, right? They basically sold their family. They sold their family into being slaves. So definitely, you know. But we messed up though. It was slick on their part though.
One more question. This question.
Go ahead.
So I was wondering because when we read Deuteronomy chapter 7, it says to destroy everything they had going on utterly. You know, so was that a preemptive strike in the sense of we would have had to came back later on to destroy what they had going on?
Explain that again. You kind of said two things at once.
Yeah.
Okay, so Deuteronomy chapter 7, the first verse through verse 5, it says to basically destroy all the idols, and so it sounds like a commandment in the sense of we would eventually have to do that.
But they already made a vow. Remember verse 19?
Yes, I was saying, would that be a preemptive strike in terms of what they did?
What do you mean by preemptive?
In the sense of if we would eventually have to go to them and destroy their idols and possibly annihilate them, then them cleaving themselves to us before we did that, I said that would that be considered a preemptive strike?
That's what he says. It was what's the word? How you say it?
Self-preservation.
Self-preservation. When we read verse 24, it said, and they answered Joshua and said, because it was certainly told thy servants, meaning they knew this for a fact, how that the Lord had commanded his servant Moses to give you all the land that was theirs, right? To destroy all the inhabitants of the land. So they like, okay, these cats is rolling. Ain't nothing going to stop them. That the power of heaven and earth is with them. Save whatever we got to do to save ourselves. They knew they couldn't fight against the creator of heaven and earth. So that's when that how you say the word? Self-preservation. Yeah, I don't know why I'm tongue-tied. Self-preservation comes into effect. So yeah, it was what you said? Preemptive, yeah.
Because I was thinking to myself, it wouldn't make sense for them to have gone all the way that distance if you're so far from them, is what I was thinking.
What do you mean far from them? Remember it said that they were near.
Oh, okay.
The story they made up. The story they made up that they was far, but they actually was close. They were close. Remember, visualize what we're talking about. We're talking about our promised land. Now, in modern day, if you know what the map of that region looks like, you got Israel. These people were coming out of modern day Palestine. And we were coming to take that land. So that land that's Palestine today, that's part of our land. And way much, much more. Because the Most High gave us the borders and the boundaries. But even if you look at modern day Israel, all the part that we conquered, right? There was more that we were supposed to conquer. But we got tired. We got slothful. Right? We got complacent. I'm good. We're good. We're tired of fighting. We want to kick back. We want to whack, fat, and kick. But where these people came from was Palestine, close. It wasn't far. So they put on this whole lie to deceive us, to save themselves from death. So they chose rather to serve than to die.
Yeah, that makes
right.
sense.
Yeah. So,
good? No, I get that. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Let's jump back to the reading. All right.
Verse 27. And Joshua made them that day hewers of wood and drawers of water for the congregation, and for the altar of the Lord, even unto this day, in the place which he should choose. Joshua chapter 10, verse 1. Now it came to pass when Adonizedek,
I deny Zadok.
Hold on.
So, I got a question. So, was it just the city of Gibeon, or was it all those cities that were as well as it says
all of them far as what? What are you saying?
Was all of them our servants after that, like all those inhabitants of those cities, or was it just the inhabitants of that was given?
Verse 17. Verse 17. He said, and the children of Israel journeyed and came into their cities on the third day. Now their cities were Gibeon, Shifra, Barath, and Kif Jearim. All of those cities became servants. Yeah. Got it?
All right. You finished, Where were you
I
at?
didn't hear you say jump back.
Oh, you was Adonai-Zedek.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now it came to pass, when Adonai-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, had heard how Joshua had taken Ai and had utterly destroyed it, as he had done to Jericho and her kings. So he had done to Ai and her king, and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel, and were among them.
That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, and just when you read verse 2, you want to see that. It's just like saying, you talk about, okay, we're here in Virginia, the 7 cities, right? How often are people talking about like the smaller cities like Suffolk? You say 757, oh yeah, the whole 757, Norfolk in them. Well, that's included Suffolk, Chesapeake. So they mentioned Gibeon because it was the big city, right? But all of them, were in that same mind to, save themselves.
Okay.
Natzazak Chanukah Shabbat Yahweh Banya Shalom.
Natzazak Chanukah Shabbat Yahweh Banya Shalom. Men of Israel, Almighty, Barak.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shah Brakathum.
Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahweh Shah Brakathum. You can't do the cool face.
No, he be having the laid back, cool.
Yeah. He did that look. You can't. Yeah, he did like a cool. I ride in the Escalade type of car. Like Nissan. All right, see me riding in my Escalade. All right, so so the fourth. This is the fourth reader. So the fourth reader is reading Joshua chapter 10 to verse. He's starting at verse 2. And he's going to read to verse 22. So Joshua chapter 10, verse 2, all the way through 22. So, come.
Joshua chapter 10 and verse 2. That they feared greatly, because Gibeon was a great city, as one of the royal cities, and because it was greater than Ai. And all the men thereof were mighty. Wherefore Adonai-Zedek, king of Jerusalem, sent unto Hoham, king of Hebron, and unto Piram, king of Jarmuth, and unto Japhiah, king of Lachish, and unto Deber, king of Eglon, saying, Come up unto me, and help me, that we may smite Gibeon, for it hath made peace with Joshua and with the children of Israel. Therefore the 5 kings of the Amorites, the king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, the king of Eglon, gathered themselves together and went up, they and all their hosts, and encamped before Gibeon, and made war against it.
Right. Yeah, these guys, like, what's wrong with these guys? What's wrong with y'all? Y'all got scared? He's basically saying, like, a bunch of punks. And then he's like, he's upset with the fact that his their kindreds, bowed down to Joshua in the spirit of the Most High, right? They think about the power of the Most High did that to them, right? They think about they were actually wise, right? That was a wise move. That was a chess piece move on their part. But these guys, they puffed up. It says it was a greater city because it says as one of the royal cities because it was greater than Ai, and all the men thereof were mighty. So they're puffed up because of the things that they have, their so-called prestige, right? And they're like, what's wrong with these guys? They must don't know who we are. You might have got all those other guys, but not us. So it's like a puffed up mentality. It's like I'm better than you. It was like how these Arabs do when you walk in the corner store, or how you see they deal with the people in the corner store where the person don't really got money. It's somebody that usually be at the corner store, but this person don't really like. If you want to say they don't stand up for themselves, and then the Arab in the corner store think they can talk to them any type of way.
Disrespectful.
And they get super disrespectful.
Yeah. You see it all the time.
Yeah. So it's almost like that type of mind state.
Yeah.
Where I'm puffed up, I'm bigger than you, I'm better than you, you trash, you're garbage.
Yeah. All right.
And they're like, why are y'all their people, right? Making pacts with peons is basically what they're saying. Yeah. In their head.
Meanwhile, today, again, you're doing hashtag pray for Palestine. Right? Pray for Palestine, pray for Israel. No, sit back and watch the work of the Most High. Because these are not our friends. These are not our allies. They don't care about us.
Right.
Y'all see that? And what's beautiful about this, what you got to take out of the Sabbath, this is your family history. This is how those of us that got land here in America, you probably got a story of how you got that, or you got land in the Caribbean, Central South America. Hang on to that story of how your ancestors got that land. This is how the promised land, the Most High gave it to us, but there was work that went into it. There was opposition that we had to go against, right? This is valuable information right here. This is valuable history. It's turning me up. I don't know about y'all.
God. Go ahead. Verse 6. And the men of Gibeon sent unto Joshua to the camp of Gilgal, saying, Slack not thy hand from thy servants. Come up to us quickly, and save us, and help us. For all the Amorites that dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us.
Yeah, at one point in time, they came to us. Now we going to them. Right? We say you're going to go to your enemies for one of all things. Not just Esau. Right? What we doing? We ordering stuff. We getting every African black soap. Right? It's real. We getting the oils from them. Right? Them and the Arabs. But now all these commodities, products, different things that we used to get, water, clothes, like we had that. They was coming to us. But now we gotta go to them. But now we going to them as if they gonna save us. But look at this. At one point they was coming to us to get saved. So it's saying, slack not thy hand from thy servants. Read.
Slack not thy hands from thy servant. Come up to us quickly and save us and help us. For all the kings of the Amorites that dwell in the mountains are gathered together against us. So Joshua ascended from Gilgal, he and all the people of war with him, and all the mighty men of valor. And the Most High said unto Joshua, Fear them not, for I have delivered them into thine hand. There shall not a man of them stand before thee. Joshua therefore came unto them suddenly, and went up from Gilgal all night. And the Most High discomfited them before Israel, and slew them with a great slaughter at Gibeon, and chased them along the way that goeth up to Bethoron, and smote them to Azekah, and unto Makkedah.
And mind you, remember the people that we made pacts with, they coming to us, asking us to help them. Because those other nations, the Africans that came together, is trying to do what? Come against them for coming with us.
Yeah.
So just to clarify that, I know I said that, but I want to just make that separation. We're not going to them. They're trying to fight against us, as we made these people agreed to be our servants, and now they're asking us for help against their people. Who's trying to come against them for making a league with us? So
this is a ham-on-ham crime.
Ham-on-ham crime, and Ham is like, help me, Hebrew man.
Yeah, help me, right.
He would say, help me, Howard, help me, man. 1-800 call a Hebrew. Right? But go ahead. This my calling card right here. Yeah, they call Quack Bar. Yeah, I'm gonna go talk to Moses for you, man. Go ahead.
Verse 11. And it came to pass, as they fled from before Israel, and were in the going down to Betharon, that the Most High cast down great stones from heaven upon them unto Azekah, and they died. There were more which died with hailstones than they whom the children of Israel slew with the sword. Then spake Joshua to the Most High in the day when the Most High delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Hahilan. And the sun stood still.
Wait, what verse you at?
Verse 13.
13. Read it from the top.
Verse 12.
Verse 13.
Verse 13. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun...
let's slow down. And I think somebody asked that question before. Did the sun literally stood still, or was that literal, or was that like just a wise saying? No, that was literal. The sun literally stood still, right? And when you think about it, Joshua was a man that he stayed in tune with the Father, right? He stayed locked into the Spirit of the Most High. But we know through reading the New Testament with Christ, right? What do he say? Your faith can move mountains. If you have the faith of a grain of mustard, you can move mountains, right? Did he just say that just to sound nice, or did he say that literally, like because you could literally do that? If your faith in you are in tune with the Father. He's saying that because you would be capable of doing that if we were at that level of faith that we needed to be. Because what did Peter do? Walked on water. Right? Because he was, for that moment, he was able to give, I want to know what the heck that level of clairvoyance was. He was at a state of, right? He was at a state of peace. He had, just doing that, the world be funny with that. But he was at a state of peace, and he was in tune with the Spirit of the Most High. So he was able to walk on that water. So when it's saying that sun stood still, the sun stood still, right? And I know we read that part. I want you to read it again, verse 13.
Verse 13.
Because I know this kind of like a hiccup or hang up for a lot of people.
And the sun stood still.
So we're reading about this grand moment. Read verse 12 again, so we could just start. Because we're reading about a grand moment, a big moment in history. Something that you would say is astonishing. A sight for the eyes. Strangeness of their salvation.
Yeah.
Something is happening. You think they're going to write that in the book? It's important. It's imperative. Because it's a lesson to us to show us what level of faith we need in serving the Father. But there's something attached to that too. Read.
Verse 12. Then spake Joshua to the Most High in the day when the Most High delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Ahalim.
Right? And his faith, his belief, his level of assurance was there in the Most High that he would do that for Israel. So that what can happen, read?
And the sun stood still.
And the sun, so that the sun can stood still, read?
And the moon stayed. Until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies.
So the Most High made sure that happened so that we can be able to avenge ourselves from our enemies. That's what Joshua's whole sole purpose of having that happen, right? The sun, the moon, they stood still so that we can be accomplished in destroying our enemies. You know what's so important with that is that just think about how much love he had for his people, how much sincerity he had. But key word, right? Integrity. He had, right? And uprightness in him. Key words, right? Read.
Is not this written in the book of Jasher?
And when we look up that word, because I know a lot of people get hung up on that book of Jasher, but when you really look at it in the context of what we're going over, it's literally talking about what we're reading right here. It's not some strange book that's hiding somewhere.
Right.
No, it's talking about this book that we're reading right now, the book of Joshua. And let's look up, you got the definition?
It says in the Hebrew is Yashar, right? And it means upright one. But what upright one? Is it talk about somebody else? No, it's talking about Joshua. Joshua, the upright one. And are we not reading the book of Joshua?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Like, see, Israel always want to go to some esoteric, it's got to be more. I know it's got to be something out there. I know there's hidden books. No, we got all we need right now. There's nothing that you're going to find out there that's going to give you more than what the Most High, the creator of heaven and earth, the power of all powers given us between Genesis and Revelation. Y'all see that? But how many brothers and sisters are tripped up and they go out there and they want to get into the book of Jasher and the book of Enoch and all these other garbage books that they contradict. The Most High the Bible does not contradict at all. These other outside books do.
Right. So, and we're reading that as you pay attention to the context of how it started in verse 12, then spake. So it's going into it. We know that for a fact because it's going into a history dealing with Joshua. Mm-hmm. And then when you look up the word Joshua, it means upright. And I want to just give y'all this right here, Proverbs, Psalms 18:25. Right? Because this is all, think about why that's written there. Everything that's written is written for our what? Psalms 18:25.
Sound like you said Proverbs, Psalm 18.
Oh, my bad. Psalms 18:25.
Psalms chapter 18, verse 25.
So, if the Most High wants us to gain a lesson, and He wants us to see, right, something about Joshua, a characteristic in him, and the Lord is calling him Yashar, which is upright one, right? Well, what does the Most High want us to learn about an upright individual? What should we eat off of an upright individual? Read.
Psalms chapter 18, verse 25. With the merciful, thou wilt show thyself merciful.
With a merciful man, the Most High is going to do what?
Show thyself merciful.
And we read history of when men were merciful, right? The Most High showed himself merciful to him. David was merciful to Saul, so the Most High was able to show himself merciful to David. Right? Read.
With an upright man.
With an upright man, but who did the Lord just call upright? Joshua.
God.
So we're reading about the benefits of being upright. So what did the Lord do with him?
Thou wilt show thyself upright.
So he's showing himself upright to Joshua, but showing us, if we do that same uprightness, we follow the same path that Joshua laid down in the spirit of the Most High and sticking to the standard, the rules and regulations, right? The Most High will walk with us and show himself to be upright with us and bring peace in our habitations. So I just wanted to share that with y'all as we're going into it. But understanding this, though, in context, right? He's talking about history dealing with Joshua. So, and he's reiterating to us that what? He used the word Yashar, right? As the upright one. So he's talking about Joshua over here.
This is off topic.
Oh, I'm talking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We use this verse to show that the earth is not rotating.
It's not?
Does it say, because he would have said he would have held the earth still.
Well, let's he said, I'm just saying, well, yeah. Well, I ain't gonna get into all of that. We're gonna stick to the simplicity in Christ. Stick to the simplicity, right? Because we stand on look at these guys. He saw everybody for a whirlwind with that one. Now they he's like, oh, he slipped that question in there. Right? You can't Jew. You can't Jew a Jew. No, I'm just saying. But yeah. But let's jump back. But y'all get that right. And then look, this is just he gonna read on, but it further shows you how we know it's talking to Joshua in context, because we got the history of Joshua, right? It said that it said what he said. It said that he held still the sun, and he goes on to say it's not written in the book of Jasher, but then go on read.
So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day.
But didn't we just read before that, before those few words right there, that the sun stood still, and then the moon stood still? So we're reading in the book of Joshua right now.
Right.
So let's go ahead. The upright. Go ahead.
Verse 14.
This is Joshua.
And there was no day like that before it or after it, that the Most High hearkened unto the voice of a man. For the Most High fought for Israel.
Right, but you know what's so beautiful is, you know, what's this? It hit Psalm Ecclesiastes 35:17. And then
Ecclesiastes chapter 35, verse 17. The prayer of the humble pierceth the cloud.
yeah, that's what we're seeing. This moment, Joshua's prayer was able to be heard because he humbled his heart. So if you're praying right now for a physical ailment, you're praying to get rid of pride and lust and doubt, you're praying to get rid of your bodily ailments, you pray that the Lord have mercy on you for those things. Well, look at Joshua. Look what this upright man did. Didn't the scripture just say in Psalms, with an upright man, I will show myself upright? Right? So with a humble man, what you think he's going to do? Yeah. And he's going to what? What you said, Joshua? The sun? Hold the sun down? Okay. God. That's what them on with us. I want to see y'all enemies get clobbered for hurting y'all too. I love y'all. The same, that love that you pouring into your brother. I see you trying to do this action. You want this to transpire because you're trying to protect your brothers. You're trying to avenge the dead of Israel, right? Those that were harmed. You're trying to preserve the ones that's feeble right now, that's with you, that you protected. So of course I'm gonna listen to that. And then you came with humility. You knew exactly how to talk to me. Oh, come on now. The prayer of the humble pierces the cloud. Read.
Until it come not, he will not be comforted.
Right. Because Joshua was what? When he said that prayer, when he called out to the Lord, he said it with full faith, full confidence, wavering, not staggering. Right? He was ready. He was ready. And what did the Lord show him? Himself, upright. Right? I'm a God. He said, I didn't create death, I created life. Right? But we gotta live in righteousness so that we can breathe life. And so that the Lord can manifest it in our life. Right? And bless us. So read on.
And will not depart to the Most High shall behold to judge righteously and execute judgment.
Yeah, execute judgment. Wasn't that moment justifiable? Huh?
No.
Yeah. But wasn't he praying for a right reason? He wasn't praying for his own vain glory. That's what we're hearing. Man, there's another one. Oh, Proverbs 15:29.
Proverbs 15, verse 29.
Time.
The Lord is far from the wicked, but he heareth the prayer of the righteous.
Yeah, he heareth the prayer of the righteous, because it pierced the cloud. This upright man, but it takes us being upright so that he can hear our prayers. So we got to do what? Clean our hands. Right? Go to 1 Peter 3:12.
Come, 1 Peter chapter
1 Peter chapter 3, verse 12. For the eyes of the Most High are over the righteous, and his ears are open unto their prayer.
You see that? And that's what was happening with Joshua in this moment. Because he knew that Joshua wasn't praying that prayer for himself, for vainglory. To be like, oh, look at me, the Lord is with me. No, he was praying for because he wanted his nation to be saved.
Yeah.
Right? And like you said, the key word, it said avenged. So that prayer, it pierced the cloud. His eyes is over you. He's watching over you. So he's seen how Joshua was dealing uprightly. So he showed himself to be upright with Joshua and the people, right? Read.
But the face of the Most High is against them that do evil.
So What do we got to do so the Lord can start hearing us more? Stop doing evil. Simplicity in Christ, right? Nothing mystical. Just the simplicity in Christ.
That was 1 Peter chapter 3, verse 12.
Time. All right, let's jump back to the reading.
Joshua chapter 10, verse 15. And Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, unto the camp to Gilgal. But these 5 kings fled, and hid themselves in a cave at Makkedah. And it was told Joshua, saying, the 5 kings are found hid in a cave at Makkedah. And Joshua said, roll great stones upon the mouth of the cave, and set men by it for to keep them. And stay ye not, but pursue after your enemies, and smite the hindmost of them. Suffer them not to enter into their cities. For the Most High your power hath delivered them into your hand. And it came to pass, where Joshua and the children of Israel had made an end of slaying them with a very great slaughter, till they were consumed, that the rest which remained of them entered into fenced cities. And all the people returned to the camp to Joshua at Makkedah in peace.
What do we read? Deuteronomy 28 and 7. They shall come out to you one way, but they're going to flee to you before you 7 ways. I'm going to precept that one right there too. Go ahead.
None moved his tongue against any of the children of Israel.
So not a dog move his tongue, right? The Lord that put it. I'm gonna put that one right there. The Lord don't put a difference between Egyptians and Israel.
God.
So not the dog should not move his tongue. Ham gotta learn. Ham got a bombastic mouth.
Bombastic.
They got a bombastic mouth. Brother, give me deal. Give me deal. I'm your brother. They don't mean that. They don't mean that. Well, go ahead. Read on.
Verse 22. Then said Joshua, open the mouth of the cave, and bring out those 5 kings, and bring out those 5 kings unto me out of the cave. I had to read that one.
Yeah, these nations, man, they gonna feel the pain. And you know what's crazy now is like, when you look at it, they feeling what you done? Oh, okay. I kind of just naturally stood up though. My bad. But they feeling what you felt. Right now, they got their kids crying, right? Parents, but it was already, I said the other day, somebody lost 39 of them. They feeling what you feel on a day-to-day basis.
God.
Right? You lost, well, they say, we right there next to the damn T-Mania. We see somebody coming every other day for their grandmama, right? I mean for their cousin.
Yeah.
Somebody came to, just yesterday when I was opening up by myself. Somebody came for their auntie. For their brother.
Yeah. They got a business. They make a living off of our oppression, off our demise.
Yeah.
All these now it's a culture to get the rest in peace shirt, and who's doing that? That's a nation. Easy, gladly. Oh yeah, I make a shirt for rest in peace, little Tay. Got you. Right? Put the little wings on him like he was a saint or something like that. Meanwhile, he's a menace.
Turkish.
Yeah, but these are the nations that gladly do that.
Yeah, Turkish man.
Yeah. No, and I mean, and you would think that's a great moment, a great opportunity to maybe slide some wisdom in there, to hopefully not have another cousin coming in, because we've dealt with family members coming multiple times. Friend died, cousin died, all from the same neighborhood, from doing the same things. Though. That's a perfect time to start some wisdom in there. But they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about money.
Yeah.
Benefiting off of us.
Yeah, they put all the things that most of the things in the front of their, like, you know, how like these clothing stores. Let me get him in there. All right. Hold on. That was weak. They weren't coming out right.
Asher, Yah, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Yasharala.
Asar Yas, Shabbat Shalom, Yahweh, Ben Yashua, Men of Israel, Amadi, Barak.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Brakatah. Got tongue tied. But it's like the Turkish people, but then they put like these the mannequins, that's what they call them. Mannequins in front of the store. And all the mannequins have to do with things that pertain to our culture. And negative, you got the king, the queen, they got that. But they trying to they hitting us like where they know they can hit us. Like these Africans did us, they hitting us where they know they can hit us. These guys like king and queen. These guys, a lot of people are dying. They got the little rest in peace stuff. They got the what else they got over there? In the little mannequin stuff.
Oh yeah, then they do the other one. Oh man, gosh, why you make it free them? They has to free. Everybody when you in jail, they put the they probably took it down, but that's something that our people go there for.
Yeah.
He done killed 5 of his ops. 5 of us. Now you want to do what? Go get a T-shirt, free them.
Yeah.
Free them, and they're not telling you like, you sure you want to put this guy back on the streets? I mean, think about it when Yahweh Shai was up to trial. At least he said, who do y'all want? This murderer? Right. Or y'all want this blameless man? And even then, our people was like, free him. Free Thugged Out, right? Free Kane, right? Free Kane. You know what I mean? Free the gangster. Like, come on, man. And he's got, let's do it. How many shirts you need?
About 40.
Right. For the whole neighborhood.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but they pushing that.
Yeah.
They pushing that, so they feeling what you felt. They feeling what we feel. So, no sympathy.
God.
That's what Joshua having right here. He's like, bro, bring all of them out here. Bring all of them. So, but go ahead.
Joshua 10, chapter 10 and verse 23. And they did so, and brought forth those 5 kings unto him out of the cave. The king of Jerusalem, the king of Hebron, the king of Jarmuth, the king of Lachish, and the king of Elgam. And it came to pass, when they brought out those kings unto Joshua, that Joshua called for all the men of Israel, and said unto the captains of the men of war, which went with him, come near, put your feet upon the necks of these kings.
What?
Put your feet upon the necks of these kings.
You gotta read it loud so they can hear you.
Yeah.
Come near, put your feet upon the necks of these kings.
Yeah. They gonna get that. You got that then, they gonna get that now. So, but all we gotta do is what? Wait on the Lord. Wait on the Lord. Be humble. Wait on the Lord. Let him fight your battles. So that you could be on the right hand side of the Lord and you get to see this moment and glorify in it. Not be the Israelite that was the 2/3, right? And now you're on the opposite side of the spectrum where you damn getting burnt up with them.
Yeah.
Right? In the nuclear fire. We damn near you gotta go through the judgment process, right? Because you did wrong. You in hell because you did wrong. And you gotta wait some time before you come back, right? Instead of just being able to be what? Transferred right into the kingdom.
Yeah.
You see the nations get judged, you see them in their lower state for the wrong that they done, the evil that they done, and be right there with the Lord. Who don't want to be right there with the Lord? Like, who don't want to be with Yahweh Shai? Who don't want to be with Abraham? Who don't want to be with Joseph? Having those conversations, right? Huh? Yeah. Moses and all these great men being able to speak your language. Being able to sit there and see. Or double unto her. Like, who don't want to see that? Think about it, man. Don't it vex you? You park there for 2 minutes. You come out, your car gone. For real. You need a license to drive. Well, I don't like that one. No.
He's sorry.
No. That's too high, brother. Right? Nah, I know you. I know that you're talking about. But for real, you just think about all the things that you experience now, just dealing with Esau. Like you going in the supermarket, and they lurking on you. Like you see that one, you might just lurk. Like it's just.
Oh yeah, come.
They keep popping up everywhere in the supermarket that you in. Or you in
every aisle you go down, they peek on the
like
aisle.
you in the back of the corner store in your neighborhood that they chose to come to, and they looking at you from the mirror up there. And I get it. Our people be, we doing stuff, but they made us that way. We wanted, we what? We sin, we fail, and they feed that culture to us because that's what they do. That's literally what they do. But they try to make it. But we so silly. We do it out loud. They just do it. They do it under the table. Right? We learn bad behavior from them. So, who don't want to be on this side where they get to see this?
Right.
The
vengeance, the righteous vengeance of the Most High.
Double.
Yeah, that's what Joshua was saying. But I mean, when we read Revelation 13 and 10, right? We always go out there and read on the streets, passing out the flyers, right? Here is the faith and the patience of the saints. The scripture says, "Vengeance is mine," saith the Lord. Right? So we don't go out there and go and try to handle things our own way and do it the wrong way. We do it to like what Joshua did. Now he's got their elite, their leaders, and he's telling people put their feet on their necks. Yeah. You wouldn't even made it that far. You'd have went out there, try to do something, think you're doing something. I remember the sister would say, yes, if she was in the world, she would go into the precinct and do such and such and such. I ain't gonna put her on blast, but like, cause she had that zeal. She's seen the oppression and the hatred, these police brutality videos. So she wanted to go in there like Rambo.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't even made it that far, sis.
Nah.
You know what I mean? What you would have did? Shot a cop car?
You better
flat
get
the tire?
Better get some Navy SEAL training.
Yeah.
Quick.
But can I get?
Go ahead.
Go to Psalms 149. You're gonna read verse 5. 5 real quick. Yeah. Psalms 149 verse 5 down to 9.
Psalms chapter 149 verse 5. Let the saints be joyful in glory.
Read.
Let them sing aloud upon their beds. Let the high praises of the Most High be in their mouth, and a two-edged sword in their hand, to execute vengeance upon the heathen, and punishment upon the people.
Come on.
To bind their kings with chains.
Right. Let the Most High, the way He's going to hit even watching it now, watching these prideful people now lose their faith and their confidence and their cockiness that they had on the stock market and on America military industrial system, when you got all these other nations equaling and surpassing you. Is beautiful. Because you see them try to talk boldly about it, but then the news came out, the Navy is 7,000 sailors short.
Oh, Tom.
They want to go to war. Come on, man. Come on, man. We wouldn't have did that. You couldn't have did that. They're going to be unprepared for what's coming. Yeah. Right? Go ahead, keep reading.
And their nobles with fetters of iron.
Right.
To execute upon them the judgment written.
It was already written what's going to happen. We just got to be patient.
Yeah.
We just got to sit back, continue to work, continue to do the works, and enjoy this show.
Yeah.
Enjoy what was written.
Oh.
Go ahead.
This honor have all his saints.
He said what?
This honor have all his saints.
Well, the other scripture said, happy shall he be that dashed our little ones against the stone. That's an honor. That's an honor because you didn't take it, you didn't let the emotion lead you to do something foolish. To where now when we had those brothers and sisters, they were all zealed up and they had their AR-15s marching because they was going to go do something. What was it? They're not effing around crew. Where they at now?
NFC.
They not, nobody's talking about them. I think they accidentally shot somebody, right? It was like friendly fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, come on, man. The scriptures talk about how the angels, the instruments that the Most High is going to use, they will not break their ranks. Right. You will not thrust them through. Right. You ain't going to be able to shoot down no chariot. You ain't going to be able to do no harm to no one of the angels. You ain't going to do nothing against Yahweh Shai. And it'd be an honor for us to watch that. Right? Because it's not an emotion. Again, this is righteous vengeance, righteous justice. Right? Because they led us into captivity. They all the things that they've done to us, now they're going to be judged by that.
Right. Yeah, and you know, what's so beautiful about that verse you pulled? It's like it says, "Honor, this honor have all his saints." So we have to be on the. Listen, I mean, say this. You know, I use this statement, but you was with me shooting in the gym, right? I mean, I'm saying this statement, but like for real, you shooting in the gym with the Lord. How? He said you always bearing about in the body the dying of Yahweh Shai. So we supposed to our lifestyle is supposed to be this disciplined, stern. It's supposed to be this disciplined, confined way of life, to where you're a prisoner of Yahweh Shai, because you see the benefits. It helps you, it heals you, it saves you.
Yeah.
But then also you're there with the Lord. It's almost like you're there with the Lord. You feel His pain, right? You ain't just like trying to suck. No, you feel the pain because you're laboring with the Lord in the Spirit. And then you get this result where I think this moment is so beautiful with Joshua. He said, yeah, you gotta read it. Read it hard. Verse 24. Read it hard.
Verse 24. And it came to pass when they brought out those kings unto Joshua.
And it came to pass when they brought out those kings to Joshua. What happened?
That Joshua.
That who?
That Joshua.
He caring about himself. What did he do?
That Joshua called for all the men of Israel.
He called for all the men of Israel. Read.
And said unto the captains.
And said what?
Of the men of war.
Said to the captains of the men of war. Read.
Which went with him.
They was with him shooting in the gym.
Yeah.
They was with Yahweh shooting in the gym, in the spirit. And what they do?
Come near.
Come what?
Come near.
Come what?
Come near.
And do what?
Put your feet upon the necks of these kings.
He said, y'all come and do it. But what the president doing? He's sitting in the Oval Office while his soldiers is struggling. They damn complaining to us how they eating jail food and how the sleeping arrangements is suffocating. Bad water. The damn shower, they don't even go in the damn tub or the shower in the dang barracks or on the ship without slippers. Because it's so dirty and nasty. But look at our leaders. Look at our brothers and sisters. He said, bro, come put your neck on this cat right now. Step on him. Right? Do the A-Town stomp. Right?
Nah, they too young.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Some of them don't know. But I'm taking this moment to point this out because remember, don't you want to be there with the Lord when the Lord's handling this type of business? Shoot, I want to at least say I want. You don't you want to be at least you pass his your resume passed through his table? Like, Lord, use me, man. Right? At least you know it. I've seen your resume, but this brother was doing this though. So okay, Lord. And we know it's about what? Building our people up, building our nation up, right? This is the patience and the faith of the saints. But these moments is gonna exist too. So we can't just ignore these moments, right? This is in the scripture. This is what the Most High said He's gonna do when He brings us back, as He's establishing order all over again. So just wanted to highlight that, man. That was dope. That
one of my very anchors, many anchors. To pray. Like the reason why I continue is because I don't forget that we went through, that they put us through, and I would love to see this.
Yeah.
I would be blessed. It would be a blessing to see this.
Yeah.
Because it's not being done unfairly. It's not being done without proper meat. They said reward her double. I couldn't do that. I don't have that might, but the Most High does.
Yeah.
And it said in the other scripture, it was already written. It said in Psalms.
Oh, no.
It said, in Psalms. Read verse 9 again. You got this? Yeah.
Psalms 149, verse 9. To execute upon them the judgment written.
Read.
This honor have all his saints.
It is already written. So that's an anchor. That's something that keeps me from going back to Mustafa way of thinking and dealing. Or the comfortability that I even had. Now I'm a sufferer. because I want to hopefully be found worthy enough to get this honor, to see this.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't want to have to be born back into it, to not know.
Yeah. So, yeah, man, appreciate where the Lord got you. He giving you this opportunity to fight.
Yeah.
Right? And this is a just judgment, because look at, we reading the history of what, we ain't trying to do nothing with them. They started war with us.
Right.
We just trying to get to where we trying to go and get what was rightfully ours.
Right.
And they trying to disturb peace. Right? They ain't peacekeepers, they peace disturbers. Evildoers. So, but Khan, let's jump back to the reading.
Khan.
The Khan.
And they came near and put their feet upon the necks of them. And Joshua said unto them, Fear not, nor be dismayed. Be strong and of good courage.
That's a sight to see. That's a moment. Like, think about how grand that is. And he's stepping on the neck. He like, fear not. And he starts talking about the Most High. He think about the Most High. Fear not. Like, look at these guys. Nobody.
That's right. Huh?
Right? Because what it was saying, these people are mightier than the AI.
Yeah.
But he's like, bro, don't mind that. Fear not, read.
It says, Fear not, nor be dismayed. Be strong.
Be who?
Be strong.
Be who?
Be strong.
And what else?
And of good courage.
Yeah, and of good courage. Because what's the Lord going to do? Read.
For thus shall the Most High do to all your enemies, against whom ye fight.
Because the Lord's fighting your battle right now. That damn Edomite that's trying to stop you. Right? Getting that license. Getting that, no, right? I ain't got that issue though. I'm just saying. I know I said something about the license. But I'm just saying, you know, like, it's a little hurt. They be making it extra hard for no reason. Like they be, like my Levite math, my Levite teacher in 6th grade, they, you know how, you do division? It's a long list, like probably like this long on your paper before you get one answer to get it right. And then you able to go to the next one, but it'd be like 20 of those that they be having you do. So you'd be like the whole day almost doing that one thing. Waste of time. But my Levite teacher showed us the quick way to do division.
Right.
And you just do it. And they show you this quadratic equation. They show you how to do that long old thing, how to do it. My Levite teacher in high school, she do what? Show me this quick way, easy way to comprehend it. I'm like, why are you making things difficult for no reason? Why don't we just do it that way? We still getting the same answer in a more condensed way. Ain't no shortcut, it's just a more condensed way, and it makes more sense. Right? Is life to make it harder or smoother? I don't want to use the word easy, because easy does what? That's the decaying, you get comfortable. It's about smoothing things out. Right? Work, learning to work, putting it in, and smoothing things out, putting it in order. Right? So, but yeah, this is a grand moment right here. Read.
Verse 26.
Because the Most High is exalted. Remember, again, he's exalting Joshua in their eyes because he's the new leader. So he's doing these grand, magnified things to build the people's confidence in him, him himself, the Father, but seeing that this man is the man that I'm using to what? Guide you. He's the shepherd right now. He's the head shepherd. He's the chief shepherd right now. He's the guiding one right now. So follow Joshua. Read.
Verse 26. And afterward, Joshua smote them and slew them and hanged them on 5 trees. And they were hanging upon the trees until the evening. And it came to pass, at the time of the going down of the sun, that Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees.
Keeping the law too. He ain't a beast. He ain't stepping out of order, right? So he's not circumventing the way the Most High set things up. He's still making sure he keep the laws. Right. So what are we figuring out? Did he do this out of the mortal mind, human anger? Or he did this out of, this was justifiable by the Lord? And this is what he's following the instructions that he got from the Lord. And he's staying in the spirit as he's doing all these acts. Because it was what? You say what he said? It was written. Execute judgment. You see that? The Lord's fair. The Lord's fair. right? So he gives us all that opportunity to change and get right. They could have humbled themselves down. They could have followed the same, not the same exact suit, but humbled themselves and be like, we gonna be your servants. They could have came like that, right? But guess what? They want to fight. I mean, they was already destined for it though. So right. But let's jump back.
And cast them into the cave wherein they had been hid, and laid great stones in the cave's mouth, which remain unto this very day. And that day Joshua took Makkedah, and smote it with the edge of the sword, and the king thereof he utterly destroyed, them and all the souls that were therein. He let none remain, and he did to the king of Makkedah as he did unto the king of Jericho. Then Joshua passed from Makkedah, and all Israel with him, unto Libnah, and fought against Libnah. And the Lord delivered it also, and the king thereof, into the hand of Israel. And he smote it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls that were therein. He let none remain in it, but did unto the king thereof as he did unto the king of Jericho.
You weren't playing with these dudes, man. Highly disrespectful. That's what he was looking at. Highly disrespectful. Then these people that we help him fight, what they do? Beguile us. That's why I ain't messing with that. I'm gonna do exactly what the Lord says. I'm gonna follow suit. I'm gonna follow through. I'm not gonna play around. Right? So he did his job with one group. He went on to the next group.
Right.
Did his job. Read.
And Joshua passed from Lebanon, and all Israel with him, unto Lachish, and encamped against it, and fought against it. And the Lord delivered Lachish into the hands of Israel, which took it on the second day, and smote it with the edge of the sword, and all the souls that were therein, according to all that he had done in Lebanon.
What spirit is motivating Joshua? First Maccabees 3:21. What spirit should be motivating us?
First
The same spirit.
Maccabees.
Go ahead.
Okay. First Maccabees chapter 3, verse 21.
Uh-huh.
But we fight for our lives.
You gotta read it loud.
Yeah, bro. You gotta come on now.
But we fight for our lives and our laws.
So we gotta be discomforted. We gotta be discomforted. We can't never do things based off our comfort. Joshua was enjoying doing his duty. He understood that he was fighting for for their lives and their laws. Hold on, wait a minute. These guys just beguiled us. Right? One little instance. You're like, oh, we gotta get back right. Get on that path and do exactly what the Lord just said. What they just do? Run through 3 cats. Run through 3 nations. Because Joshua like, I ain't playing. We fighting for our what?
For our laws and our lives.
Our lives and our laws. Hold on now. We close to the blessing. I'm not going to hinder the Lord blessing us. I'm going to keep on pushing forward. Pressing toward the mark. That's what Joshua's doing. But we have to do that too now. And how do we do that in this time? Because we're not picking up swords and knives and bows and arrows and snipers and AK-47s. We're not picking those things up. We're picking up a Bible. We're picking up the Word. We're taking correction. We're applying the correction. We're making the changes. We're teaching our kids. Teaching the kids. Right? Building people up. Right. Not just looking at my house, but looking at everybody else's house to help them out. Right? So we got to do what? But it starts with ourselves. We have to fight for our lives. You have to fight for your life so that you can, and fighting for your life is fighting for the law so that you can help somebody else do it. Help somebody else do it, but start off by changing. Right? So that when the Lord calls your number and He's ready for you to grow, He's ready for you to do more, take up more responsibility, and those lessons start coming that you can't like, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? You're not going to be confused and caught off guard. You're going to be ready. And if you're not even ready, you're at least consciously aware that this was going to come, even if you're not in application sense ready. So you're not caught off guard. But you at least in your mind knew that something was coming. The Lord was going to require more from me. So that now I can at least go seek out the counsel. I'm not application ready. I should have. But now, look, teach me. So that you can start getting to that point. That's what Joshua understood. Like, I'm not going to play with what the Lord's given us, because this is a pivotal point in history. This is him living it in that moment as a pivotal moment. Because we just got beguiled. Can't let that happen. Can't let that happen again.
Right.
I'm gonna go take everything else the Lord say take. I'm gonna do it swift. This is swift. So we gotta do what? When the Spirit calling you, and it's calling you to do more, you gotta jump on it. We can't make no tearing to turn to the Lord. That's our lesson in this. We can't make no tearing to turn to the Lord. And when the Lord reveals something to you about a defect, a character defect, make the change. When the Lord reveals it to you, He's going to reveal it to you through who? The messenger. We got to change. We got to change. We can't play around with it like, you just got something against me. Like, no. It's not personal. It's biblical. We just got to what? Change. Eat it, change it. Right? So, that was it on that one. Let's drop that. Let's jump back.
Joshua chapter 10 and verse 33. Then Horam, king of Gezer, came up to help Lachish, and Joshua smote him and his people.
I ain't playing with you either.
God.
You want to step in the midst of somebody else's judgment? Okay, you got it too. You just made it easier for me. You came to me.
Right.
Go ahead.
Until he had left him none remaining.
Yeah, you just walked right into your death. Go ahead.
And from Lachish, Joshua passed unto Eglon, and all Israel with him, and they encamped against it and fought against it.
Man, you gotta imagine what was getting them going, man. John 6 and 63.
Yeah.
Now you gotta imagine they moving like they like they just moving, man. It's crazy, but they're moving in the spirit.
Yeah.
Moving in spirit. Mighty men of valor, men that not breaking their ranks, men with good report, honest. Go ahead.
The book of John, chapter 6, verse 63. It is the spirit that quickeneth.
Their spirit got quickened. We just got beguiled. No. Let's keep on the path that we've been doing. We've been counseling. We've been asking the Lord to counsel. The Lord told us to do this. Let's do it. It's the spirit that quickeneth. It's the spirit that makes alive. Read.
The flesh profiteth nothing.
My carnal mind, my idea, my reaction time is off. My judgment is off. My perception is off. My understanding of the scriptures, one-sided. Right? My understanding is one-sided, so I need the other half. The part of me that don't want to be real with himself or herself, I need somebody to come to me, correct me, tell me. If there be a messenger, one among 1,000, to show his uprightness, the uprightness of the Lord, so that you can attain to it. Right? So you don't fall into the pit, the grave. Read.
The words that I speak unto you.
The words that the Most High speaks unto us. What do they do?
They are spirit, and they are life.
So what was moving those men alongside of Joshua?
Spirit.
The Spirit. The Spirit of the Lord. Right? And he had that grand moment with them where they stepped on the necks and like, from here? Because notice, after they stepped on that neck, they started moving from city to city. Yeah. They're moving from city to city. This is history, though. Somebody that locked into the Lord.
And at that moment, that was the spirit of what? Unity.
Con.
When the scriptures talk about endeavor to keep the spirit of unity and the bond of peace, like I always like thinking about that definition of endeavor, and then put it in respect to listen about men having to physically go to war, having to physically exert, right? What is it? It says to exert physical or intellectual strength. They had to exert physical strength, also intellectual too, because like they couldn't be beguiled again. But now I'm not on the battlefield. Man, I pull a hamstring. You know what I mean? I got Achilles and bad knees, but we still are at war. But we at spiritual war, right? Because the way I think, when I'm offended, is I'm cutting you off.
Right.
I'm not going to think about unity. I'm deleting your phone number.
Oh,
I'm Xing you out like you never existed. But
God.
that's not fighting. That's not endeavoring. That's not the spirit of the Most High. You see, so this battlefield, this war dynamic, this conquering, because the scriptures say the kingdom of heaven is where? Within. So I gotta first establish this promised land in my mind. I gotta escape Egypt in my mind, right? Come out of her, my people. So I gotta come out of the way that America told me how to be a husband. All you gotta do is just be there financially, right? Lay with her in the bed and you good to go.
Right.
I gotta come out of the way that I deal with offenses. You know what I mean? Or how I look at my brothers and sisters. You coming out that mind, but that takes painstaking effort because it wasn't naturally in us. We was raised and shaping in iniquity. So this is the literal warfare. This is the battlefield, right? To establish, to get that kingdom. No different than what they was doing there. There's no difference. Just now you ain't seeing no blood. You ain't seeing no blood. But you are dying. You are killing.
Right.
You are killing who? Who should you be killing?
The old man.
The old man. The old woman daily. Yeah, you should be stepping on the necks of your old self daily. And how do you do that? When you offend me, I do what the Bible says. I execute the spirit of the Most High. Yo, brother, you know what you did right there? Explain that to me. Because I'm not getting that. And I don't like the spirit that is working up in me. It don't have me moving like a Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah.
It got me wanting to render evil for evil. Or deal like an American. Deal like a nigga. Deal like an African American, Hispanic, a Native American. Don't have me dealing like a son, a daughter of the Most High. Yeah.
Yeah. Go to Ephesians 5 and 12, or 6 and 12. That's what you just said. We pulled this a while back. Not a while back, but somewhere. Go ahead.
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood.
That's what we dealing with in this time. Taking yourself out of looking at man, looking at the physical things that you're experiencing, the mortal mind, and tap it into the spiritual man and woman that's deep within you. You have to literally cancel that woman out, cancel that man out. Because that carnal man, that carnal woman be pulling that one to do their will. Somebody tell you to do this at this time, you're like, you itching to say no. Nah. That N-I-G-G-A coming just right there. No. Right? That, you know, it's there. It's right around the corner eating at you. And the Most High is like, relax your spirit. Understand. I put it on that man's spirit to say that to you because I know you're dealing with a spirit and I want you to bear witness to it. Right?
That'd be true.
And that's exactly what it is. And you have to what? Hold your peace so that the Lord can fight for you. Fight to get rid of that demon because we wrestle not against the flesh and blood.
But against principalities.
Principalities, what's that? We looked up principalities. I hope I can find that same definition. It's key to understand this. It's key to understand this. Oh man. I hope I can find it.
I have the Webster 1822.
What that say?
Come. Sovereignty, supreme power.
Nah, no. But this one right here, we're gonna go with this one. It says, Satan's principalities and powers are beings that wield power in the unseen realms, right? You know, obviously we know in the sense of we can't see them, but these demons are standing around us. So the unseen realm, right, the spiritual realm, we can't see them, but they're around trying to what? Cause division, whisper stuff in your ear. He hates me. He don't love me no more. So I'm gonna fight him, argue with him, and maybe I can win his love. Or vice versa. Yo, I gotta show up to a job. We seen a video yesterday. This guy is literally seen this guy with his friend, this Judite
young brother too.
and he was in Texas.
Oh.
I know that story. He was in Texas, and he's singing. His friends they circled his ex-girlfriend's vehicle, and he's begging and he's singing, "Take me back, oh take me back." I forgot how the song went, but it's saying "Take me back," and his homeboys is feeding that negative spirit that's on him to circle around the cart, to like literally like lose his mind and trying to beg her, like bow down his loins, beg. Give that strength to a woman, beg. And taking her back. And he's crying. It's sad. This guy's crying, no shirt. He's like, and she's like closing her door, and he's like, it's sad though. It's sad. It's sad. And we gotta see that that's dangerous. But these are spirits pulling out our people, doing what? Getting them to commit evil, negative sin. And that's what we fight against. We war not against flesh and blood, but those spirits in the unseen realm, demons. To be frank, that's what it's basically saying. It's being witty, but it's just demons. That's what. But those demons are things that tempt you. Those demons are just the things that tempt you. Read on.
Against powers, against the rulers of darkness of this world.
It says what?
Against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
Against principalities, against powers, against rulers of darkness of this world. Right. Damn demons and the evil people in this world that got demons on them. Read.
Against spiritual wickedness in high places.
Against what?
Against spiritual wickedness in high places.
So there's demonic people allowing demons to control them, but you're not wrestling against that. You're wrestling against the negative spirits that's on you, that you're allowing this person to disrupt, right? And you have to fight against that. You have to see that the weapons of your warfare are not carnal but spiritual.
Right.
So you have to see that the weapons of your warfare are not carnal but spiritual. And the Most High is trying to get us to subdue our own understanding through His wisdom, through His knowledge, because those demons are seeking for you to fail with the rest of these nations. Right? These nations get puffed up through these demons, but the Most High is doing what? He's trying to teach you how to be humble so that demon can't catch you. Because the Most High knows the battle don't stand in the multitude of hosts. It don't stand in the flesh, right? But it's standing in what? That man that can attack the negative defects within himself. The man and the woman. So let's jump to verse 11. My bad.
Come.
Because we got tricked, but we ain't get tricked again.
Right.
Why?
Come.
Joshua they beguiled us, but they ain't gonna beguile us again because the brothers and sisters moving in this spirit right here. Read.
Put on the whole armor of God.
They make sure that, they ain't getting us again. We put on the whole armor of God, of Yahweh. Read.
That ye may be able to stand
The what?
against.
That you may be able to what?
Be able to stand against the wiles of the devil.
The slyness, the cunningness, the craftiness, the trickery.
What's the word it said?
Willily.
Willily.
Right? It says an insidious art. That's what it said, insidious. How deep is that darkness? That's deep. Very dark. That was the definition. It's insidious art. So that sounds like something where you take time. You lose sleep to create it. Like a bank robber. How much time did it take the cop to get there? How much time do you think it would take for us, the distance between the banker and how they would get to the little red button to call the cops before we can clip him, so he can't press the button? Oh, let's study his habits. Let's go survey the bank and study the habits.
Count his footsteps.
Count his footsteps, right? But they studied on these things. That's the insidious art. And that's why they was able to come back and say, your God said that you're going to obliterate us and take the land. That's why they were able to say that. But we got to put on the whole armor of God that we may stand against the wiles of the devil, the trickery. Let's jump back to the reading. Calm.
Calm.
Yeah, that was. Yeah. Come on.
Joshua chapter 10 and verse 35. And they took.
Well, I want to get this last one. Verse 16. I'm going to read it, and it's in the same chapter. I'm going to read it real quick. Above all, this is Ephesians 6 and 16. Above all, taking the shield of faith. Faith got to be your guide. Faith that's built off wisdom. Right? The substance that the Most High left us with, which is the Word. Wherewith, taking the shield of faith, wherewith ye shall, I mean you're going to, be able to quench all the fiery. So the Most High knows it's a strong itch. It's a strong burn when you're coming out of the world and trying to get rid of demons out of us, right? He knows it's a strong itch, so that's why he said, you're going to be able to quench it though.
Right.
All the fiery darts of the wicked, right? Those people that got those insidious spirits on them.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to share that last part too. But let's jump back. And that's what Joshua and the brothers and sisters knew. So let's jump back.
Joshua chapter 10 and verse 35. And they took it on that day and smote it with the edge of the sword. And all the souls that were therein he utterly destroyed that day, according to all that he had done to Lachish. And Joshua went up from Ekron, and all Israel with him, unto Hebron, and they fought against it. And they took it and smote it with the edge of the sword.
Yeah.
And the king thereof, and all the cities thereof, and all the souls that were therein, he left none remaining, according to all that he had done to Eglon, but destroyed it utterly, and all the souls that were therein. And Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, to Debir, and fought against it. And he took it, and the king thereof, and all the cities thereof, and they smote them with the edge of the sword. And they utterly destroyed all the souls that were therein. He left none remaining. And he had, as he had done to Hebron, so he did to Debir, and to the king thereof, as he had done also to Lebanon, and to her king. And Joshua smote all the country of the hills, and of the south, and of the vale, and of the springs, and all their kings. He left none remaining, but utterly destroyed all that breathed, as the Lord God of Israel commanded.
Listen to that command. When the Lord gives you a command, he gives you the clear understanding of what you need to do to fix your situation. Listen. Listen. Joshua knew what he had to do. Listen. Read.
And Joshua smote them from Kadesh Barnea, even unto Gaza.
Go to who? Gaza.
Gaza, comma.
Yeah.
Gaza.
Take them out. Take them out. Go ahead.
And all the country of Goshen, Goshen, even unto Gibeon.
Come.
And all these kings and their land.
All these what?
All these kings and their land did Joshua take at one time.
Don't be God. Don't be God. Don't be God of Israel. Wrath of the Lord gonna come on you, man. Don't play. And they think about it. We had to step up for them and help them out. But realizing, I mean, it was in the Most High's plan anyways. For us to take those lands from them anyways. So Joshua, you know what this is? They made a mistake. They didn't counsel with the Lord that one time. They made a covenant with the people, right? And when you pay attention to it, and I'm looking at it now, they also hype up they taking it. He got back right, taking it, right? What's rightfully theirs? I think about Baruch 4 and 28 where it says, seek him 10 times harder. Joshua like, oh snap, I gotta go back and do what the Lord told me to do. We don't gotta get it, we know it.
God.
Seek him 10 times harder, for as it was your mind to go straight. Even for that split second. For that split second, where we didn't listen to the Lord and sought counsel, right? What do we have to do? Seek him 10 times harder and do what was pleasing in the sight of the Lord. What was pleasing in the sight of the Lord at this moment? Obliterating these nations. And claiming our heritage, which he told us and gave us specific instructions on how to do. So that's important. So read on. And y'all can write that down though, Proverbs, Baruch 4:28. Go ahead.
No, verse 42. And all these kings and their land did Joshua take at one time, because the Lord God of Israel fought for Israel. And,
It just dawned on me that isn't this the same day?
It's at one
that
time.
the sun stood still, the moon stood still.
Well, no, there was no day like it before it or after it that the Lord fought, had argued and fought. And Joshua returned and all Israel with him unto the camp of Gilgal, for these 5 kings fled. I want to double check. Read that. Yeah.
But it says, it's like I said, verse 27. Remember when after he got the kings, he hung the kings. The law is that you can't let them last until evening, so he took the kings off the tree. In Joshua 10 and 27, it said, "It came to pass at the time of the going down of the sun that Joshua commanded, and they took them down off the trees." This was the kings. Remember the kings that he had in the cave, and they put a foot on their necks.
Okay.
So yeah.
I must have went to the bathroom that time.
No, it's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, they caused that good. Okay, let's jump back.
verse 43. And Joshua returned, and all Israel with him, unto the camp of Gilgal.
So, okay, now you go.
Joshua chapter 11, verse 1. And it came to pass when Jabin, king of Hazor, had heard those things, that he sent to Jobab, king of Madon, and to the king of Ammon, and to the king of Shaph, and to the kings that were on the north of the mountains, and of the plains of the south of Roth, and in the valley, and in the borders of Doron, the west. And in the borders of Dor on the west, and to the Canaanite on the east and on the west, and to the Amorite, and to the Hittite, and to the Perizzite, and to the Jebusite in the mountains, and to the Hivite under Hermon, in the land of Mizpeh. Right? That Hermon is still there when you look on the map. That's in that, again, Palestine region. Right? Verse 4. And they went out, they and all their hosts with them, much people, even as the sand that is upon the seashore in multitude, with horses and chariots, very many. And when all these kings were met together, they came and pitched together at the waters of Merom to fight against Israel. And the Most High said unto Joshua, Be not afraid because of them, for tomorrow about this time will I deliver them up all slain before Yasharallah. Thou shalt hold their horses and burn their chariots with fire. So Joshua came, and all of the people of war with him, against them by the waters of Merom, suddenly, and they fell upon them. Verse 8. And the Most High delivered them into the hand of Yasharallah, who smote them, and chased them unto great Zidon, and unto Misrephoth Maim, and unto the valley of Mizpeh, eastward. And they smote them until they left them none remaining. Verse 9. And Joshua did unto them as the Most High bade him. He hold their horses and burnt their chariots with fire. And Joshua at that time turned back and took Hazor and smote the king thereof with the sword. For Hazor before time was the head of all those kingdoms. Right. Verse 11. And they smote all the souls that were therein with the edge of the sword, utterly destroying them. There was not any left to breathe. And he burnt Hazor with fire. And all the cities of those kings, and all those kings of them, did Joshua take, and smote them with the edge of the sword.
And he utterly destroyed them, as Moses, the servant of the Most High, commanded. Verse 13. But as for the cities that stood still in their strength, Yasharallah burned none of them, save Hazar only, that Joshua did burn. And all the spoil of the cities and the cattle, the children of Yasharallah took for a prey unto themselves. But every man they smote with the edge of the sword, until they had destroyed them. Neither left they any to breathe. Verse 15. As the Most High commanded Moses his servant, so did Moses command Joshua. And Joshua so did Joshua. He left nothing undone of all that the Most High commanded Moses. So Joshua took all the land, the hills, and the south country, and all the land of Goshen, and the valley, and the plain, and the mountains of Yasharallah, and the valley of the same. Verse 17. Even of the Mount Halak, that goes from, even from the Mount Halak, that goeth up to Sur, even unto Baal Gad, in the valley of Lebanon, under Mount Hermon.
Yeah, so basically reading what? The Lord will be an enemy unto your enemies. Right? And then we're reading about how we literally appertained our land. How we literally got Israel. So we had to get rid of these people. Get out of the land. You defile in the land. It's our land. We owned it, the Lord already gave it to us. They knew it was coming, but they want to do what? They still want to test the power. Like, not us. They didn't learn from Pharaoh yet. If anything, you could say that was the Lord's form of showing them mercy. Let's think about all the stages the Lord took Pharaoh through before he literally just destroyed them. They could have looked at that and been like, oh damn, this person, that person, that person, that person, let me be the one that let me just stop myself. Right? But nobody did that. Everybody wants to be Mr. Big Macho Man. But that's the spirit of the world.
Yeah.
So, but the Most High is on what? Fighting for you.
I had a request on that. If we could maybe go over Wisdom of Solomon chapter 12, 1, 2 through 7, I think it was.
Wisdom of Solomon.
After
12.
Chapter, yeah.
Chapter 12, 1 through 7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 through 7.
Okay.
Yeah, after the chapter.
Okay. Come on.
And all their kings he took and smote them and slew them. Joshua chapter 11 verse 18. Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. So it wasn't, going back to the brother's question, it was a long period of time. You got that? It wasn't in one period of time. You got that, Aharon? Remember your question? You asked a question about was this all in one day? You see what it said there in verse 18, right? Joshua chapter 11 verse 18. Joshua made war a long time with all those kings. Verse 19. There was not a city that made peace with the children of Yasharallah, save the Hivites, the inhabitants of Gibeon, or other they took in battle. For it was of the Most High to harden their hearts, that they should come against Yasharallah in battle, that he might destroy them utterly, and that they might have no favor, but that he might destroy them, as the Most High commanded Moses. Verse 21. And at that time came Joshua, and cut off the Anakims from the mountains of Hebron, from Debir, from Anab, and from all the mountains of Judah, and from all the mountains of Yasharallah. Joshua destroyed them utterly with their cities. Verse 22. There was none of the Anakims left in the land of the children of Yasharallah, only in Gaza, in Gath, and in Ashdod. Ashdod is still a city today. You can find that on the map. So where's Gaza, right? I believe Gath. If anybody's got a modern day map of Palestine, I think Gath is, or one of those. Look at the back of the Bible. I think it is a city as well.
Again, proving what? That this is a historical book. This is not a man-made book. Shakespeare didn't write this. It says, and in Ashdod they remained. Verse 23. So Joshua took the whole land according to all that the Most High said to Moses. And Joshua gave it for an inheritance unto Yasharah, according to the divisions by their tribes. And the land rested from war. We got to put in work. We got to put in work. Yeah, and we'll get your rest.
Okay. So now we're going to jump to the book Baruch. So we're Baruch chapter 1. We're done with Ecclesiastes. Now we're in the Apocrypha in the book of Baruch, chapter 1, verses 1 through 22.
If we can go over the wisdom of Solomon 12, 2 through 7.
Oh, well, let's finish this and then we can go through it. All right? Yeah, just I'm remember, but if I don't, just help me remember. All right, ready? Oh, that's me. Baruch chapter 1. And these are the words of the book which Baruch the son of Nerias, the son of Maasaias, the son of Sedecias, the son of Asadias, the son of Chelcias, wrote in Babylon in the 5th year and in the 7th day of the month, what time as the Chaldeans took Jerusalem and burnt it with fire. And Baruch did read the words of the book in the hearing of Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, and in the ears of all the people that came to hear the book, and in the hearing of the nobles and of the king's sons, and in the hearing of the elders and of all the people, from the lowest unto the highest, even of all them that dwell at Babylon by the river Sud. Whereupon they wept, fasted, and prayed before the Lord. They made also a collection of money according to every man's power. So they're weeping, fasting, they're trying to seek the Most High for all the wrongs, right? And they collected money according to man's power. And it says that they sent it to Jerusalem unto Joachim the priest, and to the son of Chelcias, the son of Salam, and to the priests, and to all the people which were found with him at Jerusalem. So they're trying to rebuild, trying to get things back in order after, obviously, you know, us failing again to stick to the right way, and now we're in Babylon, and now we got to get right. You know, now we got to web fast all over again. We could have just what? Stuck to the manuscript. And been obedient. So, it says, and at that same time, when he received the vessels of the house of the Lord that were carried out of the temple to return them into the land of Judah, the 10th day of the month, Saban, namely, silver vessels, which Sedecius, the son of Josias, king of Judah, had made. It says, after that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away Jeconiah. So there's a lot going on. Just, you know, seems like a lot of moving pieces. They're trying to get in order, getting the butt whooped, recalling certain moments when the butt was getting whooped, moments happening when the butt's getting whooped, right? And then we're trying to reclaim our life. We're trying to get things back in its proper function and order. And all that's going on all at once, right? And you know, it's funny with that, when you think about it, that's even like now though. Like we got so much going on, things that happen, we talk about history that happened. Then we got things that's happening in this present moment. Then we got ourselves trying to get back right. You trying to do all these different things, and you know, they basically experiencing what we're experiencing now. It's no different. You know, and with us trying to get back right is we just got to stay on the path. But you know, we're just reading the history of what was going on at that time, and we read what Baruch wrote down. And we know, and you all know that Baruch was Jeremiah scribe, right? Okay. And y'all know what verse, right? Well, just for anybody that might not know. Go ahead.
Jeremiah chapter 36, verse 4. Then Jeremiah called Baruch, the son of Neriah.
And that's that same Baruch that I just read in verse 1. And these are the words of the book of Baruch. These are the words of the book, which Baruch, the son of Neriah, read.
And Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah.
So with that Neriah, that's which the son of Neriah, that's basically Neriah that he's reading. So this is the same individual, right? Just written in different translation, right? Yeah. So this is the Greek format. So, but this Neriah is basically the Neriah, the father of Baruch, which is the scribe. Read.
And Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words.
He wrote what?
And Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah.
So in actuality, whose words are we reading? Jeremiah's. Right? And Baruch wrote it down. So, let's go. Oh yeah, read on.
All the words of the Lord, which he has spoken unto him, upon a roll of a book.
There you go. So we're reading exactly what Baruch wrote down. So, and this wasn't a light job, so he had to be clear-minded himself. He had to be in the spirit himself to be able to know what to write and how to be a condensed. He had to be able to condense everything that he was writing. So that he's speaking, and he got to keep up with the speaking. And write it down. Yeah, stenographer, write it all down and get everything in this orderly fashion so that the message can come out clear to the people. So, calm. So I'm going to jump back to the reading. So there's a lot going on in one. So it says, verse 9, Baruch chapter 1, verse 9. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away Jeconias, and the princes, and the captives, and the mighty men, and the people of the land, from Jerusalem, and brought them unto Babylon. And they said, Behold, we have sent you money to buy you burnt offerings and sin offerings. Oh, let me see that. And after that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away Jeconias, the princes, and the captives, and the mighty men, and the people of the land from Jerusalem, and brought them unto Babylon. Okay, I just make sure who's speaking. It says, and they said, Behold, we have sent you money to buy you burnt offerings and sin offerings and incense, and prepare you manna, and offer unto the Lord our power. Right? And it says, and pray for the life of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. And it says, and for the life of Balthasar, his son, that their days may be upon earth as the days of heaven. And, obviously they understood that this was the will of the Lord, that this happened unto them. So as they're saying, pray for them, they understood that the Lord was using Nebuchadnezzar to have a degree of mercy on them, on Israel. So they was using Nebuchadnezzar. He was being used according to the way the Most High wanted to use him to have a degree of mercy on Israel.
Yeah.
In the midst of their punishment. Right?
Yeah.
So
without jumping,
right.
Next week we're going to read into what we would have been in the land today had we have hearkened and did what the Most High said, which was to serve the king of Babylon. But again, like some stiff-necked, rebellious children, we chose to do our own thing, and voila. How we love in Hollywood, Norfolk, New York, right? We're here because of that. We could have still been in our lane. Right? The Most High was giving us another opportunity of his mercy. What do you got?
I had a question. Who's Bel?
Where's that at?
Verse 11.
The king's son.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the king's son. Because he was supposed to reign after the king.
Yeah, he was supposed to reign after the king. So that's why they was incorporating him as well. So, go ahead.
So now I got another question. Was Daniel and Jeremiah around the same time?
Let's take that.
That was great. I was thinking the same thing. Both
Gabe was in Babylonian captivity, right?
That's the time. Yeah. That has the time. That's right.
I was thinking the same thing.
He said that's right. Another
I
question.
know,
Oh, right? They but their names right at the time. You said who and who?
Daniel and Jeremiah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. The time frame. They were within the same time. So Jeremiah's 650 to 582 BC. Daniel's 620 to 540 BC. So they're on the same time period. You got Nahum, Jeremiah, Zephaniah, Habakkuk, Ezekiel, Daniel. They're on the same periods. Oh, you got this brother Obadiah. So Haggai, Zechariah, Zephaniah, Ezekiel, Habakkuk. So all of them are on the same time span. So.
Could you repeat the time?
Oh, the times? Okay, now it's from 700 BC to well, let me just give them these characters. So I'm looking at their time frames. So you can go from you talking time span of how close were they?
No, just
The thing I just listed?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have this book? He has this book?
He's got access to it. You can look at it.
Yeah. He'll give you this book. Yeah, to give you an estimation. Because remember, we got the numbers, but these are estimations as well too. So we don't lean on them, but we do know that they was around the same time period when you read the book, the actual Bible historically. So, yeah. But let's jump back to the reading. I'm gonna read. But that answers your question, right?
I was only asking that because Daniel's name was changed to Belshazzar, and it sounded like you saying Belshazzar, the son of Nebuchadnezzar. That's why it was. I know they're not. Daniel's not the son of King Nebuchadnezzar. It just sounded like it sounded close. So I was trying to see if they meant something else.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you gotta look at it listed. You say Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and then it says, for the life of Babylon, of Belshazzar, his son. We know Daniel's not his son. So, and then so I'm gonna read on. It says that their days may be upon earth as the days of heaven. It says, and the Lord will give us strength and lighten our eyes, and we shall live under Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and under the shadow of Belshazzar, his son. And we shall serve them many days, and find favor in their sight. Exactly what we just said, right? They was going to have a degree of mercy in the middle of that captivity. Right? It says, pray for us also unto the Lord our power. For we have sinned against the Lord our power. Look at it. And they're recollecting all the things that could have. Now it's like a replaying in the mind of like all the things I could have, should have, would have, did before that judgment came to pass. You know, and that's that Ecclesiastes where it says, humble thyself before thou be sick. Right? It says, humble thyself before thou be sick. There's another one too. About before the judgment. Or before judgment, examine thyself. It's right above that one. It's right above that one. Oh, Ecclesiastes 18 and 20.
Ecclesiastes chapter 18, verse 20.
Mm-hmm.
Before judgment, examine thyself.
And that's what we're supposed to be doing. Now, they in the midst of the judgment already, and now they're starting to examine themselves. But this should have been done before that time. Read.
And in the day of visitation, thou shalt find mercy.
So that you could find mercy. So that the hand of the Lord's wrath is not brought upon us. They're supposed to find that mercy. So, but the Most High is saying what? Read.
Verse 21. Humble thyself before thou be sick.
Yeah, sick. Literally. And then at the same time, when you look at it, it's sick to your stomach. Because why? Now we're in a situation. Now they're thinking about it. Now they're saying, pray for us unto the Lord our power. For we have sinned against the Lord. As they should. As we should. Right? For all the wrong that we've done. But we could have avoided this if we would have judged ourselves before the judgment came. And now we're sick. Right? Now we're sick to our stomach. So, think about that. So that's what they're recollecting on right now. Dang, I should have. I could have, would have, should have. But you can drop that though. You can drop that. It says, I'm going to read verse 13 again. It says, pray for us unto the Lord our power. For we have sinned against the Lord our power. And unto this day, the fury of the Lord and his wrath is not turned from us. And it says, and ye shall read this book, which we have sent unto you, to make confession in the house of the Lord, upon the feasts and the solemn days. To make confession to the house of the Lord upon the feasts and solemn days. So we trying to beseech. We trying to beseech the Lord. We trying to appease the wrath of the Most High. So we're taking each and every opportunity to appease that wrath, so that we can what? Find mercy. It says, and ye shall say, to the Lord our power belongeth righteousness, but unto us the confusion of faces. As it is come to pass this day unto them of Judah, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and to our kings, and to our princes, and to our priests, and to our prophets, and to our fathers. For we have sinned before the Lord, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of the Lord our power. And, that's always been our issue. The Lord brings us up, but we want to live down. He lifts us up from the dust of the earth, but we want to live around the virgin daughter of Babylon. Right? Revelations, we always want to be around. It says, come out of her, my people, that you be not partakers of her sins, but we always want to be partakers of her sins. Oh, okay.
Did you want that?
No. That's Revelation. The one I just quoted was Revelation 18:4. And then the other one was virgin daughter of Babylon.
Oh, that's
Isaiah. Just find it so I can.
47.
47. Oh, 40, yeah, Isaiah 47. And yeah, check it. It's Isaiah 47 though. Ooh. You was about to go to it? No. Just love. Where is that though?
Isaiah 47. The virgin daughter of Babylon, or?
Oh, virgin daughter of Babylon.
Yeah, that.
Sit down in the dust. Yeah.
47. That's 47.
47:1. Okay. Yeah, you can write that down. Isaiah 47:1. Go ahead. Oh, that's me. It says, verse 18, and disobeyed him, and have not hearkened unto the voice of the Lord our power, to walk in the commandments that he gave us openly. I mean, it was clear. It wasn't a trick. He gave us direct commandments. It says, since the day that the Lord brought our forefathers out of the land of Egypt, unto this present day, we have been disobedient unto the Lord our power, and we have been negligent in not hearing his voice. You made it a job to not listen. That means you heard it, you understood it, or you heard it, and you knew that it was correct, but you didn't try to gain more understanding. So you became negligent, willingly, right? Purposefully. And the Most High is like, he's showing us. He's making us bear witness to ourselves. Because we want to go sit back in the dust. He says, wherefore the evils cleave unto us. So we brought the evil to us. We literally brought evil to our life. And the curse which the Lord appointed by Moses, his servant, at the time that he brought our fathers out of the land of Egypt, to give us a land that flowed with milk and honey, like as it is to see this day. Nevertheless, we have not hearkened unto the voice of the Lord our power, according unto all the words of the prophets. I ain't gonna listen to no man, but the man that he had you listen to was the one that he chose to be your minister. It's not about the man, it's about listening to the wisdom that the man's giving you, right? And listening to the ordinances that the Father gave you. So if you get hung on the man, you're not be, oh man, don't show the glory of God. Go focus on the good that man is delivering you, right? The righteousness, the example. So stop looking for some excuse to give up. So it says, according to all the words of the prophets whom he sent unto us. But every man followed, he did the opposite. But every man followed the imagination of his own wicked heart. So if you're saying, I'm doing wrong, I'm doing bad, and I want to get back in the good graces of the Lord, they just gave you a prayer on how to be humble and ask the Lord for forgiveness. And acknowledge your faults all in one. And then acknowledge our faults as a nation all in one. But every man followed the imagination of his own wicked heart, to serve strange gods and to do evil in the sight of the Lord our power. So that's the reading. So, and y'all didn't have any questions on that, did you?
Precept go there.
Precept to go there.
I think.
Let me go ahead.
2 Corinthians chapter 10, verse 5. The casting down imagination.
Well, kind of. Let's pull it.
Second Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 5. Casting down imagination.
That's what the prayer is doing. That's what this prayer is doing. It's making all of them humble themselves. Right? It's making us, it makes you humble yourself. You've been thinking yourself in the midst of your prayer. Read.
And every high thing that exalts itself against the knowledge of God.
And you're beseeching the Lord because you're like, with honesty, because you're seeing where you exalted yourself above the knowledge of the Most High. You're seeing where you allowed your wisdom, which is not wisdom, to be valuable. And you're saying, Lord, now in the judgment, right? You're like, Lord, my wisdom ain't no wisdom. I see it now. You put me, I'm in the gutter and the dungeon. And you raised me up, but I chose the dust of the earth. And I want to be free from this filthy planet, this filthy world, right? Or being bound to the things that would keep me vulnerable to death. So, this is us giving us that prayer to humble ourselves before the Most High. Read. That's verse 5?
No, sir.
Go ahead.
And bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ.
Yeah, help me become obedient to you. So us belong to the confusion of faces. Help me become obedient. Help me find the path. Help me ponder my path. So that's what's going on. Read.
And having in a readiness to revenge all disobedience.
Oh, that was it? Verse 5?
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, come on.
I was looking for scripture for group 115 about the confusion of faces. I remember there being another verse talking about that.
Oh, it's in Daniel chapter 9. Daniel chapter 9. 9 and 7. Yeah, it should be in Daniel chapter 9. Okay, and then, so that's the reading, but I know Monsters are up. What's up? Yeah, right on time? Right on time, huh?
Monsters are sense as well.
Yeah. You said what?
He spoke of himself in the third person.
Right? Alright. Alright, so you want to Wisdom Psalm chapter 12?
You had a question in there, or what was it that?
I thought it was pretty cool that we went over Joshua, so I was thinking we maybe go over 12:2 and 7, just because it went over the context of what they were doing with the land.
Oh.
But we already went over it a few times, so I was like...
Yeah, so I'm thinking this coming from a question. So you already know this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just like the context, that's all it is.
Yeah.
So that's why I said if we wanted to go over it again. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can read verse 2.
Okay.
As you understand it.
Yeah.
Let's just, if we wanted to understand the wilderness and everything every part of our journey, this is the whole purpose of what the Lord did. Wisdom of Solomon 12:2. And then we'll read that. And we're going to set the prayers. Go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 12, verse 2.
Go ahead.
Therefore chastiseth thou them.
What do you say?
Therefore chastiseth thou them.
Therefore the Lord chasteneth them. How?
By little and little.
So he chastised us, little and little, in increments. To what avail? To what purpose? Read.
That offend. And one is them. By putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended.
So we're trying to see where we did wrong, where we went left. It's in hope that we slow down ourselves and say, I've sinned in this area, and this is why this repercussion happened. This is why this judgment came upon me. And he wants us to remember so that we can what? As we start to get right, in hopes that we get right, we stay away from that sin. We stay away from that negative. Read.
That leaving their wickedness.
That leaving what?
Their wickedness. They may believe on thee.
And see that the Lord is real, or real power, and the only true power. So, and it says, oh Lord, right? So, but come, yeah. And no, that's right on point though. That's one of my favorite chapters though. Because that's right on point. So if y'all did want to understand more, that is a good chapter to go read. And it just lets you know how fair, we talk about how fair it is. We talk about how the Lord was put Joshua in a position, he was checking the nations, and he stepped on their necks. Well, right there, it lets you know how fair the Lord is. Goes right with the reading. So come on, that's right on point though, my star. Come on. So that concludes the Sabbath reading. So we're going to do the Sabbath closing prayers. Right? So we're going to stand up. We're going to stand up. Come on. Okay. 2 seconds. I'm gonna start with this. No, this is so. Oh, wait. Yeah, mine should be there. Mine. At least. Yes, this is.
Oh, come on. That's it.
Yeah. I'm used to mine. My eyes. My eyes is My bad, I need 2 seconds, man. My bad, I need to get my stuff. Get all over here. Okay. Come. Yahweh,
Yahweh,
in the name of Yahweh Shah,
in the name of Yahweh Shah,
please listen to us.
please listen to us.
Now, right now,
Right now,
send Michael
send Michael
and his righteous angels
and his righteous angels
to watch over,
to watch over,
bless, heal,
heal,
protect,
protect,
and make strong
and make strong
the people
the people
of Yahshua.
of Yahshua.
Also, send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, for indeed is our hope, always and forever. Amen. Barak Yahweh, Bahasam Yahweh Shai, Ahawah, Tatanau, Ha Tarara.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, that gives to us the law.
Barak Yahweh, Bahasam Yahweh Shai, Ahawah, Tatanau, award, La Ra'ah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, that gives to us the light to see.
Barak Yahweh, Bahasam Yahweh Shai, Ahawah, Tatanau, Ha'ayo, Korah, La Korah, Ha'ain.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, that gives to us the ram's horns to call the people.
Barak Yahweh, Bahasam Yahweh Shai, Ahawah, Tatanau, Shaman, Zayat, Lamashah, Yasser Allah.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shah, that gives us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
And of course, after the prayers, if you want to get anointed, you can get anointed as well. All right? All right. Just 2 seconds. This is Psalms 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing
To give thanks unto the Lord, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, has made me glad through thy work. I will triumph in the works of thy hand. O Yahweh, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man know it not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Jehovah, art most high forevermore. But lo, thine enemies, but lo, thine enemies, O Jehovah, but lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt, like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine I also shall see my desires on my enemies, and my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh, those that be planted in the house of the Lord, shall flourish in the courts of our power. They shall still
They shall still
bring forth fruit
bring forth fruit
in old age.
in old age.
They shall be fat
They shall be fat
and flourishing
and flourishing.
to show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no unrighteousness.
There is no unrighteousness.
So let's do it. To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock,
He is my rock.
and there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no righteousness in him.
Amen.
Amen.
All right. This is Psalms 133. Shayar,
Shayar,
Hamalawat,
Hamalawat,
Ladawat,
Ladawat,
Hana,
Hana,
Ma, Tawab,
Tawab,
Wama,
Wama,
Na'ayam,
Na'ayam,
Shabbat,
Shabbat,
Akim,
Akim,
Gum,
Gum,
Yachad,
Yachad,
Kasaman,
Kasaman,
Hatawab,
Hatawab,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Harash,
Harash,
Yarad,
Yarad,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Azakwan,
Azakwan,
Zakwan,
Zakwan,
Aharan,
Aharan,
Shayaraj,
Shayaraj,
Alpanya,
Alpanya,
Madawaktua,
Madawaktua,
Kator,
Kator,
Karawan,
Karawan,
Shayaraj,
Shayaraj,
Ayo,
Ayo,
Hariah,
Hariah,
Tazayawan,
Tazayawan,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Shum,
Shum,
Tazawa,
Tazawah,
Yehovah,
Yahweh,
Habaraka,
Habaraka,
Kayayam,
Kayayam,
I, Havilam,
Havilam,
Aman.
Aman.
This is Psalms 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Most High commanded the blessing, even life forevermore.
Ba Shem Yahushua,
Ba Shem Yahushua,
the water,
the water,
from Yad,
from Yad,
Aman.
Aman.
Call it.
When the Israel, Almighty, Barak,
Yahweh Shem Yahushua, Barak.
Kum Yashala,
Kum Yashala,
Kum Yashala,
Kum Yashala,
Kum Yashala,
Kum Yashala.
Yadi Matah, turn and face the sisters. Call it.
When the Israel, Almighty, Barak,
Yahweh Shema Atan Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Yadi Matah, dismissed. And salute all the brothers and sisters online.
Shalom.